Jenna, Marcus, and their two friends, Rachel and Eric, were on a road trip to Las Vegas. They had been driving for hours, and the sun was slowly setting, casting an orange glow on the desert landscape around them. As they drove down the empty road, they noticed a sign for a gas station coming up ahead. "We should probably stop and fill up before we get too far into the desert," Jenna suggested. "Yeah, and maybe grab some snacks and drinks," Marcus added. They pulled into the gas station, which was a small building with a few pumps outside. The place looked run down, and they didn't see any other cars or people around. As they stepped out of the car, they noticed a strange silence in the air. The only sound was the wind blowing through the nearby trees. They walked inside the gas station and were met with an eerie sight. The store was dark, with only a few flickering lights illuminating the aisles. The shelves were mostly empty, with only a few stale snacks and expired drinks left. "Looks like this place hasn't been restocked in a while," Rachel commented. As they walked around, they noticed that the walls were covered in strange symbols and markings. Some looked like they were written in blood, while others were carved into the walls. "Guys, let's get out of here," Eric said nervously. "This place is being creased." As they turned to leave, they heard a loud noise from outside. It sounded like someone was slamming the gas pump handle against the car. "Did you guys hear that?" Jenna asked. They quickly walked outside, but no one was there. The gas pump handle was lying on the ground, and the car had a dent and had been hit. "Okay, let's get out of here now," Marcus said, starting to feel uneasy. They drove away from the gas station. They noticed a figure standing in the distance, watching them. It was a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. "Did you guys see that?" Rachel asked, voice trembling. They continued driving, but the feeling of unease didn't leave them. They couldn't shake feeling that something was following them. As they drove further into the desert, they noticed that the car was starting to overheat. They pulled over to the side of the road and got out to check the engine. "That gas station must have sold bad gas," Marcus said, frustrated. As they stood by the car, they heard a low growling noise coming from the bushes nearby. They turned to look and saw a pack of wild dogs emerging from the shadows. "Get back in the car!" Jen yelled as they quickly climbed back to the car and locked the doors. The dogs were on the car, growling and snarling. They tried to push the car over, the group managed to start the engine and drive away. As they continued their journey, couldn't help but feel like they were being followed. The feeling of dread and fear only intensified as they drove deeper into the desert. When they finally arrived in Las Vegas, they were relieved to be in a populated area again. The memory of gas station and the strange occurrences that had never stayed with them, haunting their dreams and reminding them of the dangers that lurked in the desolate corners of the world. It was 10 p.m. and Sheik Sarni's first night shift at a gas station on the outskirts of town. He had taken a job to make them extra money, but didn't expect it to be so quiet. He sat behind the counter, scrolling through his phone and waiting for a customer to arrive. The gas station was located on a long stretch of road, surrounded by dense forest on both sides. The only source of lighting from the street lamps outside and the neon sign above the gas station. The silence was savage, and Jake couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being watched. As the hours went by, Jake started to notice some strange things happening around the gas station. The shelves in the store seemed to be rearranged, even though he hadn't seen anyone come in. The lights flickered on and off, and heard strange noise coming from the store room in the back. Despite his growing unease, Jake tried to rationalize the strange occurrences. Maybe the wind was moving things around, or maybe the lights were faulty. But as the night progressed, he couldn't ignore the feeling something was not right. Around midnight, Jake heard the sound of the car pull up outside. He was relieved to finally have a customer, and he happened to greet them. But as he walked outside, he saw that there was no car in sight. "That's strange," he thought to himself as he walked back inside. As he sat back down at the counter, he heard a soft knocking sound coming from the door. He hesitated for a moment before getting up to investigate. As he approached the door, he saw figures standing outside. It was a woman with long black hair and pale skin. She was dressed in a white dress, and she was shivering in the cold. "Can I help you?" Jake asked, feeling nervous. The woman didn't say anything, but she handed him a piece of paper. It was a note written in a language that he didn't recognize. As he tried to decipher it, he felt a cold chill run down his spine. The note seemed to be written in blood. "Sorry, we're closed," he said, as he quickly shut the door and locked it. Jake sat back down, his heart racing. He tried to shake off the fear and continue the shift. He couldn't ignore the feeling of being watched. Suddenly, lights went out, and so was plunged in darkness. Jay fumbled for someone, using the flashlight to navigate through the store. As he walked toward the storage room, he heard a strange whispering sound coming from inside. He slowly opened the door, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The walls were covered in strange symbols and markings, written in what looked like blood. In the middle of the room, there was a figure, dressed in black robes and holding a dagger. Jay tried to run, but stumbled and fell to the ground. The figure approached him, raising the dagger high above his head. Just as he thought it was the end, he heard the sound of police sirens in the distance. The figure quickly disappeared, leaving Jake alone to shake in. Police arrived soon after, and Jake told them everything that happened. They searched the gas station and found evidence of a cult that had been using the gas station as a meeting place. They had been performing dark rituals, sacrificing animals, and possibly even people. Jake quit his job the next day, unable to shake off the horror of what had happened. He learned the hard way that sometimes quiet places hold dark secrets. It was a stormy night, and Mark was driving home from a late shift at work. The rain was coming down hard, and the wind was howling through the trees. His car was almost out of gas. He was relieved when he spotted a gas station up ahead. As he pulled into the gas station, he noticed there was no one else around. The gas station was dimly lit, with only a few flickering bulbs providing any light. Mark hesitated for a moment, but he was the search for gas, so he got out of the car and walked toward the pump. As he filled up his car, he noticed a figure standing in the shadows, watching him. It was a tall man, dressed in a black suit and hat. His face was obscured by the shadows, and Mark couldn't see any features. "Can I help you?" Mark asked, trying to sound brave. The man didn't answer, but he started walking towards Mark. He was holding something in his hand, but Mark couldn't see what it was. Mark quickly finished filling up his heart and got back inside. He locked the doors and started the engine, but the car wouldn't start. He tried again and again. The engine would turn over. As he sat there, staring at the gas station, he heard a tapping on the window. It was a man in a black suit, holding a crowbar. Mark could see the man's face now. It was twisted into a sinister smile. Mark tried to call for help, but his phone was dead. He was trapped, with no way out. The man started hitting the window with the crowbar, trying to break it. Mark was terrified. He tried to hide under the dashboard, but the man continued to attack the car. Suddenly, the man stopped and looked up. Mark heard footsteps approaching from behind him. He turned around, and what he saw made his blood run cold. It was a group of people dressed in black robes and carrying torches. They were chanting a language that Mark didn't recognize, and they were surrounding the gas station. Mark was trapped with no way out. The group started to set fire to the gas station, and Mark knew that he had to act fast if he wanted to survive. He stood at the car door and started running towards the forest. He could hear the group behind him, chasing him through the trees. He stumbled and fell, but he quickly got back up and kept running. As he ran, he saw a light in the distance. It was cabin, and he knew that he had to make it if he wanted to survive. He finally reached the cabin, and he pounded on the door. A man answered, and Mark begged for help. The man let him in, and Mark collapsed on the floor. The group did follow him, and Mark was safe for the time being. He learned the hard way that sometimes the most innocent-looking places can hold the dark secrets. The small town of Millfield was always known for its friendly residents and quiet atmosphere. That all changed when a new gas station opened up in the outskirts of town. At first, the residents were excited about a new addition to the town. But as time went on, strange things started happening at the gas station. People who stepped were feeling a sense of unease and hearing strange noises. Some even claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving in the shadows. The owners of the gas station were a mysterious couple who kept themselves. They never interacted with the residents, and the only time anyone saw them was when they were filling up cars. One night, a young woman named Emily was driving through Millfield and decided to stop at the gas station to refuel. As she was filling up, she felt someone watching her. She looked around but didn't see anyone. Suddenly, she heard a voice whispering her name. She turned around, but no one was there. She felt chill run down her spine and quickly finished filling up her car. As she was getting back in the car, she heard the voice again, loud this time. "Emily, don't leave," it said. Emily was terrified and quickly drove away from the gas station. She thought it was just her imagination, but she could shake the feeling that something was wrong. Over the next few weeks, more and more people reported strange experiences at the gas station. Some claimed to have seen ghosts, while others heard voices or felt a cold breeze even though it was warm outside. The residents of Millfield became increasingly worried about the gas station and its owners. They decided to investigate and went to the gas station in the middle of the night. What they found was shocking. The gas station was actually a portal to another dimension, and the owners were using it to bring demons into our world. The residents realized that they had to act fast to stop the evil from spreading. They contacted a local priest who had experience with exorcism and asked to come to the gas station. The priest arrived and immediately went to work, using holy water and prayer to try and banish the demons. It was a long and grueling battle. Finally, the demons were defeated. The gas station was closed down. The residents of Millfield were relieved that danger had passed, but they knew that they could never forget what happened. The gas station remained a dark memory in their town's history. Emily never forgot her experience at the gas station, and she knew that she had nearly escaped becoming a victim of the demons. She made promises to herself to always be vigilant and never let her guard down again. The small town of Millfield would never be the same again, but residents knew that they had come together to face Rachel and emerge victorious. It was a hot summer day, and Sarah was driving across country to visit her family. She had been on the road for hours, and she was getting tired. She decided to pull off the highway and find a gas station to rest and refuel. As she pulled into the gas station, she noticed the well was empty. There was only one car parked at the pump, and didn't seem to be anyone else around. Sarah got out of her car and started filling up. She was doing so, she noticed that the car at the pump was a little strange. It was an old, rusted-out station wagon, and there were strange symbols drawn on the doors. Suddenly, the door to the gas station burst open, and a man stumbled out. He was tall and thin, with wild, unkempt hair and a man's look in his eyes. "Are you alright?" Sarah asked, trying to be friendly. The man didn't answer, but instead, he started walking towards her. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine, and she quickly finished filling up her car. She got back in the car and started the engine. The man started banging on the window. Sarah panicked and drove away as fast as she could. She drove for hours, trying to put the syringe gas station and the man behind her. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that something wasn't right. She decided to do some research to see if there had been any strange occurrences at the gas station. As she searched online, she found a news article a few years ago about a cult that had been operating in the area. They were known for drawing strange symbols on their cars and had been involved in some violent incidents. Sarah realized that she'd stumbled on a cult gathering at a gas station, and she had narrowly escaped their grasp. But now she was terrified that they would come after her, and she didn't know how to protect herself. As she continued her journey, she noticed the old station wagon from the gas station seemed to follow her. She would see it parked on the side of the road or a stop, and it always seemed to be watching her. Sarah knew that she had to do something to protect herself. She decided to pull off the highway and find a hotel to stay in for the night. As she was checking into the hotel, she noticed the man from the gas station in the lobby. He was wearing a suit now and had cleaned himself up. She recognized from the gas station. Sarah tried to run, but the man caught her and grabbed her arm. She struggled to get away. The man was surprisingly strong. He dragged her to a nearby room and locked the door. Sarah was trapped, no way out. The man started chanting a language that she didn't recognize, and she realized that she was in the hands of the cult. She was terrified, but she knew that she had to find a way to escape. She managed to grab a nearby lamp and use it to break a window. She climbed out and ran as fast as she could. She could hear the man and his cult chasing after her, but she kept running. Finally, she made it to a police station, and she reported the cult to the authorities. They investigated and found the cult had been involved in several violent incidents and had been responsible for the disappearance of several people. Sarah was lucky to have escaped, and she learned that sometimes those ordinary-looking places can hold dark secrets. As the night falls and the darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens when you hear a whisper in your ear, but there's no one? Brace yourself, because the journey we're about to take is not for the faint of heart. The Exorcism of Anneliese Michel is a true horror story that took place in Germany in the mid-1970s. It is a story of intense religious beliefs, the dangers of exorcisms, and the tragic death of a young woman. Anneliese Michel was born in Bavaria, Germany in 1952. She grew up in a devoutly Catholic family and was raised with a deep love for her faith. At the age of 16, Michel began to suffer from seizures and was diagnosed with epilepsy. However, her condition soon began to worsen, and she began experiencing terrifying hallucinations and hearing voices. Her family and doctors believed that she was possessed by demons and turned to the Catholic Church for help. Two priests, Father Arnold Renz and Father Ernst Alt, were assigned to perform an exorcism on Michel. The exorcisms began in 1975 and continued for almost a year. During this time, Michel was restrained with straps and forced to fast, causing her to become severely malnourished and dehydrated. She also suffered from numerous broken bones due to the violence of the exorcisms. Despite her worsening condition, the priests continued the exorcisms, believing that they were fighting against the forces of evil. In one instance, Michel was forced to perform over 40 genuflections in a row, causing her knees to bleed. She also began to refuse food and water, believing that she was being punished for her sins. In July 1976, Michel died in her sleep from malnutrition and dehydration. Her parents and the priests involved in the exorcism were charged with negligent homicide, and a trial followed. During the trial, tapes were played that recorded the exorcisms, and the horrifying sounds of Michel's screams and the priest's prayers could be heard. The trial sparked a national debate about the use of exorcisms and the role of religion in mental health. The story of Anneliese Michel's exorcism has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and films, including the 2005 movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Many people continue to believe that Michel was indeed possessed by demons, while others argue that her condition was a result of mental illness that was not properly treated. Today, the case of Anneliese Michel is seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious extremism and the use of exorcisms as a means of treating mental illness. The tragedy of her death serves as a reminder that even in the pursuit of religious beliefs, the safety and well-being of individuals must always be the top priority. The Axeman of New Orleans is a true American horror story that terrorized the city of New Orleans in the early 20th century. The Axeman was a serial killer who targeted the citizens of New Orleans, using an axe to brutally murder his victims. The Axeman's first known attack occurred on May 22, 1918, when he broke into the home of Joseph and Catherine Maggio and hacked them to death with an axe. The couple was found by Joseph's brother, who lived in the same building. The brother reported hearing strange noises and went to investigate, only to find the gruesome scene. Over the next few months, the axeman continued to strike, attacking victims in their homes while they slept. He seemed to target Italian-American families, and most of his victims were grocers or their family members. In many cases, the killer broke into the homes by chiseling a hole in the back door and entering while the family slept. Despite the best efforts of the police, the axeman continued to elude capture. He would strike again and again, leaving behind a trail of blood and fear. He even wrote a letter to a local newspaper claiming responsibility for the murders and threatening to strike again on a specific date. The axeman's final known attack occurred on October 27, 1919, when he attacked a couple named Mike Pepitone and his wife. Mike survived the attack, but his wife was killed. The attack was witnessed by their infant child, who was found crying in the bed next to her mother's body. The identity of the axeman remains a mystery to this day, and the case has never been solved. Despite the fact that the killer wrote a letter to the newspaper claiming to be a demon from hell, some people believe that the axeman was actually a person with a grudge against Italian Americans. The story of the axeman of New Orleans has become a legend in American folklore, with many people fascinated by the killer's brutal methods and the fact that he was never caught. The story has inspired countless movies, books, and TV shows, cementing the axeman's place in history as one of America's most notorious serial killers. Today, the axeman's legacy lives on, with many people still fascinated by the mysteries surrounding his identity and the horrors he inflicted on the citizens of New Orleans. The story of the axeman is a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk in our midst, and the importance of remaining vigilant and aware of our surroundings at all times. The Villisca Axe Murders is a true American horror story that took place in the small town of Villisca, Iowa, in 1912. It is a story of a gruesome and senseless crime that shocked the nation and has remained unsolved to this day. On the evening of June 9, 1912, a family of 6 and 2 visiting children were brutally murdered in their sleep by an unknown intruder wielding an axe. The victims were Josiah and Sarah Moore, their 4 children Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, and 2 visiting children, Lena and Ina Stillinger. The murder scene was discovered the next morning by a neighbor who noticed that the Moore's house was unusually quiet. Upon entering the house, the neighbor discovered the bodies of all 8 victims, all of whom had been bludgeoned to death with an axe. Despite an extensive investigation, the killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved to this day. Several suspects were identified, but none were ever convicted. Over the years, the case has been reopened and re-examined, but no new evidence has been discovered. The Villisca Axe Murders have become a part of American folklore, with many theories and rumors surrounding the case. Some people believe that the murders were committed by a transient worker, while others believe that it was a member of the Moore family who was responsible. Still, others believe that the murders were part of a larger conspiracy involving the Ku Klux Klan. The tragedy of the Villisca Axe Murders has had a lasting impact on the town of Villisca and the nation as a whole. The case has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and TV shows, including an episode of Ghost Adventures, which investigated the possibility of paranormal activity at the murder site. Today, the Villisca Axe murders remain one of America's most enduring unsolved mysteries. The story is a chilling reminder of the dangers that can lurk in our communities and the importance of staying vigilant and aware of our surroundings. The victims of the Villisca Axe murders will never be forgotten, and their tragic deaths serve as a reminder that justice must always be pursued, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The Black Dahlia murder is one of the most notorious unsolved cases in American history. On January 15, 1947, the body of a young woman was found in a vacant lot in Los Angeles. The woman was later identified as Elizabeth Short, a 22-year-old aspiring actress who had moved to Hollywood to pursue her dreams. The murder of Elizabeth Short was particularly gruesome. Her body had been cut in half, and her face had been slashed from the corners of her mouth to her ears, giving her a grotesque smile. The killer had also removed her internal organs and left them scattered around the crime scene. The brutality of the murder captured the attention of the nation, and the media quickly dubbed the case the Black Dahlia, a reference to Short's rumored love of black clothing in the film The Blue Dahlia, which was popular at the time. Despite an extensive investigation, the killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved to this day. The investigation was plagued by false leads and confessions, with many suspects being cleared of the crime after lengthy interrogations. Over the years, many theories have been put forth about the identity of the killer. Some people believe that the killer was a doctor or a surgeon, due to the precision of the cuts on Short's body. Others believe that the killer was a serial killer who went on to commit other murders. The Black Dahlia murder has become a cultural phenomenon, inspiring countless books, movies, and TV shows. The story of Elizabeth Short has become a part of American folklore, with many people fascinated by the mystery surrounding her death and the identity of her killer. Despite the passage of time, the case of the Black Dahlia murder remains unsolved, and the identity of the killer may never be known. The murder of Elizabeth Short is a tragic reminder of the dangers that can lurk in our communities and the importance of remaining vigilant and aware of our surroundings. The memory of Elizabeth Short lives on, and her tragic death serves as a reminder that justice must always be pursued, no matter how long it takes. The Exorcism of Roland Doe, also known as The Exorcism of Robbie Mannheim, is a true American horror story that took place in 1949. It is a story of a young boy who was allegedly possessed by a demon and the efforts of a Catholic priest to exorcise the demon from his body. Roland Doe, whose real name has never been revealed, was a 14-year-old boy from Maryland who began to exhibit strange and disturbing behavior in the late 1940s. His family initially believed that he was simply acting out, but as his behavior became more erratic and violent, they began to suspect that something more sinister was at work. After consulting with their Lutheran pastor, Roland's family turned to a Catholic priest named Father William S. Bowdern for help. Father Bowdern, along with a team of priests, began a series of exorcisms on Roland that lasted for several weeks. The exorcisms were brutal and intense, with Roland reportedly levitating, speaking in tongues, and exhibiting other signs of possession. During the exorcisms, the priests claimed that they were able to communicate with the demon possessing Roland, who identified itself as Legion. The exorcisms were eventually successful, and Roland's behavior returned to normal. The case of the exorcism of Roland Doe became famous throughout the country, inspiring the book and subsequent movie The Exorcist. The case of the exorcism of Roland Doe has been the subject of much controversy over the years. Skeptics claim that Roland's behavior was the result of a mental illness, and that the exorcisms were simply a form of religious hysteria. Others believe that the case was a genuine example of demonic possession, and that the priests were successful in driving the demon from Roland's body. Regardless of one's beliefs about the case, the exorcism of Roland Doe remains a chilling reminder of the power of belief in the forces that can lurk within the human psyche. The story has become a part of American folklore, inspiring countless works of fiction and contributing to the popular fascination with the supernatural and the occult. The Exorcism of Roland Doe is a true American horror story that continues to captivate and intrigue people to this day. As the night falls and the darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens when you hear a whisper in your ear but there's no one there? Welcome to our world of horror, where the unknown is the only certainty and fear is the only emotion. Brace yourself, because the journey we're about to take is not for the faint of heart. The exorcism of Anneliese Michel is one of the most famous cases of demonic possession in modern history. Born in 1952 in Germany, Anneliese Michel was a devoutly religious young woman who suffered from epilepsy and other health issues. At the age of 16, she began to experience what she believed were demonic possessions, and she and her family turned to the Catholic Church for help. Anneliese's case was taken up by two priests, Father Arnold Renz and Father Ernst Alt, who performed a series of exorcisms on her over a period of several months. During these exorcisms, Anneliese reportedly exhibited a number of bizarre and disturbing behaviors, including speaking in tongues, convulsing, and refusing to eat or drink. As her condition deteriorated, her parents became increasingly concerned for her safety, and Anneliese's mother even tried to call off the exorcisms. However, the priests involved in the case refused to stop, believing that Anneliese was possessed by multiple demons and that they needed to continue the exorcisms in order to save her soul. Anneliese died on July 1, 1976, after suffering from malnutrition and dehydration, as well as pneumonia and other medical complications. Her parents and the two priests involved in the case were subsequently charged with negligent homicide, and the case sparked a national debate in Germany over the role of religion in modern society. The exorcism of Anneliese Michel has been the subject of numerous books, films, and documentaries over the years, and her case continues to fascinate and terrify people to this day. While some believe that Anneliese was truly possessed by demons, others argue that her condition was the result of mental illness and suggest that she could have been saved if she had received proper medical treatment. Regardless of the true nature of Annalise's condition, her case serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious fanaticism and the importance of seeking professional medical help when dealing with mental illness and other health issues. The Amityville Horror is one of the most well-known cases of alleged paranormal activity in modern history. It began in 1974 when the Lutz family moved into a large house in Amityville, New York, where a mass murder had occurred the year before. The house, with its distinctive high windows, soon became the site of a series of terrifying and unexplainable events. According to the Lutzes, they experienced a wide range of paranormal phenomena while living in the house, including strange noises, moving furniture, and ghostly apparitions. One of the most disturbing incidents involved a demonic pig-like creature that was said to have appeared in the house. The family also claimed to have been physically assaulted by unseen entities, and reported waking up at 3:15 a.m. every night, the same time that the previous occupants of the house were murdered. The Lutzes eventually fled the house in terror after just 28 days, leaving most of their possessions behind. The events at the Amityville house quickly became a media sensation, and numerous books, films, and television shows were based on the story. However, the veracity of the Lutzes' claims has been called into question by many, and some have suggested that the entire story was a hoax or a publicity stunt. For example, some critics have noted that the Lutzes never reported any paranormal activity during their initial walkthrough of the house, and that much of the supposed evidence of supernatural activity was later found to be faked. Additionally, some of the family members involved in the case have given conflicting accounts of their experiences, further fueling speculation that the entire story was a hoax. Despite the doubts and controversy surrounding the case, the Amityville Horror remains one of the most iconic and influential horror stories of all time. Whether it was a genuine case of paranormal activity or a clever marketing ploy, the story of the Lutz family's brief stay in the Amityville house continues to captivate and terrify audiences more than 40 years later. The Dyatlov Pass incident is one of the most mysterious and disturbing cases of unexplained deaths in modern history. In 1959, a group of 9 experienced hikers set out on a trek into the Ural Mountains of Russia, but never returned. Their bodies were eventually discovered in a remote area of the mountains, under circumstances that remain shrouded in mystery to this day. The hikers had set up camp on the slopes of Kolytsyakhl, a mountain in the northern Urals. According to investigators, they had been resting for the night when something caused them to cut their way out of their tent from the inside and flee into the cold, dark night. The hikers were not dressed for the freezing weather, and their bodies were later found scattered across the area in various states of undress. The exact cause of their deaths remains a mystery, but the injuries sustained by some of the hikers were both bizarre and horrific. Some had fractured skulls and ribs, while others had suffered massive internal injuries without any external signs of trauma. One of the hikers had a missing tongue, while others were found with radioactive contamination. The official investigation into the incident was inconclusive, with no clear explanation for what happened. The Soviet government initially blamed the incident on compelling natural forces, but conspiracy theories have abounded ever since. Some have suggested that the hikers were attacked by a yeti or other unknown creature, while others have speculated that they were the victims of a secret military experiment. In recent years, a number of scientific and forensic investigations have attempted to shed light on the Dyatlov Pass incident. Some have suggested that a sudden and unexpected avalanche could have caused the hikers to flee their tent in a panic, while others have pointed to the effects of hypothermia and extreme stress on their behavior. Despite the many theories and investigations, the truth behind the Dyatlov Pass incident remains elusive. The deaths of these 9 young hikers in the remote mountains of Russia continues to fascinate and terrify people to this day, and their legacy has become a testament to the enduring power of unsolved mysteries. The Hinterkaifeck murders is one of the most chilling and baffling unsolved crimes in German history. The murders occurred in 1922 on a small farm in the rural village of Hinterkaifeck, in the southern state of Bavaria. 6 people, including an elderly couple, their daughter, and 2 young grandchildren, were brutally murdered with a pickaxe over the course of several hours. The bodies were discovered by a neighbor who had grown concerned about the family's well-being after not seeing them for several days. The police investigation into the murders was hampered by a number of factors, including the fact that the crime scene had been disturbed by curious onlookers and the family's animals. In addition, no clear motive for the killings was ever identified, and no suspects were ever arrested. Despite the lack of clear leads, a number of theories and suspects have been proposed over the years. Some have suggested that the murders were the result of a family feud or a dispute over property, while others have pointed to the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. One of the most intriguing theories involves the possibility of a former farmhand who had been dismissed from the Hinterkaifeck property for unknown reasons. The man was reportedly seen in the area on the day of the murders, and may have had a grudge against the family. However, the true identity and motives of the killer or killers remain unknown to this day. The Hinterkaifeck murders have become one of the most enduring and haunting unsolved mysteries in German history, and continue to captivate the public imagination more than 100 years later. In recent years, advances in forensic technology have led to renewed interest in the case, with some experts suggesting that it may still be possible to identify the killer through DNA analysis or other forensic methods. However, despite the many theories and investigations, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain a tragic and unsettling reminder of the darkness that can lurk in even the most peaceful and idyllic corners of the world. The Villisca Axe murders is a gruesome and unsolved crime that occurred in the small town of Villisca, Iowa in 1912. On the night of June 10th, 8 people, including 6 children, were brutally murdered in their sleep with an axe. The victims were a well-respected family in the community, and the crime sent shockwaves through the town and the surrounding area. The murder weapon, an axe found in the house, belonged to the family and had been used to bludgeon the victims to death. Despite an extensive investigation by local authorities and the involvement of private detectives, the case was never solved. Many suspects were considered, including a traveling preacher and a transient farm worker, but no arrests were ever made. The crime has remained a haunting and unsolved mystery for over a century, and has inspired numerous books, films, and television shows. The case has also sparked a great deal of speculation and controversy, with some suggesting that the killer was a member of the community who had been overlooked or protected by local authorities. One of the most chilling aspects of the Villisca Axe murders is the fact that the killer, or killers, remain unknown to this day. The crime scene was disturbed by curious onlookers before the authorities arrived, and the lack of forensic technology at the time made it difficult to identify any solid leads. Despite this, the case has continued to capture the public imagination and has inspired a number of theories and investigations over the years. Some have pointed to the possibility of a connection between the Villisca murders and a similar crime that occurred in nearby Colorado just a year later, while others have speculated that the killer may have been a serial murderer who targeted families in rural areas. The Villisca Axe murders remain a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk in even the most peaceful and unassuming corners of the world. The unsolved nature of the crime has only added to its notoriety, and the memory of the victims and their tragic fate continues to haunt the town of Villisca and all those who have been touched by this horrific and senseless act of violence.
Bangor Fort is a fascinating and haunted place located in Rajasthan, India. This fort is known for its eerie atmosphere and the stories of its haunting that have been passed down from generation to generation. Bangor Fort is situated at the base of the Aravalli Range and was built in the 17th century by King Madho Singh. Legend has it that a sorcerer fell in love with the Princess of Bangor, but his love was unrequited. The sorcerer, in a fit of rage, placed a curse on the town, which led to its downfall. The curse was so potent that it led to the abandonment of the entire town around the fort. People who visit Bangor Fort report feeling an eerie presence and hearing strange noises. They've also claimed to see apparitions and even experienced possessions by spirits. One such incident involved a group of friends who decided to visit Bangor Fort at night. They entered the fort after dark and found themselves surrounded by a strange energy. They could hear footsteps, and the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. As they explored the fort, they heard the sound of a woman screaming. They followed the sound and found themselves in a dark room with a strange odor. The woman's screams grew louder, and suddenly, one of the friends was thrown against the wall by an unseen force. Another story that has been passed down is that of a group of tourists who entered the fort after dark. They were warned by the locals not to stay too long, but they ignored the warning and continued to explore the fort. As they were leaving, they noticed a young girl standing near the fort's entrance. She was dressed in traditional Indian attire and looked lost. They approached her to offer help, but as they got closer, the girl's face turned into that of a witch, and she vanished into thin air. The fort's haunting is so well known that the Archaeological Survey of India has put up a signboard outside the fort warning people not to enter after sunset. The signboard reads, "Entering the borders of Bangor before sunrise and after sunset is strictly prohibited." It is believed that the spirits of the cursed town still roam around the fort at night, and anyone who enters after dark risks being possessed or worse. Bangor Fort remains a fascinating place to visit, even with its dark history and reputation for being haunted. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the eerie atmosphere of the fort is sure to send shivers down your spine. So, if you're ever in Rajasthan, be sure to visit Bangor Fort during the day, and be sure to heed the warning not to enter after dark. Dao Hill, located in West Bengal, India, is known for its spooky atmosphere and reported ghost sightings that have terrified visitors for decades. This area is so notorious for its paranormal activity that even the local school has reported strange happenings. The area surrounding Dao Hill is dense and misty, with an abundance of foliage that adds to its spooky atmosphere. However, it's not just the environment that makes Dao Hill such a haunted place. It's the stories of the ghosts that have been seen and heard in the area for years. One of the most common sightings in Dao Hill is that of a headless boy. Many people have reported seeing a headless child walking through the forest, often accompanied by the sound of footsteps or the rustling of leaves. The apparition is said to be a ghost of a boy who died in the area under mysterious circumstances. Another ghostly presence that has been reported in the area is that of a woman in white. She is said to wander through the forest, often disappearing into the mist. Some say that she is the ghost of a woman who was murdered in the area, while others believe that she is the spirit of a woman who died under mysterious circumstances. One of the most terrifying stories associated with Dao Hill is that of the ghostly guard who patrols the area. He is said to be a spectral figure dressed in colonial era clothing who appears to be walking through the forest. Some people have reported seeing him carrying a gun, while others have seen him simply walking through the trees. The ghostly presence of Dao Hill is not limited to the forest. The local school is also said to be haunted. The building is said to be built on burial ground, and strange noises, footsteps, and whispers have been heard in the corridors. Some students have reported seeing apparitions of children in the school, and others have reported feeling a cold breeze or a touch on their shoulder when no one is around. One of the most mysterious incidents associated with the school occurred in the 1960s. A group of students went on a field trip to the nearby forest, but only one student returned. The rest of the group disappeared, and their bodies were never found. To this day, no one knows what happened to them. The stories of Dao Hill are both terrifying and intriguing. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the stories of this haunted place are sure to send shivers down your spine. If you ever find yourself in West Bengal, take a trip to Dao Hill. but be prepared for the supernatural presence that awaits you. The Dumas Beach in Gujarat, India, is known for its black sand, beautiful sunsets, and ghost sightings. The beach is said to be haunted, and locals and tourists alike have reported strange occurrences and supernatural experiences while visiting this picturesque location. The legend behind the haunting of Dumas Beach revolves around the area's history as a cremation ground. It is said that the spirits of those who were cremated on the beach still haunt the area, causing strange occurrences and eerie sightings. One of the most commonly reported phenomena at Dumas Beach is the sound of disembodied voices. People have reported hearing strange whispers and moans while walking on the beach, even when there's no one around. Some people have even claimed to hear their own names being called out in the darkness. Another common sighting on the beach is that of shadowy figures moving in the distance. People have reported seeing shadowy apparitions moving along the beach at night, often accompanied by the feeling of being watched or followed. Some people have even reported seeing ghostly figures rising from the sand and walking along the beach. One particularly chilling incident was reported by a group of friends who decided to camp on the beach for the night. They set up their tents and started a campfire, but as the night wore on, they began to feel increasingly uneasy. They heard strange noises and saw shadowy figures moving in the distance. Suddenly, one of their friends began to feel ill, and they decided to pack up and leave. As they were leaving, they saw a shadowy figure standing in the distance, watching them. The figure disappeared into the darkness before they could get a closer look. Despite the haunting legends surrounding the beach, it remains a popular tourist destination. Many people come to witness the black sand and beautiful sunsets, and some even come hoping to experience a supernatural encounter. However, visitors are advised to be respectful and avoid disturbing the peace of the area. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the legends surrounding Dumas Beach are sure to send shivers down your spine. The beach's haunting history and the stories of those who have witnessed supernatural events are enough to make even the bravest of souls feel uneasy. If you're ever in Gujarat, be sure to visit Dumas Beach, but be prepared for the supernatural presence that awaits you. Bangor Fort is a 17th century fort located in Rajasthan, India. It's known as one of the most haunted places in India, and it's believed to be cursed. The fort has a tragic history, and it's said that the spirits of those who died there still haunt the area to this day. The legend surrounding Bangor Fort tells the story of Princess Ratnavati, who is said to be the most beautiful woman in all Rajasthan. A sorcerer named Singhiya fell in love with the princess and tried to use a love potion to make her fall in love with him. However, the princess discovered his plot and threw the potion onto a large stone, which then crushed Singhiya. Before he died, he cursed the fort, saying that no one would be able to live within its walls. The fort was abandoned soon after, and said that the spirits of those who died there still haunt the area. Visitors to the fort have reported hearing strange noises and experiencing supernatural occurrences, including seeing apparitions and feeling the presence of unseen entities. One of the most commonly reported phenomena at Bangor Fort is the sound of music and laughter. People have reported hearing the sounds of people singing and dancing, even though the fort is completely empty. Some people have even reported seeing shadowy figures moving along the walls and disappearing into thin air. Another common sighting at the fort is that of a ghostly woman in white. She is said to be the spirit of Princess Ratnavati herself, wandering the halls of the fort. People have reported seeing her ghostly figure moving through the fort, often accompanied by the sound of her soft footsteps. Despite the fort's reputation as a haunted place, it remains a popular tourist destination. Many people come to explore the ancient ruins and learn about the fort's tragic history. However, visitors are advised to be respectful and avoid disturbing the peace of the area. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the legends surrounding Bangor Fort are sure to send shivers down your spine. The fort's cursed history and the stories of those who have witnessed supernatural events that are enough to make even the bravest of souls feel uneasy. If you're ever in Rajasthan, be sure to visit Bangor Fort, but be prepared for the supernatural presence that awaits you. The story of the RE Mill colony haunting in Mumbai, India, is a chilling tale that has been passed down for generations. The colony is a sprawling complex of dairy farms and milk processing units located in the suburbs of Mumbai. It's said to be one of the most haunted places in the city, with reports of supernatural occurrences dating back to the early 1900s. The story of the RE Mill colony haunting begins with the death of a young woman named Kobana. She was a worker at the colony and was reportedly raped and murdered by one of her colleagues. Her body was discovered in one of the dairy farms, and her murderer was never caught. Soon after her death, strange things began to happen at the colony. Workers reported hearing strange noises and experiencing unexplained events, such as doors opening and closing on their own. Some people claimed to have seen the ghost of Kobana wandering the halls of the dairy farms, accompanied by the sound of her haunting cries. One particularly chilling incident was reported by a group of workers who were working the night shift at the colony. They were in one of the dairy farms when they heard the sound of someone walking towards them. They turned around to see a ghostly figure of a woman standing behind them, her eyes glowing in the darkness. They immediately fled the scene, and some of them even quit their jobs at the colony. Despite the reports of supernatural occurrences, the RE Mill colony remains a functioning dairy farm and processing center. However, the legend of the haunting continues to draw tourists and ghost hunters from all over the country. Some people believe that the ghost of Kobana is still present at the colony, unable to rest until her murderer is brought to justice. Others believe that the complex's history as a cremation ground is responsible for the supernatural activity. Whatever the reason for the haunting, the RE Mill colony remains a chilling reminder of the darker side of human nature and the mysteries of the supernatural. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the stories surrounding the colony are sure to send shivers down your spine. If you're ever in Mumbai, be sure to visit the RE Mill colony, but be prepared for the supernatural presence that awaits you. Captain John Peters had been in space for what seemed like an eternity. He had seen and experienced things that were beyond imagination. He had visited strange new worlds, witnessed the birth and death of stars, and explored the far reaches of the universe. But nothing had prepared him for what he was about to encounter. Peters was part of a team of astronauts on a mission to explore a planet that had been detected by the most powerful telescopes on Earth. The planet was located in a distant galaxy and was thought to be capable of supporting life. It was a dangerous mission, but Peters and his team were well prepared for the journey. The landing was rough, and Peters had to use all his piloting skills to bring the spacecraft down safely. As soon as he opened the hatch, he felt the heat and humidity of the alien world. The planet was lush and green, with towering trees and strange plants. The air was thick with the sound of chirping and buzzing insects. Peters stepped out of the spacecraft and looked around. He could see no signs of intelligent life, but he knew that he had to be cautious. The planet was full of unknown dangers, and he and his team were the first humans to set foot on it. As he walked, Peters began to notice something strange about the world around him. The trees were different, the plants were unlike anything he had ever seen, and the animals were unfamiliar. It was then that he realized that this planet was not just different, it was ancient. He checked the readings on his equipment and confirmed his suspicion. The planet was over 65 million years old, dating back to the Cretaceous period. Peters was stunned. He had landed on a planet that was older than his own planet Earth and was home to creatures that had been extinct for millions of years. It was then that he saw the first dinosaur. It was a small creature, about the size of a dog, with sharp teeth and a long tail. Peters froze, unsure of what to do. He had never seen a live dinosaur before, and he was not sure how to react. As he watched, the dinosaur moved closer, sniffing at Peters' feet. Peters remained still, hoping that the creature would lose interest and move on. But it didn't. Instead, it reared up on its hind legs, baring its teeth and hissing. Peters knew that he had to act fast. He reached for his weapon, a high-tech laser gun designed to stun and immobilize any hostile creatures. He aimed carefully and fired. The beam hit the dinosaur, and it fell to the ground, stunned. Peters took a deep breath and looked around. He realized that he was not alone on the planet. There were more dinosaurs, some small and harmless, and others large and deadly. He knew that he had to be careful if he wanted to survive on this ancient world. Peters retrieved his equipment and began to explore the planet, careful to avoid any dangerous creatures. He knew that he had a lot to learn about this strange and mysterious world, and that his survival depended on his ability to adapt and survive in this hostile environment. As Captain Peters ventured deeper into the lush forest, he realized that he was not alone. The dinosaurs were everywhere, and they seemed to be watching him with a curious eye. He had never felt so vulnerable in his life, knowing that at any moment, he could be attacked by these prehistoric creatures. Peters' training had prepared him for many different scenarios, but he had never encountered anything like this before. He knew that the creatures were not just dangerous, but also intelligent and capable of hunting in packs. He had to be constantly aware of his surroundings and ready to defend himself at all times. The first few days on the planet were spent setting up camp and exploring the immediate area. Peters and his team quickly realized that they were not equipped to deal with the dangers of the planet. They had to be constantly on the lookout for predators, and their weapons were not always effective against the thick hides of the dinosaurs. Peters soon learned that he had to adapt to survive on his planet. He started to observe the dinosaurs and learn their behaviors, their hunting patterns, and their weaknesses. He discovered that some of the smaller creatures were easy to scare off with loud noises, while the larger predators were more difficult to deter. One night, Peters and his team were ambushed by a pack of raptors. The creatures were intelligent and coordinated, attacking from different directions and using their speed and agility to outmaneuver the humans. Peters knew that they had to act fast if they were to survive. He ordered his team to fire their weapons, using the laser guns to stun the creatures, and create a diversion. The raptors were momentarily stunned, giving Peters and his team enough time to escape. They ran through the forest, the sound of the raptors' screams and growls echoing behind them. Peters knew that they had to find a way to defend themselves against the predators. He spent the next few days experimenting with different weapons and strategies, trying to find a way to protect himself and his team from the relentless attacks. Finally, he came up with a plan. He and his team constructed a series of traps and barricades, using the local vegetation to camouflage them. They also built a series of decoys, using mannequins and holographic technology to distract the dinosaurs and lure them into the traps. The plan worked. The dinosaurs were caught off guard by the traps, and many of them were either killed or captured. Peters and his team were finally able to relax, knowing that they had created a safe haven in the midst of the dangerous and unpredictable environment. However, Peters knew that their victory was only temporary. The dinosaurs were still out there, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. He knew that they had to stay vigilant and be prepared for anything that might come their way. As Peters settled in for the night, he could hear the distant roars of the dinosaurs, a reminder that he was still a long way from home and that he was never truly safe on this mysterious planet. He knew that he had to keep fighting, keep surviving, if he was to make it out alive. As Peters and his team continued to explore the planet, they stumbled upon a series of ancient ruins that hinted at a civilization that had once thrived on the planet. The ruins were massive, stretching for miles in every direction, and were made of a strange, indestructible material that seemed to be impervious to the passage of time. Peters and his team were fascinated by the ruins, and they spent several days exploring the intricate passageways and examining the hieroglyphics that adorned the walls. The more they learned, the more intrigued they became, and they soon realized that they had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. It quickly became apparent that the civilization that had built the ruins was far more advanced than anything Peters had ever encountered before. The hieroglyphics told a story of a people who had mastered space travel, advanced technology, and had even developed a way to control the dinosaurs that roamed the planet. Peters was amazed by the sheer scale and complexity of the ruins. He knew that the civilization that had built them must have been incredibly intelligent, and he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to them. As they continued to explore the ruins, Peters and his team discovered a massive underground facility that was unlike anything they had ever seen before. The facility was filled with advanced technology and strange, otherworldly devices that seemed to be powered by a mysterious energy source. As they delved deeper into the facility, Peters and his team discovered a hidden chamber that contained a massive, glowing crystal. The crystal emitted an otherworldly energy that filled the room with a warm, pulsating light. Peters knew that he had to investigate further. He stepped closer to the crystal, and as he did, he felt the strange energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, he was transported to another place, a different time and dimension, where he witnessed the fall of the ancient civilization and the destruction of the planet. The crystal was a portal, a gateway to other worlds and dimensions. It had been created by the ancient civilization as a means of escape, a way to travel to other planets and avoid the cataclysmic events that were destroying their own world. Peters realized that he had been chosen to uncover the secrets of the crystal and to use its power to escape the planet before it was too late. He knew that he had to act quickly, as time was running out. Peters and his team worked tirelessly to activate the crystal and prepare for their journey. They gathered supplies, repaired their ships, and made sure that they were ready for whatever lay ahead. As they prepared to leave the planet, Peters looked out at the ruins and the dinosaurs that roamed the landscape. He knew that he was leaving behind a world that was filled with wonders and mysteries, a world that had once been home to an incredible civilization. But he also knew that he was heading towards a new adventure, a new world, and a new set of challenges. As Peters and his team blasted off from the planet, he couldn't help but wonder what other mysteries and wonders lay ahead. He was filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to explore the vast and infinite universe that lay before him. As Peters and his team prepared to leave the planet, they were suddenly interrupted by a loud roar that echoed across the landscape. They quickly realized that they were not alone on the planet, and that the dinosaurs were not as docile as they had originally thought. A group of velociraptors had spotted Peters and his team, and they were closing in fast. Peters and his team knew that they were in danger, and they quickly retreated to their ships, hoping to make a quick escape. However, the dinosaurs were relentless, and they attacked the ships with a ferocity that Peters had never seen before. The ships were hit by a barrage of claws and teeth, and the team was forced to fight for their lives. Peters and his team fought bravely, using their advanced technology and weapons to fend off the dinosaurs. They quickly realized that they were outmatched, and that they needed to come up with a new plan if they were going to survive. Peters remembered the hieroglyphics that they had seen in the ruins, and he knew that the ancient civilization had found a way to control the dinosaurs. He wondered if he could find a way to tap into that same technology and use it to his advantage. He quickly gathered his team, and they set out to find the device that the ancient civilization had used to control the dinosaurs. They searched the ruins until they finally stumbled upon a massive machine that seemed to be powered by the same otherworldly energy as the crystal. Peters knew that the machine was their only hope, and he quickly got to work trying to figure out how to operate it. After several hours of trial and error, Peters finally managed to activate the machine. Suddenly, the dinosaurs stopped attacking. Peters and his team watched in amazement as the velociraptors that had been attacking them suddenly turned and walked away. The machine had worked, and they had found a way to control the dinosaurs. With the dinosaurs now under their control, Peters and his team were finally able to make their escape from the planet. They knew that they had uncovered something truly remarkable, and they couldn't wait to share their discovery with the rest of the world. As they flew away from the planet, Peters couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden in the vast expanse of space. He knew that there were other worlds out there, other civilizations to discover, and he was eager to continue his exploration. But as he looked back at the planet one last time, Peters couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. He knew that the world he was leaving behind was filled with wonders and mysteries, a world that had once been home to an incredible civilization. And he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets were hidden on that ancient world, waiting to be uncovered by the next brave explorer. Peters and his team returned to Earth as heroes, hailed for their incredible discovery of an ancient civilization and the ability to control dinosaurs. The scientific community was abuzz with excitement, and the media frenzy that followed made Peters and his team instant celebrities. But Peters couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him since their return. He knew that the discovery of the ancient civilization and the dinosaurs had changed everything, and he wondered what the long-term consequences would be. As he settled back into his life on Earth, Peters found himself plagued by nightmares of the dinosaurs and the destruction they could cause. He knew that the technology they had uncovered was incredibly powerful, and he worried about what would happen if it fell into the wrong hands. Peters' fears were soon realized when a rival corporation, envious of Peters' success, managed to steal the technology and replicate it. They saw the potential for military applications, and began creating an army of genetically engineered dinosaurs, intent on using them as weapons of war. Peters was horrified by the development, knowing that the dinosaurs were not meant to be used as weapons. He knew that he had to stop the rival corporation before it was too late. He gathered his team, and they set out to stop the rival corporation, using their knowledge and expertise to fight against the army of genetically engineered dinosaurs. It was a dangerous mission, and many of Peters' team were injured or killed in the process. But Peters refused to give up, knowing that the stakes were too high. He finally managed to infiltrate the rival corporation's base and destroy the technology, putting an end to their plans for an army of dinosaurs. Peters returned to Earth a hero once again, hailed for his bravery in stopping the rival corporation. But the experience had changed him, and he couldn't help but wonder what other dangers lurked in the universe. He knew that there were other worlds out there, other civilizations to discover, but he also knew that with every discovery came potential for danger. And he wondered if the human race was truly ready to explore the vast expanse of space, with all its wonders and perils. As he looked up at the stars, Peters couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. He knew that the universe was vast and mysterious, and he was eager to continue his exploration. But he also knew that the journey ahead would not be easy, and that the dangers of the unknown were always lurking just around the corner. Years passed after Peters and his team returned to Earth, but the legacy of the dinosaurs remained. The scientific community continued to study the technology they had discovered on the mysterious planet, fascinated by the potential applications of genetically engineered dinosaurs. While some were hopeful about the future applications of the technology, others were deeply concerned about the ethical implications of playing with the building blocks of life. There were fears that the technology could be used for sinister purposes, or that the dinosaurs could escape and wreak havoc on the world. Despite the concerns, the technology continued to advance, and soon it became commonplace to see genetically engineered animals in zoos and theme parks. The public was fascinated by these creatures, but Peters couldn't shake the feeling that they were playing with fire. As the years went by, Peters watched as the world changed around him. The advances in genetics and biotechnology had led to incredible breakthroughs, but also to new ethical dilemmas that the world was struggling to come to terms with. Peters knew that he had played a part in unleashing this technology on the world, and he felt a sense of responsibility to ensure that it was used ethically and responsibly. He became an advocate for responsible genetic engineering, speaking out against those who sought to use the technology for personal gain or to further their own agendas. As he grew older, Peters began to realize that his time on Earth was running out. He knew that he had made mistakes in his life, but he hoped that his work in promoting responsible genetic engineering would be his legacy. He spent his final years advocating for conservation efforts to protect endangered species and for the responsible use of genetic engineering in medicine and agriculture. He wanted to ensure that the legacy of the dinosaurs was one of progress and responsible use of technology rather than one of destruction and chaos. As Peters took his last breath, he felt a sense of peace. He knew that his work had made a difference and that he had helped shape the future of the world in a positive way. And as he closed his eyes for the final time, he felt a sense of hope that the legacy of the dinosaurs would be one of responsible use of technology and a brighter future for all. Captain
As the night falls and the darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens, Ocean? Brace yourself, because the journey we're about to take is not for the faint of heart.
The abandoned movie studio stood in the outskirts of the town, with its rusted gates creaking in the wind. Once a thriving hub of creativity and entertainment, it now lay in ruins, with broken windows and peeling paint. The boys had heard rumors about the place from the older kids in school, but they had never dared to venture inside. That is, until today. The sun was shining bright, and the birds were chirping merrily in the trees. School was in session, but the boys had other plans. They had decided to ditch school and explore the abandoned studio, hoping to find some hidden treasures or forgotten artifacts. They had brought with them a bag full of snacks, a flashlight, and a camera to capture any interesting findings. As they approached the gate, they could feel a strange sense of excitement mixed with fear. The gates were locked, but it was easy for the boys to climb over them. Once inside, they were struck by the eerie silence that hung in the air. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty halls, and the smell of dust and decay filled their noses. The studio was huge, with multiple sound stages, editing rooms, and equipment rooms. The boys felt like they were in a different world, surrounded by the remnants of a forgotten time. They saw old film reels, faded posters, and broken camera equipment strewn across the rooms. It was like a time capsule of a bygone era, and they were the lucky ones to have discovered it. But as they delved deeper into the studio, they began to feel that they were not alone. They heard strange noises, like footsteps and whispers, that seemed to be coming from the shadows. The boys tried to brush it off as their imagination, but the feeling of being watched persisted. Suddenly, they heard a loud creaking sound, and a door at the end of the hallway opened. A figure appeared in the doorway, his face covered by a hood. The boys froze, unsure of what to do. The figure approached them slowly, and they could see that he was holding something in his hand. It was a knife. The boys screamed and ran in the opposite direction, but the figure was hot on their heels. They could hear his heavy breathing and the sound of his footsteps getting closer and closer. They knew that they had to find a place to hide, or else they would be caught. Finally, they found a storage room and shut the door behind them. They could hear the maniac's footsteps outside, and they held their breath, waiting for him to leave. After what seemed like hours, the footsteps faded away, and the boys cautiously opened the door. The studio was now completely silent, and the boys knew that they had to get out of there as fast as they could. They ran back to the gate, climbed over it, and ran all the way back to their homes. Little did they know that their innocent exploration had awoken a maniac who would soon unleash terror on their families and the town. The abandoned studio was not a place for curious kids. It was a place of horror and secrets that should have remained hidden forever. The boys had never intended to cause any harm when they decided to ditch school and explore the abandoned movie studio. They had only wanted to have a bit of fun, to feel the excitement of adventure and exploration that they had seen in their favorite movies. They had never expected to awaken a maniac who would soon terrorize their families and the town. When the boys returned home from their adventure, they tried to forget about what had happened. They laughed and joked about their narrow escape, and they bragged to their friends about their bravery. But deep down, they knew that something was not right. They could feel a sense of unease and dread, like a dark cloud hanging over their heads. The next day, strange things started to happen. The boys' families began to receive threatening letters and phone calls, warning them to stay away from the abandoned studio. The letters were written in a scrawled handwriting, and they were filled with threats and curses. The phone calls were silent, but the boys' parents could hear breathing on the other end of the line. At first, the families dismissed the letters and calls as a prank, but as the days went by, they became more and more frequent and more sinister. The boys' parents began to worry, and they contacted the police, who promised to investigate. But the police could find no evidence of who was behind the threats. They searched the abandoned studio, but they found nothing but dust and cobwebs. They questioned the boys, but they could not provide any useful information. It seemed like the threats were coming from nowhere, like a ghost haunting the town. The boys were terrified, and they could not sleep at night. They felt like they were being watched all the time, like someone was lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. They started to regret their decision to explore the abandoned studio, and they wished that they could turn back time. But it was too late. The maniac had been awoken, and he was determined to get revenge on those who had disturbed his slumber. He had been living in the abandoned studio for years, hiding in the shadows, waiting for someone to come along. When the boys had entered his domain, he had seen it as a sign that it was time to strike. The maniac was a recluse, a loner who had been rejected by society. He had become obsessed with the movie studio, with its history and its secrets. He had spent years studying its every nook and cranny, learning its layout and its weaknesses. And now, he was ready to use that knowledge to his advantage. The boys had unwittingly unleashed a monster, and there was no turning back. The maniac was on the loose, and he was coming for them. They had made an innocent mistake, but they would soon pay the price for it. The boys' families continued to receive threatening letters and phone calls from the maniac, but they still had no idea who he was or how to stop him. They had all started to live in fear, afraid of what might happen next. But they never expected the maniac to strike so soon. It was a warm summer evening, and the boys' families had gathered for a barbecue in the backyard of one of their houses. They were all chatting and laughing, trying to forget about the threats that had been plaguing them. The boys had been playing basketball in the driveway, but they had come inside to get some drinks. As they walked through the house, they noticed that something was off. There was a strange smell in the air, like burnt hair and gasoline. They looked around, trying to figure out where the smell was coming from, when suddenly, they heard a loud crash from the backyard. They ran to the back door and saw a sight that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The backyard was on fire, with flames reaching high into the sky. The barbecue grill had exploded, sending hot coals and burning debris everywhere. And in the middle of the chaos stood the maniac, his face twisted in a grotesque grin. The boys' families were screaming and running in every direction, trying to escape the flames. But the maniac was blocking their path, brandishing a gasoline can and a lighter. He was laughing maniacally, enjoying the chaos and destruction that he had caused. The boys knew that they had to act fast if they were going to save their families. They ran to the garage and grabbed the fire extinguishers, hoping that they could put out the flames before it was too late. They fought their way through the smoke and flames, spraying the extinguishers at the burning debris. But the maniac was not going to let them win so easily. He had a twisted determination to destroy everything and everyone who had crossed his path. He picked up a nearby garden hose and began spraying the boys with water, trying to douse the flames and drown them at the same time. The boys were caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse, dodging the maniac's attacks and trying to put out the flames at the same time. They were covered in soot and sweat, their clothes singed and torn. But they refused to give up, knowing that their families were counting on them. Finally, after what felt like hours, the boys managed to put out the flames and subdue the maniac. They had saved their families, but at a great cost. The backyard was destroyed, and their homes were damaged. But the worst damage was to their spirits, as they realized that the maniac was still out there, waiting to strike again. The maniac was taken into custody by the police, but he remained silent and unrepentant. He seemed to revel in his notoriety, basking in the attention that he was getting from the media. The boys and their families were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives, knowing that they would never be able to forget the horror that they had experienced. The maniac's attack had been brutal and unexpected, but it was only the beginning. The town was about to be plunged into a nightmare that would shake it to its very core. The maniac had a plan that would unleash chaos and destruction on an unprecedented scale. And the boys and their families were caught in the middle of it. After the maniac's attack on their backyard, the boys and their families were even more determined to stop him before he could hurt anyone else. They knew that the police were doing their best to catch the maniac, but they also knew that they couldn't rely on the authorities alone. The boys decided to take matters into their own hands and go on a hunt for clues. They were convinced that if they could figure out who the maniac was, they could stop him before he caused any more damage. They gathered in one of the boys' houses and started brainstorming. They knew that the maniac had some kind of connection to the abandoned movie studio, but they didn't know what it was. They decided to start there, hoping that they could find something that would lead them to the maniac. The boys snuck out of their houses late at night and made their way to the movie studio. They had never been inside before, and they were a little nervous about what they might find. The studio was dark and silent, with shadows looming in every corner. They searched the main building first, looking for any kind of clue that might help them. They found nothing but dust and cobwebs, the only sound their own footsteps echoing off the walls. They were about to give up when one of the boys noticed something strange about the floorboards. There was a loose board in the floor, with a small gap between it and the one next to it. The boys pried it open and found a small box hidden underneath. Inside the box, they found a collection of old photographs and newspaper clippings. The photographs were all of a man in his mid-30s, with a cruel smirk on his face. He was posing with different groups of people, sometimes holding a bottle of alcohol or a cigarette. The boys recognized him immediately as one of the workers at the movie studio, a man who had been fired a few years ago for causing trouble on set. The newspaper clippings were all about the man's subsequent run-ins with the law. He had been arrested several times for petty theft and assault, but he had always managed to avoid serious jail time. The boys realized that this man was their maniac, the one who had been terrorizing their families. They carefully put the box back where they had found it, hoping that no one would notice that it had been disturbed. They knew that they had to go to the police with the information they had found, but they also knew that they couldn't risk the maniac finding out that they were onto him. The boys snuck back into their houses and went to bed, their heads full of plans and possibilities. They knew that they were getting closer to stopping the maniac, but they also knew that they were in more danger than ever before. The maniac had shown that he was willing to do anything to get what he wanted, and the boys and their families were standing in his way. The boys knew that they had to act quickly to stop the maniac before he could hurt anyone else. They decided to go to the police with the information they had found, but they also knew that they needed to be careful. They didn't want the maniac to find out that they were onto him. The boys came up with a plan. They would go to the police station together and tell the officers everything they knew about the maniac. They would also ask for protection for their families, just in case the maniac found out that they had been talking to the police. The boys set out early in the morning, determined to put an end to the maniac's reign of terror. They walked to the police station, their hearts pounding in their chests. When they arrived, they were greeted by a group of officers who listened to their story with interest. The officers took the information the boys had found seriously and promised to do everything in their power to catch the maniac. They also promised to provide protection for the boys' families. As the boys left the police station, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. They had done their part, and now it was up to the police to catch the maniac. However, as they made their way back home, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They turned a corner and saw the maniac standing in front of them, his eyes fixed on them. The boys froze, their hearts pounding in their chests. The maniac took a step forward, and the boys knew that they had to act fast. One of the boys picked up a rock and threw it at the maniac, hitting him in the shoulder. The maniac screamed in pain and lunged at the boys. They scattered, running in different directions. The maniac chased after them, his footsteps pounding on the pavement. The boys knew that they had to find a place to hide, or they would be caught. They turned into an alley and saw a door leading into a small storage shed. The boys opened the door and ran inside, locking it behind them. They huddled together in the darkness, their hearts racing. They could hear the maniac pounding on the door, trying to get in. Suddenly, they heard sirens in the distance. The police had arrived. The maniac heard them too and took off running in the opposite direction. The boys breathed a sigh of relief as they emerged from the shed. The police officers were waiting for them, and they took them home safely. The maniac was eventually caught and taken into custody. The families in the neighborhood could finally sleep soundly at night, knowing that they were safe from harm. The boys had been through a terrifying experience, but they had also learned the importance of standing up for what is right and the strength of working together. They would always remember the lessons they had learned during their adventure at the abandoned movie studio. The maniac was finally caught and taken into custody, but the families in the neighborhood still felt the effects of his terror. The parents of the 3 boys were particularly affected, as they had been through the most traumatic experience. The families struggled to come to terms with what had happened. They were grateful that their children were safe, but they couldn't shake the feeling of fear that had taken hold of them. They began to lock their doors and windows at all times and installed security cameras around their homes. The 3 boys were also deeply affected by what they had experienced. They had nightmares and flashbacks, and they found it difficult to concentrate in school. They were also worried about the possibility of the maniac seeking revenge on them or their families. The boys' parents sought counseling for them, and they slowly began to heal from their trauma. The boys talked about what had happened, and they came to the realization that they had made a mistake by exploring the abandoned movie studio. They learned the importance of listening to their parents and staying out of dangerous situations. The boys also became closer as friends. They had gone through a frightening experience together, and it had brought them closer than ever before. They made a promise to always be there for each other and to never put themselves in danger again. The community also came together to support each other. They held a meeting where they discussed the importance of neighborhood watch and how to stay safe in their community. They formed a group that patrolled the streets at night, looking out for any suspicious activity. The police also increased their presence in the neighborhood, making sure that everyone felt safe. They patrolled the streets regularly and made a point of checking in with the families who had been affected by the maniac's terror. Slowly but surely, life returned to normal in the neighborhood. The families began to relax and feel safe again, and the boys returned to school with a newfound appreciation for the importance of safety and listening to authority. The experience had taught them all a valuable lesson about the importance of being vigilant and looking out for each other. It had also brought them closer as a community, and they vowed to always stand together in times of need. As for the abandoned movie studio, it remained empty and deserted. No one dared to venture inside, and it became a symbol of the danger that lurked in the shadows. The families in the neighborhood made a point of avoiding the area, and it became a silent reminder of the terror that they had all faced together. In the end, the experience had taught everyone involved a valuable lesson about the importance of safety and community. They had come through a frightening ordeal, but they had emerged stronger and more united than ever before.
As the night falls and the darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens when you hear a whisper in your ear, but there's no one there? Welcome to our world of horror, where the unknown is the only certainty and fear is the only emotion. Brace yourself, because the journey we're about to take is not for the faint of heart. The remote underwater cave system was the stuff of legend. Only a handful of people had ever ventured into its depths, and those who did had never returned to tell the tale. But for a group of experienced divers looking for a new challenge, the rumors of the cave system's treasures and mysteries were too tantalizing to ignore. The group consisted of 5 divers, each with their own specialty and experience level. There was Olivia, the team leader and expert in cave diving, Eric, the equipment specialist, Kim, the marine biologist, Marco, the photographer and videographer, and finally, Tom, the rookie who was eager to prove himself. The journey to the cave system was not an easy one. They had to travel through miles of dense jungle and rough terrain to reach the remote coastline. From there, they loaded their equipment onto a small boat and made their way towards the entrance of the cave system. As they approached, the divers could feel their excitement and trepidation growing. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of seaweed, and they had to navigate through a narrow passage to enter. Once inside, the cave system opened up into a labyrinth of twisting tunnels and caverns, lit only by the light of their dive torches. The group swam deeper into the cave system, taking in the breathtaking rock formations and marine life they encountered. Kim was particularly fascinated by the unique species of fish and crustaceans that she had never seen before. As they swam further, the water became colder and murkier, and the tunnels became narrower and more claustrophobic. But the divers persevered, driven by their curiosity and a desire to uncover the secrets of the underwater cave system. Finally, they came to a large chamber, unlike anything they had seen before. The walls were covered in shimmering crystals, and the ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness. But their awe was short-lived as they heard a strange sound echoing through the chamber, a low, guttural growl that made the water vibrate. Olivia signaled for the group to stay still, and they huddled together, their eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of danger. Suddenly, something large and dark darted out of the shadows, heading straight for them. The divers instinctively swam backwards, but it was too late. The creature was upon them, and they could see now that it was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It was a monstrous, fish-like creature with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes, and it was hungry. The divers scattered, trying to evade the creature's jaws as it chased them through the chamber. They could hear its jaws snapping shut just inches behind them, and they knew that their only chance was to find a way out of the cave system before it was too late. With their hearts pounding and their lungs burning, the divers swam deeper into the unknown depths of the underwater cave system. But as they would soon discover, the creature was not the only danger they faced, and their adventure was about to become a nightmare they would never forget. The creature chased the divers through the cavern, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches behind them. They could feel the water vibrate with each thunderous movement of the beast, and fear gripped their hearts as they realized that they might not make it out of the cave system alive. The team's leader, Olivia, quickly took charge, trying to find a way to fend off the creature. She signaled for Eric to hand her the spear gun, and he quickly obliged, handing it over as he swam past her. Olivia aimed the spear gun at the creature, but its thick scales were too tough to penetrate. She tried to aim for its eyes, but it was too fast and agile, dodging her every shot. Meanwhile, Kim had pulled out her underwater camera, trying to capture footage of the creature. She had never seen anything like it before, and she knew that the footage could be invaluable to the scientific community. As the creature continued its relentless pursuit, the divers realized that they needed to find a way out of the cavern. They swam deeper into the cave system, searching for an exit, but the creature was always close behind. Suddenly, Olivia spotted a small opening in the wall of the cavern. It was barely big enough for them to squeeze through, but it was their only chance. The divers swam towards the opening as fast as they could, the creature hot on their heels. With a final burst of speed, they managed to squeeze through the opening just as the creature slammed into the wall behind them. They could hear it growling and snapping its jaws, frustrated that its prey had escaped. As the divers caught their breath and regrouped, they realized that they had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. The cavern they had just escaped from was filled with strange and exotic marine life, unlike anything they had ever seen before. Kim was beside herself with excitement, her camera snapping away as she captured footage of the unique creatures. Marco was equally thrilled, snapping photos and taking notes about the environment and the creature's behavior. But as they explored further, they discovered something that chilled them to the bone. Deep within the cavern, they found a pile of human bones, picked clean and scattered haphazardly around the area. The divers realized that they were not the first to venture into the cave system, and that whoever had come before them had met a gruesome fate. They also knew that they were not alone in the underwater cave system, and that there were far more dangers lurking in the depths than they had ever imagined. As they swam deeper into the cave system, the divers knew that they were treading on dangerous ground. But their curiosity and thirst for adventure overruled their fear, and they pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets that lay hidden beneath the waves. The divers continued to explore the underwater cave system, their excitement tempered by the discovery of the human bones. They swam deeper into the cavern, marveling at the strange and exotic marine life they encountered along the way. As they swam, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She had the sense that something was following them, lurking just out of sight. She signaled for the team to stay alert, and they swam on, their senses on high alert. Suddenly, the floor of the cavern dropped away beneath them, plunging them into a dark and murky abyss. The team scrambled to get their bearings, their diving lights illuminating a series of deadly traps and obstacles that lay ahead. The cavern was filled with sharp stalagmites and stalactites, their pointed tips jutting out from the walls and ceiling. The divers had to maneuver carefully to avoid them, their movements slow and deliberate as they navigated the treacherous terrain. As they swam, they realized that the cavern was booby-trapped. Invisible wires hung in the water, waiting to be triggered by the slightest touch. Olivia signaled for the team to be cautious, and they swam on, their eyes scanning the murky depths for any sign of danger. Suddenly, a trap was triggered, and the team was caught in a deadly current, pulling them towards a massive propeller. They struggled against the current, fighting to break free, but it was too strong, dragging them closer and closer to the whirling blades. Just when it seemed that all was lost, Eric managed to grab hold of a nearby rock, anchoring himself in place. The other divers followed suit, grabbing hold of anything they could find to keep from being swept into the propeller. As the deadly current subsided, the divers realized that they were trapped. They had no way of escaping the cavern, and they were running low on air. Panic began to set in, and they knew that they needed to find a way out before it was too late. With no other options, Olivia signaled for the team to follow her as she swam deeper into the cavern. The water grew colder and darker, and the pressure increased, making it harder and harder to breathe. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, they spotted a faint light in the distance. They swam towards it, their hearts pounding with anticipation, hoping that it was the way out. As they got closer, they realized that it was a small opening in the cave system. It was a tight squeeze, but they managed to swim through, emerging on the other side, gasping for air. The team had made it through the deadly traps and obstacles, but they knew that there was still more to come. They swam on, determined to uncover the secrets of the underwater cave system, no matter what dangers lay ahead. The team of divers continued to explore the underwater cave system, but their encounter with the deadly traps had left them shaken. Olivia led the group, her eyes scanning the murky waters for any sign of danger. As they swam, they heard a strange clicking sound, echoing through the cavern. It sounded like something was approaching, and the team grew increasingly nervous. Suddenly, the creature appeared, looming out of the darkness. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before, a massive, monstrous creature with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes. It swam towards them, its tentacles reaching out, and the team knew that they were in serious danger. Olivia signaled for the team to back away, but the creature was too fast, swimming towards them with incredible speed. The team split up, trying to evade the creature, but it seemed to be everywhere, its tentacles lashing out, trying to grab hold of them. The team fought back, using their diving knives to fend off the creature, but it was too strong, too determined to capture them. Olivia realized that they needed a new strategy, and she signaled for the team to retreat to a small alcove in the cave system. As they huddled together, the creature circled around them, its tentacles probing, searching for a way in. The team was terrified, unsure of how to defend themselves against this monstrous creature. Suddenly, Eric had an idea. He reached into his pack and pulled out a small explosive charge. He signaled to the team to follow his lead, and they swam towards the creature, placing the charge near its massive body. The creature seemed to sense the danger, and it swam away, its tentacles flailing in the water. The team quickly swam back to the alcove, bracing themselves for the explosion. The charge went off with a deafening boom, and the cavern shook with the force of the blast. The team was thrown to the ground, their ears ringing with the sound of the explosion. When they looked up, they saw that the creature had been killed, its massive body floating lifelessly in the water. The team breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had narrowly escaped with their lives. But their relief was short-lived, as they realized that they were still trapped in the underwater cave system, with no way out. They had to find a way to escape, or they would be trapped forever in this watery grave. Olivia signaled for the team to regroup, and they swam deeper into the cave system, searching for any signs of an exit. But as they swam, they realized that the cave system was even more dangerous than they had imagined, filled with deadly traps and obstacles at every turn. The team swam on, their spirits low, knowing that they were in a race against time to escape before they ran out of air. The underwater horror was far from over, and they had to stay alert if they hoped to survive. The team of divers continued to swim deeper into the underwater cave system, their air supply dwindling with every passing moment. Olivia led the way, her eyes scanning the murky waters for any sign of an exit. But as they swam, they realized that the cave system was a maze of tunnels and passageways, with no clear way out. They were lost, trapped in this underwater labyrinth with no way to escape. Their situation grew increasingly dire as their air supply continued to dwindle. Olivia signaled to the team to conserve their oxygen, swimming slowly and carefully to conserve their energy. But even as they slowed their pace, the team could feel their bodies beginning to weaken, their lungs straining for air. Panic set in as they realized that they were running out of time. Eric, always the resourceful one, suggested that they try to find a pocket of air to rest and conserve their oxygen. The team agreed, and they swam deeper into the cave system, searching for any signs of an air pocket. But the deeper they swam, the more dangerous the cave system became. Deadly traps and obstacles littered the tunnels, and the team was forced to swim carefully, constantly on the lookout for danger. As they swam, they heard a sound in the distance. It was a faint rushing sound, growing louder with every passing moment. The team realized that it was the sound of rushing water, and they knew that they had to be close to an exit. With renewed hope, the team swam towards the sound, their hearts racing with excitement. But as they turned a corner, they were met with a sight that dashed their hopes. In front of them was a massive wall of water, rushing towards them with incredible speed. The team tried to swim away, but the current was too strong, pulling them towards the wall of water. They braced themselves for impact, holding their breath as the wall of water crashed over them. The force of the water was incredible, pulling them deeper into the cave system. As they were carried along by the current, the team realized that they had made a terrible mistake. They had been too eager to escape, and now they were being swept deeper into the cave system, with no hope of escape. Their air supply was running out fast, and they knew that they had only minutes left to live. Desperate, they swam towards a nearby alcove, hoping to find a pocket of air to rest and conserve their oxygen. But as they entered the alcove, they realized that they had made another mistake. The alcove was filled with a deadly gas, invisible and odorless, that was slowly suffocating them. The team tried to swim away, but their bodies were too weak, too depleted of oxygen to fight back. They knew that they were going to die, trapped in this underwater horror, with no hope of escape. Their bodies began to shut down, their minds growing hazy as the darkness closed in. And as they took their last breaths, they knew that they had made a fatal mistake, venturing too far into the underwater cave system, and paying the ultimate price. Days passed before anyone realized that the group of divers had not returned from their expedition. When they failed to show up at their scheduled pickup location, a search party was sent out to look for them. It was not until several days later that the search party found the entrance to the underwater cave system. They suited up and began their descent, unsure of what they would find inside. As they swam deeper into the cave system, they were met with a sight that filled them with horror. The bodies of the missing divers were floating lifelessly in the water, their equipment scattered around them. The search party retrieved the bodies and brought them to the surface, where they were identified by their families. The news of their tragic deaths spread quickly, sending shockwaves through the diving community. An investigation was launched into the incident, and it was discovered that the underwater cave system was much more dangerous than previously thought. The traps and obstacles that the divers had encountered were not natural formations, but had been deliberately placed there to keep people out. It was also discovered that the strange and terrifying creature that the divers had encountered was not a natural inhabitant of the cave system, but had been brought there by someone or something. The investigation was unable to determine who was responsible for the deaths of the divers or why they had been lured into the underwater cave system. The only thing that was certain was that whoever or whatever was responsible was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. The tragic deaths of the divers had a profound impact on the diving community, and many vowed never to venture into unknown underwater cave systems again. But for some, the lure of the unknown was too strong to resist, and they continued to explore remote and dangerous underwater environments. As for Olivia's family, they were left to grieve the loss of their daughter and sister, haunted by the knowledge that she had died alone, trapped in an underwater horror. They could only hope that her death would serve as a warning to others, a reminder of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface of the water. In the end, the underwater horror of the remote cave system claimed 6 lives and left countless others shaken and scarred. The mystery of what happened to the divers may never be fully solved, but their tragic deaths serve as a reminder that the underwater world is full of danger and that sometimes the price of curiosity can be too high. Deaf woman Mia is left for dead by murderous brothers. Possessed by a legendary Apache warrior spirit, she returns for vengeance. In a final battle, Mia unleashes the full force of the warrior's power, defeating the brothers and protecting the town she loves. This is Apache fury. The moon was high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate desert landscape. The only sounds of it and half coyotes and a faint buzz in the wind. It's peace not slitzing. Faith and friends drive through the desert at South Dakota from a long journey. And I they were being lost, but every move served by group murders others. These brothers had terrorized the area for years, preying on the second travelers and leading shrill bodies in a way. Friends had just settled down to relax when they heard the salvage booting. They seduced a snug traveler passed by, but it brought him to view, new and raw. The truck sold and up, and then inside looked like they were struck out horribly. They rolled their jackets and tattoos on their arms and faces. The friends tried to leave, it was too late. The brothers were armed and always sounded them. The friend needed advice, the brothers showed no mercy. They ate them, shot them, and left them dead in the middle of the desert. The rest were left alone, being broken, with no hopes of survival. One of the friends, a deaf woman named Mia, was the only one who had just fought the attack. She looked at unable to bear some of her friends on grass, wondering if she was burned. As she ate her, barely conscious, strange feeling weakened over to her. It was like she was being pulled into a room, one with dead and limb coexist. As she slid in one consciousness, she could feel spirits of friends swirling around her. They were angry, vengeful, and wanted justice for what had been done to them. In that moment, Mia was possessed by the spirit of legendary Apache warrior, one who had mauled in a similar way. As she came to, Mia changed. Her eye glowed in her world light, and her movements were quick and precise. She knew what she had to do. She hunt down brothers, one by one, and accept revenge on her behalf. She knew that her new powers would not be enough to take down the brothers alone. She had to find out someone who could get her and keep her at her new abilities. And so, she set out on a journey, turned from the person called her and her friends, and bring justice to the desert. Mia's journey was long and arduous. She traveled barefoot, leaving the desert with fierce determination. She was driven to need revenge, but also by the spirit of Apache warrior now inhabited her body. As she walked, she could feel the spirit process growing stronger within her. It's as if she was linked to lives, birds and had a word. She could hear his voice, guiding her, and urging her to seek vengeance. Days turned to weeks, and he grew weary. She was tired and hungry, and her body ached with shame and journey. But she pressed on, driven by her need for justice. She thought they were up there, somewhere, and she did not rest until she found them. Finally, after what felt like eternity, Mia stumbled upon a small town. It was the first sign of civilization she'd seen in weeks. She felt come with hope. Perhaps she could find some happiness. Neil made her way through the town. Eventually, she found an old Native American man. He looked at her with a knowing expression, and knew that he'd see the spirit that now inhabited her body. The old man took her in and listened to her story. He was also surprised by what happened. He knew that the spirit of the dead possessed the living. He knew the legendary Apache warrior who served now inhabited Mia's body. The old man agreed that Mia to keep her out and control the spirit within her. He used power to seek revenge. He warned her, however, that there would be consequences. The spirit of the warrior was not one to be trifled with. It would have been a heavy price for itself. Mia was willing to pay that price. She was consumed by a desire for vengeance. She would do whatever it took to bring the brothers to justice. The old man began teaching her how to harness the power of the spirit within her. He taught her how to communicate with it, how to control it, how to channel its energy. Mia's body became stronger, her senses more acute, her movement more precise. Learned from the lead, Mia's abilities came to find pups. She knew that they would be hard to find. She was determined to track them down. 8 turned to weeks, and Mia traveled across there, following the trail of the brothers. She encountered many dangers along the way, but her spirit guide helped her overcome them. She could feel the warrior's presence growing strong within her, pushing her forward, driving her towards her goal. Finally, after weeks of tracking, Mia found pups. They were hunting on an abandoned mine, to feast with the fierce sensual spirit that now inhabited Mia's body. Mia did not hesitate. She attacked with ferocity, was not her own. The brothers were caught off guard, unable to defend themselves against the power of power that controlled Mia's body. One by one, Mia took down the brothers, exacting revenge for the massacre they had committed. When it was over, she stood in the middle of the line, covered in blood, her eyes glowing with the power of the spirit there. Mia knew that her journey was not over. The spirit of the Apache warrior would demand more from her, and she was ready to pay whatever price was required to continue her justice. Mia stood in the middle of the line, body covered in blood, and her eyes glowing with the power of the Apache warrior spirit that now inhabited her. She felt a sense of satisfaction as she looked at the bodies of the brothers lying motionless on the ground. She had achieved revenge, but Mia stood there, sense violence right over her. She could feel the spirit of the warrior there, and it was not pleased. Demand more blood, more vengeance. Mia knew that this was not what she had intended. She had sought justice for family. She had not meant to become a vessel for the spirit of a vengeful warrior. Mia realized that she had consumed her need for revenge, and she'd lost sight of everything else. She had become something more than human, something dangerous and unpredictable. She knew she needed to find a way to control the spirit within her before it consumed her completely. No of mine headed back to the town where he had met the old Native American man. She hoped that he would be able to help her, to try to control the spirit of the warrior within her. As she walked, she'd feel the weight of the spirit within her. It was heavy, it dragged her down. She knew that she needed to find a way to lighten the burden, to control the spirit, or else it would destroy her. When Mia arrived at town, she found the old man waiting for her. He looked at her with concern in his eyes. She knew that he could sense the power of the spirit there. The old man began and began to teach her how to control the spirit of the Apache warrior. He showed her how to communicate with the spirit, how to channel its power, how to control it. He had spent months with the old man, learning everything about the spirit within her. But he didn't learn to control the spirit. She knew there would be consequences for her actions. The spirit of the warrior was powerful, and it demanded a price for its help. Mia knew that she'd never be forgiven completely, and it would always be a part of her, drive her towards vengeance. With time, Mia learned to live with the spirit within her. She handled power good, using it to serenade and seek justice of those who had been wronged. But she also knew that the spirit would always be forever, a constant reminder of consequences of revenge. In the end, Mia realized that vengeance brought the peace she sought, and only brought pain and suffering. She had become something more than human, something dangerous, unpredictable, all in revenge. Mia knew that she could never undo what had been done, that she could never bring her family back.
But she also knew that she'd use the heart of the spirit Fair made for the world to protect those who could not protect themselves and seek justice those who had not. And so Mia had named out journey, came by a Seraphy Apache warrior, but hammered by the knowledge of the consequence of revenge. She knew that she could throw back the burden she had in for, but she also knew she could make for the world one small act of kindness at a time. As Mia continued to live a life of all time, helping those in need, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was on the way. It was as if dark blood bloomed over her, following her every move. One day, as Mia was walking down the street, she heard a familiar voice calling out her name. She turned around, and her heart skipped a beat. She saw the face of one of the murderous brothers that she left dead. A man supposed to be dead, and here he was, saying for her. He has a bent on his face, and Mia could feel the hairs on her neck out. The brother wrote her, his was physical well-being in the watchery. Mia could feel the spirit of the warrior stirring in her, and she knew that you had to be careful. Do you want checks? Her voice steadied, but the fear she felt. The brother chuckled. I want revenge, now. You left me and my brothers for dead, and now it's done to hate. Mixed hate in his eyes, desire for revenge burned brightly within. She knew that he had to act fast, she wanted to survive. She closed her eyes and focused on her breathing, calling up the spirit of the Apache warrior in her. She could feel power surge through her, filling her with strength and courage. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the brother had taken a step back, fear at his face. He knew she had the rain, she had power to beat him again. You should have dead, she said, her soul and firm. With a flip of wrist, Miss no less than she holds the brother, knocking him off his feet. He stumbled backwards, his body beating on with love fight. Nipped for the heart of the Apache warrior winner, also energy. She knew she had you lightly, that revenge would not be answer. Instead, she ordered the brother to James' face, seek redemption from his past. She knew that was long out, but she also knew that was the right thing to do. Clear up her, his feet and board in her knee. For a moment, he thought that he would shift off her, and he would continue down the path of vengeance destruction. Her spies, nutted head, her awe of redemption. Mia could see pain in his eyes, but before he had done it. And with that, the rods appeared to shouts, even along with the fast and spirit of the Apache warrior winner. As she walked back to her home, Mia knew she had beat her fears and almost victorious. She knew the bro had be difficult, but she also knew she had strength and the courage to swift challenge him away. And as she closed her eyes that night, she felt the presence of the Apache warrior daughter, content mother for to protect and deserve. Months had passed and Mia had defeated murderous brothers and learned to control the spirit of the Apache warrior. She had become someone in this town, hero who had beat down a group of dangerous crimes. But to her who found fame, Mia could not shake the feeling that something was not quite right. Strange things had been happening around her. Objects would move on their own, and she would hear clicking noises in her home. At first, Mia dismissed these occurrences as her imagination, but it continued to happen with frequency. One night, Mia woke up to the sound of hating. She sat up in bed and looked around, trying to locate the source of noise. It was come from outside her window. She got and walked toward the window, her heart pounding in her chest. She broke the window, he saw figures standing outside. It was a man dressed in traditional Apache clothing, his face painted with war paint. He was chanting a language that she did not understand, but she knew that was a language of her ancestors. Mia was terrified. She knew the figure was not real, that it was a manifestation of the spirit of the Apache warrior there. She could not shake the feeling that she was being watched, that something was out to her. The fate continued, and Mia could feel his presence soaring through her. She knew she needed to do something to protect herself, to banish the spirit that was haunting her. Mia remembered the demons the old African man who had bothered and bolstered. She closed her eyes and focused on her reading, trying to calm her mind. She called up the spirit of the warrior, asking to leave her be, to allow her to live in peace. As she shifted, the figure outside her window began to fade away until it was nothing more than a whisper song on the wind. Mia opened her eyes, and the room was silent no more. From that night on, Mia knew that she had to be careful with the spirit of the Apache warrior within her. She knew that it was powerful, but it was also unpredictable. She had learned to control it, to use fluid, until big pitfalls of revenge. Mia continued to live in a small town, using her abilities to help those in need. She knew that the spirit of the Apache warrior would always be with her, a constant mind for heritage and beauty was on her. Despite her fun purpose, Mia could not shake the feeling something was watching her, waiting for a chance to strike. She knew she would have to be vigilant, guard at all times. Even though she wanted to control the spirit, she knew that it was not the only danger that lurked in darkness. Weeks turned weeks, and weeks turned to months. Mia continued to live a life of a small town, always vigilant and ready for whatever challenge would come her way. Despite the peace that settled over the town, it sensed that the darkness still lurking in shadows. She felt evil brands of main murderous fathers, always watching and waiting for the moment to strike. One night, as Mia was walking home from a late night shift at a low diner, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned around, and her heart sank. She saw her main brothers approaching her, her eyes filled with hatred and malice. Mia knew this was the final battle. She could feel the spirit of the Apache warrior within her, pulling the edge and before ever on. Brothers approached her, their weapons at the ready. Mia could see the metal in the moonlight, sharp edge of the knives and guns for the late at her. But she was not afraid. She knew she had power to beat them. She had strength and the courage to protect herself and tell she loved. As the brothers closed on her, Mia closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. She could feel the power of the Apache warrior surging through her, filling her with strength and courage. And then, with the cry of face, she opened her eyes and unleashed full force of the Apache warrior's power. And she searched her, laughing through the back and sending a strong ground. Mia could feel the power within her, pulsing with energy and ready to strike again. She knew that this was the final battle. The brothers got back to the feet, their eyes full of hate and hatred. Mia could see that they were not going to give easily, that they were determined to take down and seek their revenge. She was not going to let that happen. She was going to fight with the things she had to protect herself from the town that she loved. With fist cry, Mia charged the brothers, her fists at rate. The brothers tried to fight back, but they had no match for her. Mia was stronger, faster, and more determined than they could ever hope to be. And then, with one mind push she Mia unleashed full force of the Apache warrior power. Energy surged to her, blasting the brothers back and sending them flying through the air. In the dark air, Mia stood glorious, her body holding the empty, her spirit soaring the ground. She knew that she faced fear and hope for us, that she had protected the town that she loved and feed the darkness that had lurked in the shadows. As she looked up the sky, she'd see Seraph the Apache warrior looking on her, contemplating her duty to protect and serve. Mia knew her journey was far from over. There would always be new challenges and new battles to face. She was ready for whatever may come, ready to face the darkness, strength and courage of the Apache warrior within her. As the night falls and the dark darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens when you hear a whisper in your ear, but there's no one there? Of shadows and splintering wood broke the silence, followed by a rush of cold air that sent shivers down the spines of the family members. They heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate, as 4 strangers entered their home. The strangers were dressed in all black, their faces obscured by masks. They were armed with guns, knives, and other menacing objects. The family was completely unprepared for this sudden and violent invasion. At first, the strangers just stood there, looking around the room with cold, calculating eyes. The family members, frozen in terror, could only stare back at them. The air was thick with tension as the strangers began to speak. "We need your help," one of them said, his voice muffled by his mask. The family members exchanged confused looks. What could these strangers possibly need from them? "We need you to make a choice," the stranger continued. "A choice that could determine the fate of the entire world." The family was stunned. What kind of choice could possibly have such far-reaching consequences? The stranger went on to explain that they were part of a secret organization that had been monitoring the family for some time. They had determined that the family was the only group of people who could make the choice that needed to be made. The family was still confused, but the strangers were insistent. They demanded that the family come with them to a secret location, where they would be presented with the choice that would determine the fate of humanity. The family had no choice but to comply. They were bound and gagged, blindfolded and taken to a remote location, where they were held captive by the strangers. The family had no idea what was in store for them. They were terrified, alone, and completely at the mercy of these 4 strangers who seemed to hold the fate of the world in their hands. As the family was held captive by the 4 strangers, they were given a harrowing ultimatum. They were told that they had to make a choice between 2 options: willingly sacrifice one of their own or allow the apocalypse to destroy humanity. The family was understandably shocked and horrified by this impossible choice. They had no idea what kind of situation they had been forced into. The strangers explained that they were part of a secret organization that had discovered a prophecy predicting the end of the world. According to the prophecy, the only way to prevent the apocalypse was to make a sacrifice of the highest order. The family members were informed that they were the only ones who could make this sacrifice, and that they had to do it willingly. They were told that they had to choose one member of their family to sacrifice, and that this sacrifice would prevent the apocalypse from occurring. The family was given a short amount of time to discuss the matter among themselves. They were each grappling with their own emotions and thoughts about this impossible choice. Some members of the family were willing to make the sacrifice, believing that it was the only way to save humanity. Others were horrified at the idea of sacrificing a loved one, even if it meant saving the world. As the time to make the decision drew closer, tensions within the family rose. Arguments broke out, tears were shed, and tempers flared. Eventually, the family made their decision. They chose a member to be sacrificed, hoping that it would be enough to prevent the apocalypse and save humanity. The strangers took the chosen member away, leaving the rest of the family to wonder if they had made the right decision. Days passed, and there was no sign of the apocalypse. The family members who had made the sacrifice were plagued by guilt and grief, while the rest of the family struggled to come to terms with what had happened. But as time went on, the family began to suspect that something was not right. They had been tricked by the four strangers, who had used their fear and desperation to manipulate them into making a terrible decision. The family was left to wonder what the true intentions of the four strangers were, and what kind of terrible fate they had narrowly avoided. After the family had been held captive for several days by the four strangers, they began to realize that they had to take matters into their own hands. They couldn't just sit around and wait for the strangers to make their next move. The family members knew that they were dealing with dangerous and unpredictable individuals. They had to be smart, resourceful, and willing to take risks in order to escape. They began to plan their escape, whispering to each other in hushed tones whenever the strangers weren't looking. They scoured the room for any objects that they could use to help them, including pieces of broken glass, sharp objects, and anything else they could get their hands on. As they worked on their escape plan, the family members also tried to learn as much as they could about the four strangers. They listened carefully to their conversations, trying to pick up any clues that could help them understand their motives. They soon realized that the four strangers were not what they seemed. They had been tricked into making a terrible decision, and they were now at the mercy of a group of people who were intent on causing destruction and chaos. The family knew that they had to act quickly. They waited until the strangers were distracted, then sprang into action. They attacked the strangers with everything they had, using the broken glass and sharp objects to defend themselves. The strangers were taken aback by the sudden attack, and the family members were able to overpower them. They managed to escape from their captivity, but they knew that they were not out of danger yet. The strangers would surely come after them, and they had to be ready for whatever was to come. The family members fled into the woods, running as fast as they could. They knew that they had to put as much distance between themselves and the strangers as possible. As they ran, they came across an abandoned cabin in the woods. It was run down and dilapidated, but it offered shelter and a place to hide. The family members huddled together in the cabin, trying to catch their breath and plan their next move. They knew that they couldn't stay in the cabin forever, but they also knew that they couldn't just run blindly into the night. They had to come up with a plan, and fast. They couldn't let the strangers catch them again, or all would be lost. As the family members huddled together in the abandoned cabin, they knew that they had to make a plan. They couldn't just sit around and wait for the four strangers to find them. They knew that they were dealing with dangerous and unpredictable individuals, and they had to be careful. They spent hours strategizing, trying to come up with a plan that would allow them to confront the strangers and take them down. Finally, they came up with a plan. They would lure the strangers into a trap, using the cabin as bait. They would set up traps around the cabin, hoping to catch the strangers off guard. The family members knew that they were taking a huge risk, but they had no other choice. They couldn't let the strangers get away with what they had done. They spent the next few hours setting up the traps, using everything they could find in the cabin. They set up tripwires, spiked pits, and other makeshift devices designed to take down the strangers. As they worked, the family members were tense and on edge. They knew that the strangers could show up at any moment, and they had to be ready. Finally, the strangers arrived. They approached the cabin cautiously, wary of what might be waiting for them inside. As they stepped into the cabin, the family members sprang into action. They triggered the traps, causing the strangers to fall into the spiked pits and trip over the tripwires. The strangers were caught off guard, and they were quickly taken down by the family members. The struggle was intense and brutal, with the strangers fighting for their lives. In the end, the family members emerged victorious. They had defeated the 4 strangers, and they had saved themselves and humanity from their evil plans. But the victory was bittersweet. The family members were left with deep scars and emotional trauma from their ordeal. They knew that they would never be the same again. As they looked out at the world around them, they saw the signs of the apocalypse beginning to unfold. The sky was darkening, the ground was shaking, and they knew that it was only a matter of time before the end came. They had saved humanity, but at what cost? They were left to wonder if they had made the right decision, and if there was anything they could have done differently. But as they stood there, watching the world come to an end, they knew that they had done what they had to do. They had fought for their survival, and they had saved humanity from the brink of destruction. After the final showdown with the 4 strangers, the family members were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. They had survived the ordeal, but they were forever changed by it. They had saved humanity from destruction, but at a tremendous cost. They had been forced to make an impossible choice, and they had taken lives in order to save others. The family members struggled to cope with the aftermath of what had happened. They were haunted by the memories of their captivity and the violence that had ensued. They were plagued by nightmares, flashbacks, and feelings of guilt and regret. They wondered if they had done the right thing, and if there was anything they could have done differently. As the days passed, the world around them began to change. The apocalypse had arrived, and there was no stopping it. The family members were left to navigate a world that was rapidly descending into chaos and destruction. They struggled to find food, water, and shelter as the world around them fell apart. They encountered other survivors, some friendly and some hostile. They tried to cling to a sense of normalcy, to hold on to the things that made them feel human. They told stories, played games, and laughed together when they could. But they knew that the end was near. They saw the signs of the apocalypse all around them, and they knew that it was only a matter of time before they too succumbed to its effects. As the end drew near, the family members held each other close. They knew that they had to face their final moments together, as a family. They shared their final thoughts, their hopes and fears, and their love for each other. They made peace with their past, and they embraced the uncertainty of their future. In their final moments, the family members were surrounded by the chaos and destruction of the apocalypse. But they were also surrounded by love, and by the knowledge that they had done what they had to do to save humanity. As the world around them faded away, the family members closed their eyes and surrendered to the darkness. They knew that they had left their mark on the world, and that their sacrifice would never be forgotten. As the night falls and the darkness creeps in, the world around us changes. Shadows seem to grow longer and the silence becomes deafening. But what happens when the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps that don't belong to anyone you know? What happens when you hear a whisper in your ear but there's no one there? Welcome to our world of horror, where the unknown is the only certainty and fear is the only emotion. Brace yourself, because the journey we're about to take is not for the faint of heart. The catacombs of Paris, a labyrinth of tunnels stretching beneath the streets of the city, are known for their haunting history. The underground network was created in the 18th century, and it served as a place to store the remains of Parisians after the cemeteries became overcrowded. It is estimated that the catacombs contain the remains of over 6 million people, making it one of the largest ossuaries in the world. As the group of tourists entered the catacombs, they were greeted with the chilly, damp air that permeated the tunnels. The walls, made of bones stacked one on top of the other, created a macabre atmosphere. The group followed their guide down the spiraling staircase, deeper into the earth. The stairs seemed to go on forever, and the walls closed in, creating a sense of claustrophobia. The guide spoke in hushed tones, telling the group about the history of the catacombs and the legends of hauntings. Some Parisians believe that the catacombs are cursed and that those who enter will never return. The tourists laughed nervously, dismissing the guide's warnings as superstition. They were excited to explore the catacombs and see the remains of the dead. As they walked through the tunnels, they marveled at the intricacy of the bone structures. The skulls and femurs were arranged in neat rows, creating a morbid symmetry. However, as they continued deeper into the catacombs, the mood shifted. The air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to press in on them. The group became uneasy, and their laughter died down. The guide led them down a narrow passageway, and they entered a small room. The walls were lined with bones, and in the center of the room, there was a pile of skulls. The guide explained that this was the site of a mass grave during the French Revolution. The group was silent, and the weight of the history and tragedy of the catacombs seemed to weigh on them. As they continued deeper into the catacombs, the tunnels grew darker and narrower. The group was forced to walk in single file, and the walls were so close that they could touch them with their fingertips. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the tourists felt as if they were being watched. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and they were plunged into darkness. The group screamed, and panic set in. They could hear the sound of their own breathing and the pounding of their hearts. After what felt like an eternity, the lights came back on, but one member of the group was missing. The tourists called out to him, but there was no response. They tried to retrace their steps, but the tunnels seemed to have changed. The group was disoriented and lost, and they could feel their fear rising. They heard faint whispers and footsteps coming from the darkness, and the group became increasingly terrified. In the distance, they saw a figure, and they thought it was their missing member. As they got closer, they realized that it was not him but a ghostly figure. The figure disappeared before their eyes, and the group was left in shock and disbelief. The group realized that they were in the midst of a horror beyond their imagination. They were lost and alone in the haunted catacombs, with no escape. The air was filled with an eerie silence, and they felt a presence watching them. The group was trapped in a nightmare, with no end in sight. The group of tourists continued to wander through the narrow passageways of the catacombs, their sense of direction hopelessly lost. They stumbled along the bone-lined walls, their footsteps echoing loudly in the silent darkness. The air was damp and musty, and they could hear the sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance. Their guide, who had been so confident and knowledgeable earlier, seemed just as lost as the rest of them. He nervously fiddled with his flashlight, trying to keep his own rising sense of panic under control. The group began to bicker and argue, pointing fingers and blaming each other for getting them into this mess. As they continued to wander aimlessly, they began to see things, shapes in the darkness, flickers of movement at the edges of their vision. One member of the group claimed to have seen a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness, staring at them from afar. Another heard whispers, as if a group of people were speaking softly in some far-off corner of the catacombs. As their fear and anxiety grew, the group began to experience a series of inexplicable events. One member of the group felt a cold hand reach out and grab their ankle, only to find that there was no one there. Another member of the group claimed to have felt someone breathing down their neck, even though no one was standing close to them. The group was slowly unraveling, their fear and exhaustion taking a toll on their minds. They began to question their own sanity, wondering if the horrors they were experiencing were real or just figments of their imaginations. The bones that had once seemed fascinating and intriguing now felt like a reminder of their own mortality, a constant reminder of the fact that they too would one day be nothing more than a pile of bones in the darkness. As they wandered through the endless maze of tunnels, they began to notice something strange. The walls were changing. The once neatly stacked bones were now twisted and jumbled, as if rearranged by some unseen force. The walls themselves seemed to be closing in, the passageways growing narrower and more claustrophobic. In the distance, they heard a sound of faint scraping, as if something were dragging itself along the ground. The group froze, their breath caught in their throats. They turned off their flashlights, hoping to remain hidden from whatever was approaching. But the sound grew closer, louder. They could feel it now, the vibration of something moving towards them through the darkness. And then, suddenly, it was upon them, a shapeless, writhing mass of bones and flesh, dragging itself along the ground like some grotesque nightmare. The group screamed and scattered, running blindly through the tunnels as the creature pursued them relentlessly. They could hear its ragged breathing and the sound of bones clattering against the ground as it chased them through the darkness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they stumbled upon a staircase leading upwards. They raced up the steps, their legs burning with exhaustion. They burst out into the daylight, gasping for breath and looking back at the entrance to the catacombs. They never spoke of what they saw down there, and they never went back. But sometimes, late at night, they could still hear the sound of bones clattering against the ground, and the faint echoes of whispers in the darkness. The group of tourists had managed to escape the catacombs, but the horrors they had witnessed lingered in their minds. They huddled together in a nearby cafe, sipping hot coffee and trying to make sense of what they had experienced. One member of the group, a skeptical scientist, tried to rationalize what they had seen. He suggested that the creature they had encountered was simply a trick of the mind, a hallucination brought on by the oppressive darkness and lack of oxygen in the catacombs. But the others were not so easily convinced. They had felt the creature's cold breath on their necks, heard its ragged breathing and the sound of bones scraping against the ground. They knew what they had seen was real. As they sat there, the group began to notice that something was off about the cafe. The walls seemed to be closing in, the air growing thicker and harder to breathe. They began to feel a sense of unease, as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. One member of the group excused herself to go to the bathroom. As she made her way down the dark hallway, she heard a strange noise, a faint whispering, as if a group of people were speaking softly in a language she couldn't understand. She hesitated, but eventually pushed open the door to the bathroom. Inside, she found something that made her blood run cold. The walls were covered in strange symbols, painted in what looked like blood. She felt a cold presence behind her and spun around, but there was no one there. When she returned to the table, she told the others what she had seen. They all grew quiet, realizing that the horrors of the catacombs had followed them out into the city. As they left the cafe, they noticed that the streets were eerily quiet. The usual hustle and bustle of Paris was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness. They saw no other people, no cars or buses, no signs of life at all. As they walked through the empty streets, they began to notice something strange. The buildings around them seemed to be shifting and changing, as if the city itself were alive and in flux. The once familiar streets were now twisting and turning in impossible ways, leading them down dark alleyways and dead ends. The group began to panic, wondering if they were trapped in some kind of nightmare. They tried to retrace their steps, but the streets had become a confusing and impossible maze. They could hear the faint sound of chanting in the distance, growing louder with each passing moment. As they turned a corner, they found themselves face to face with a group of robed figures, their faces hidden behind masks. The figures began to chant in unison, their voices growing louder and more frenzied. The group of tourists tried to run, but they were quickly surrounded. The robed figures closed in, their hands reaching out to grab at the tourists. And then, suddenly, the group found themselves back at the entrance to the catacombs. They stumbled out into the daylight, gasping for air and looking back at the dark entrance. They never spoke of what they had seen or experienced again, but they all knew that the horrors of the catacombs had followed them out into the city, and that they could never truly escape them. The group of tourists thought they had escaped the horrors of the catacombs, but they were wrong. The nightmares they had experienced followed them even after they left Paris. One of the members of the group, a young woman named Emily, began to have disturbing dreams. In these dreams, she found herself back in the catacombs, wandering through the maze of bones and skulls. In her dreams, she heard the same chilling whispers she had heard in the cafe, and saw the same strange symbols etched into the walls. She felt a cold presence watching her from the shadows, and knew that she was not alone. She tried to tell the others about her dreams, but they brushed her off, thinking she was just imagining things. But the dreams continued, night after night, until Emily could no longer tell what was real and what was just a nightmare. One day, while on a trip to the local market, Emily saw something that made her blood run cold. In one of the stalls, she saw a necklace made of bones, the same kind of bones she had seen in the catacombs. She tried to run, but found that she couldn't move. She was frozen in place, as if some unseen force was holding her in place. The vendor looked up at her with a sinister smile, and she knew that he was not a normal market vendor. The other members of the group began to notice that Emily was acting strange. She was jumpy and nervous, always looking over her shoulder as if someone was following her. They tried to reassure her that everything was okay, but Emily knew that the nightmares were real, and that the horrors of the catacombs were following her even now. One night, as the group was getting ready for bed in their hotel room, they heard a faint scratching at the door. They assumed it was just a stray cat or dog, but when they opened the door, they found something far more sinister. Standing in the hallway was a figure wrapped in bandages, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The group tried to slam the door shut, but the figure was too strong. It pushed its way into the room, reaching out with its skeletal hands. The group tried to fight back, but they were no match for the creature's supernatural strength. Emily was the first to fall, her body crumpling to the ground as the creature's bony fingers wrapped around her throat. The others fled, running through the darkened streets of Paris as fast as they could. But they knew that the creature was still following them, its unearthly moans echoing through the night. In the end, only one member of the group made it out of Paris alive. He never spoke of the horrors he had witnessed, but he knew that the catacombs of Paris were a place best left undisturbed. The sole survivor of the catacombs nightmare returned to his hometown, haunted by the memories of the catacombs of Paris. He tried to forget what he had experienced, but the nightmares followed him wherever he went. Every night he would wake up in a cold sweat, reliving the terror of the catacombs. He saw the same bone-chilling symbols etched into his walls, heard the same whispers in his ear, and felt the same cold presence watching him from the shadows. He tried to seek help from a therapist, but even they couldn't explain the nightmares that he was having. They prescribed him medication to help him sleep, but it only made the nightmares worse. He became obsessed with the catacombs, spending every waking moment researching the history and legends surrounding the Parisian labyrinth. He even contacted other survivors of catacomb tours, hoping to find someone who had experienced the same things he had. But no one had ever seen the strange symbols or heard the whispers. No one had encountered the spectral figure that had haunted the group in the hotel room. The survivor began to wonder if he was losing his mind. One day, he received a package in the mail. It was a small box, wrapped in brown paper, with no return address. When he opened it, he found a bone necklace, similar to the one he had seen in the market in Paris. He tried to throw it away, but it always found its way back to him. It was as if the necklace had a mind of its own, a malevolent spirit that refused to leave him alone. He began to see the spectral figure from Paris in his own home. It would appear at random times, always standing in the shadows just out of reach. He could never get close enough to touch it, and it never spoke a word. The survivor knew that he needed to confront his demons if he was ever going to find peace. He returned to Paris, this time with a mission to find the source of his nightmares. He spent weeks exploring the catacombs, looking for any clues or signs that could lead him to the truth. He found nothing but darkness and silence, the bones of the dead echoing back his footsteps. One day, while exploring a particularly dark and eerie section of the catacombs, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber. It was filled with strange symbols and markings, etched into the walls and floor. As he looked closer, he saw that the symbols matched the ones he had seen in his nightmares. It was as if he had found the source of the evil that had been haunting him for so long. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized what he had stumbled upon. This chamber was not just a random room in the catacombs, but a place of dark magic and ancient rituals. He knew that he had to destroy the chamber, to rid himself of the curse that had been following him. He lit a torch and began to burn the symbols, watching as they twisted and writhed in the flames. As the last of the symbols burned away, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The nightmare stopped, the spectral figure disappeared, and the bone necklace no longer haunted him. He left the catacombs, feeling as if he had been reborn. He knew that he would never forget the horrors he had experienced, but he was grateful for the peace that had finally found him. The catacombs of Paris may have been haunted, but he had conquered his demons and emerged victorious. When a straight-edge man befriends a serial killer's protege, he uncovers horrifying secrets about the boy's family. In his quest for the truth, he risks everything and faces unimaginable horrors. Will he survive and find redemption, or fall victim to the bloodline betrayal? It was a cool, crisp evening in the small town of Elmwood when Eric first encountered the young boy who would change his life forever. Eric was walking back to his apartment after finishing eating shit at the local convenience store when he noticed a figure in a corner right down the way. As it approached, he realized it was a young boy, more than 12 years old, with a humped expression on his face. Eric's first instinct was the boy walking by, but something odd made him pause. The boy looked up, their eyes met. Eric saw a recognition in his eyes as feeling from somewhere. Eric guessed the boy he was okay, but just looked away and mumbled something under his breath. Eric felt bug distress and decided to sit down next to the boy. He sat there in silence for a few minutes until Eric decided to raise his gaze. He introduced himself and asked the boy his name. The boy looked up and mumbled something that Eric could quite catch. Eric persisted and asked the boy where he's from. The boy hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "I'm David, and I don't have a home," he said softly. Eric felt the pain sad for the boy. He couldn't imagine what must be like to be so young and alone. Eric asked David if he needed anything, and the boy looked at him with the end of desperation in his eyes. "I'm hungry," David said, his voice barely above a whisper. Eric didn't hesitate. He gave to a nearby diner and bought him a hot meal. As they ate, Eric noticed that David seemed to be afraid of something. He kept glancing around the room as if expecting someone should buy him. Eric asked David if he was in trouble or if someone was looking for him. David shook his head and said nothing, but Eric could tell there was something more to the boy's story. After he finished the meal, Eric walked David back to the alley where he had found him. David thanked him and turned to leave, but Eric couldn't get a feeling that there was something he wouldn't say. As he watched David disappear in the darkness, he made a decision. He was going to find more about the boy, help him any way he could. Little Eric know, he had just encountered the protege of one of the most notorious serial killers in the town's history. David's family had been responsible for Sheriff Brew murder at Rock Community a few years prior, and David had been taken under one of the killer's sentence. As Eric dove deeper into David's world, he uncovered the horrifying secrets in the boy's family and put himself in great danger. Eric was determined to uncover the truth behind David's haunted expression and his shame beaver. He stood doing some straight on history the unsolved murders had taken place a year ago. As Eric dug deeper, he discovered that David's family had been responsible for murders. And a unassuming family that kept themselves, but did anyone know those that were hiding behind closed doors? David's father had been the ringleader of the killings, and David had his protege. They would gather fund and carry out the murder in the most brutal way possible. It was set and twisted game that David's father had played, and he had to his son. Eric was horrified away at him puffed. He couldn't believe that someone else David had been involved in something so heinous. He knew that he had to confront David and try and see what he had done was wrong. Eric found David and told him he was from his past. David was him first, but eventually he opened up to Eric. He told him about all his father had gone hunt and how to kill, how to become to them. David's father had been arrested his early during life sentence in prison, but David had managed to slip the grasp of the justice system. He was still out there, and Eric knew he'd be stopped before he could hurt anyone else. Eric convinced David to turn himself in and get him to the police station. Eric told the police everything he knew about David's family in the worst they could. David was taken into custody, and Eric got nothing with falling over. But Eric was wrong. David's father had been working alone. He had no followers. He believed in his ideology and wanted anything to help him. When he found out David turned himself in, they would ask Eric. Eric's life was turned upside down as he found himself being hunted by a group of deranged killers. They were determined to silence him but were going to reveal more of their secrets. Eric that he was over his head, he refused back down. Eric tried to age pursuers. He thought even more horrifying secrets about David's family. Their twisted hour. He realized he was dealing with something much bigger than she thought, and his grief danger. The more Eric delved into the darkness surrounding David's family, the more he realized there was no way out. He had his fear set on, but ended the nightmare that took over his life. The only question was, did he open doors to lead? Eric had effort to unpower. He would constantly look over his shoulder, chilling every sound, and feeling like he was being watched at all times. The group of killers after seemed heavier, and couldn't get a feeling they would get closer. But Eric refused to give up. He was determined to stop David's family and twisted no foes, vivid and putting his own life on the line. He knew that he could rely on police to protect him, so he came up with a plan of his own. Eric spent his days researching their invasion, trying to piece together the huddle of David's family and followers. He knew that he could find their weaknesses. He paid them down. One day, while he was opening some groceries, sold of followers from David's family. The man following them tried to wound the crowd, but Eric saw a sign of a shrimp bullet from that way. Eric knew that he had to act fast. He slid into an alleyway, hoped to lose the man, but instead, he found himself face to face with him. The man pulled out a knife. Eric knew he was in control, but he had prepared for this moment for weeks. He had taken self-defense classes and even been practicing his own knife skills. The two men circled each other, either the first move. Eric knew that he had to act quickly if he wanted to survive. He lunged in, knocking the knife off his hand. If he wouldn't miss, Eric's turned him on top. He used all the skill that had learned and ancient nothing behind us. Eric directed the hand back to his apartment, where he tied off and came to interrogate him. The man was personally forthcoming, revealing no each of the group's hideout in some other plan. Eric knew that he couldn't take on the group alone, so called a favor for his old friends. Together, they formed a plan to take out David's family and their followers. Plan risky, but Eric knew that was their only chance. They'd storm the hideout and take out group into one. The night of the attack, Eric and his team pushed the hideout. The arrows took attention as they waved a signal to attack. Finally, the signal came, and they rushed forward, guns waving. The fighting fierce, but Eric's teams were prepared. They managed to take out a majority of the group, including some high-ranking members. But David's family was no good fun. They managed to subdue the AFC attack. Eric knew that wasn't yet. He would have to keep looking for the family, but no justice. But for now, for the end of life, he'd taken a huge step towards ending the nightmare that consumed his life. As he walked away from the hideout, Eric felt a sense of part. He had come from the hunted hunter, and he knew that he would stop nothing until David's family and their followers were brought to justice. After the attack on David's family's hideout, Eric was on edge. He knew that we were still out there, somewhere waiting to strike again. But he also knew he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a second. As he was walking home from grocery store one day, Eric noticed a car parked on the street that looked familiar. It was the same car that he used to drive. Eric's heart began to race. He quickly walked to his apartment building, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he would be followed. When inside, he locked the door and looked out at people. He saw figures standing across the street, standing by his apartment. Eric's mind was racing. Was one of David's family members? Or was he being paranoid? He decided to investigate further. He stepped out of his apartment and made way to the tree, deep into the shadows. As he got closer, he recognized the figure as one he had seen before. She was one of David's family members, and she was armed. Eric quickly got out of the car, trying to come up with a plan. He knew that he couldn't take on a trained killer by himself. He needed help. He called his friend and former roommate, Sarah, who was a police officer. He explained the situation and begged her for help. She told him to stay put and that she would be there soon. As Eric waited, he realized that he had been so focused on taking down David's family that he had never stopped to consider why he knew what he was doing. What's the motive? What drove them to become killers? He contributed the history of David's family, tracing a lineage as far as he could. What he found was a saloon. David's family had a long history from illness and violence. They believed they chosen a higher power to cleanse the world of impurities. Eric was horrified. He couldn't believe that he had been unwittingly helping a family of psychotic killers. He knew that he had to keep going. He had to bring justice, no matter the cost. When Sarah arrived, they quickly fixed the plan that the young woman was waiting outside Eric's apartment. Eric distracted her while Sarah approached him behind and subdued her. They brought the woman to the police station and began to interrogate her. She revealed the location of David's family and some of their plans. Eric and Sarah were able to piece together the timeline of past murders and killings. Still went through the evidence, Eric felt sick to his stomach. Could believe the horror David's family had inflicted on so many innocent people. But he also felt some closure. He finally uncovered the truth on the twisted family that haunted him for so long. He knew that he would never get the horrors he witnessed, but he also knew he had taken steps towards making the world a safe place. As he walked out of the police station, Eric felt a sense of relief. He had uncovered the unsettling truth behind David's family, but he had also proved to himself that he was capable of staying out of evil, no matter the odds. Hardly information they gathered from the man captured Eric and Sarah set the David's family once for all. They brought the family's hideout in the dead of night, ready for confrontation. Eric could feel hot on his chest as he broke the door. He was being fan, but he would turn to see through. Stand building, the stench to AM. The wall were often locked in their discarded weapons so their father won't. It was clear they had stumbled upon the heart of the famous apparition. Eric and Sarah slowly made their way through the building, at eager for Ensign's life. They came awful whispers if a second with always, and knew they were getting closer. Finally, they found themselves face to face with David and his family. Eric saw the cold, unfilling gaze into the eyes as he raced open. But Eric was right. He lunged forward, and David to ground. To grab on ground, each took a fin roll. David was drawn, but Eric was burned. He managed to get on top of David, holding it down while Eric's arm fell member of the family. As they hand off the family, called for backup, Eric couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. He had hidden on family pillars who had terrorized innocent people for years, but he also felt a sense of sadness. He had lost so much his wife forgot it. His family was gone, his friend had been killed, and his own life would never be the same. As the police arrived and took the family in custody, Eric turned to Sarah. "Thank you," he said simply. Sarah smiled. "You did, Eric. Took down my family's sorry killers. That's not something that everyone can do." Eric knew that Sarah was right. He had faced his worst fears and come on the other side. He proved himself that he was able to anything, even physical. As he walked out of the building, Eric felt a sense of closure. Hidden from the horror of his past and much victorious. He knew that he would never forget everything he had seen. He also knew that he had the strength to keep going, no matter what threw him. Eric sat alone in his apartment, staring at the blank TV screen. The silence was deafening. He couldn't help but feel it inside. He had accomplished what he set out to do, but it had come at a great cost. He'd lost family, his friend, and his sense of self. He knew that he would never be the same after what he'd been through. But he also knew he had to keep going. As he sat there, Austin thought he heard a knock at the door. He had to take a moment, and Jero could be there. But he stopped and made way to the door, only to find Sarah standing on the other side. "Hey," she said softly. "I just wanted to come to you." Holding up, Sarah for a small smile. "I'm okay. Just trying to process everything." "No." Sarah nodded. "I understand. It's not easy to come back from something like this. But I want to remind you, you're not alone. I'm here for you, no matter what." Eric felt the weight lift off his shoulders. He hadn't so lost his own thoughts that he had forgotten that he had someone there by him. "Sarah, I really appreciate it." Sarah smiled. "Of course. I want to give you something." She handed a small box wrapped in brown paper. Eric opened a photo album. He flipped the pages, seeing pictures of his family, his friend, and even though history before everything had gone on. "Thought I'd help out something to bring the good times," Sarah signed. "And remind you you're not fine by what's happened to you." Eric felt a lump fall in his throat. "Thank you, Sarah. This means a lot." For the next few weeks, Eric slowly began to rebuild his life. He went 30, he started going to him again. He even started seeing someone new. He never forgot what he had been through. He knew he would carry memories of horror he faced the rest of his life. One day, as he was walking down the street, he saw a young boy sitting alone on a bench. Eric couldn't help but see a bit of himself in the boy's sad eyes. He walked over and sat down next to the boy. "Hey there, what's your name?" The boy looked at him, his eyes filled with tears. "My name's Tommy. I'm lost." Eric smiled. "Oh, Tommy, I'm here to help find you home. You're not alone." As they walked down the street together, Eric knew that he had found a new purpose in life. When he was sorry he had passed, he used to turn to use his words to tell others. And he knew that he would never forget the horror he had faced, but he would also never forget the kindness and passion that helped him through all.
This story is taken from Cocaine Movie, but when not in, please source, subscribe, like, share, and comment if you like story. The day started like any other for the small town employee. Greeted pilots and loaded cargo to the plane with vaccines. This time, the cargo wasn't exactly legal. They were aware that this would be the beginning of a horror story that would shock the entire state. The sound of twin engines snagging and ripple of excitement with their fill was a strange sight. The plane was full, but its engines hummed like glue. The pilot, a man named Ben, stepped out of a cup and handed a clipboard to the airport coordinator, Larry. Larson warmed and looked over at the pilot's plastic package wouldn't be loaded onto the truck. Something seemed odd. Larry nodded and walked over to the plane. "What do you mean?" Ben asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. "I don't know," Larry said, crushing his chin. "It's just fine. You know what it is." Ben shrugged and lit a worker-looking plane. They were all strangers to him, but he didn't care. He had a job too, and he would go to it. The loading process went smoothly, and the plane was stable. Planned to fly low and undetected until they reached their destination. The weather had their plans. The thick fog rolled in. The visibility dropped to almost zero. Ben struggled to keep plane steady, but it was too late. The left wing clipped free, and the plane crashed into the forest wall. The sound of the crash echoed through trees, and the locals rushed to the scene. They found right. There were no sign of pilot or the cargo. The forest was eerily quiet, except for the occasional sound of hooves snapping on foot. As the unheated death, the first responders called a third for the night. The forest was far from safe. Something was stirring in the trees. Something had caught the scent of missing cargo. It wasn't human. The sun had set, and darkness had engulfed the forest. The night was quiet except for the sound of insects, and the occasional hooting of an owl. But as the darkness deepened, a rustling beer among the trees. The beast found the cargo, and was hungry. Its senses were heightened by the smell of cocaine emanating from the packages. The bear, a massive 500-pound apex predator, had consumed a large quantity of the drug, and was now in the risk of cocaine field age. Meanwhile, a roof camp set the tents for it. There were multiple tourists, teenagers, and young adults. The camps were unaware of danger lurking in the wood, but would soon find out. As they sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows, they heard the sound of pigs snagging. They brushed it off, thinking it was just an animal passing through, but then they heard it again, louder this time. It was coming from all directions. Suddenly, the bear burst through the trees, snarling and rolling. Its fur was mad with dirt and blood, and its eyes were created with hunger. The campers were frozen in fear, unable to move, even scream. The bear charged towards them, its massive paws hiding grunt, lunged at the nearest camper, a teenage boy named Jake. But before the bear could reach him, a gunshot go through the forest. The cop went through a small town. He had prolonged the forest, tried to find entries to the missing cargo. He had pulled upon him just in time to grew from a raging beat. The bear retreated back to the woods, leaving the campers shaken and terrified. Cop introduced Officer Johnson and warned the little forest immediately. He told them there was something dangerous lurking in the woods, but he couldn't divulge any more information. As the campers backed up the bear and left the forest, Officer Johnson stood bar, his gun ready. He knew the danger was off road. The bear was still out there. It's hiking. The next morning, the news of the bear attack spread like wildfire through the small town. Locals were shocked, terrified, and rumors began to circulate about what was really going on for it. Officer Johnson knew the truth, but he couldn't reveal it to 10 people. He had been tested with finding this cargo, and he was determined to do so before anyone was fired. As he searched for it, he stumbled on a stream side. It was clearing the woods, and in the center was a pile of plastic packages with the missing cargo. But something was off. The packages had been torn open, the contents were scattered all around. It's clear the bear found the cocaine and some motive. Officer Johnson knew the bear would still be out there, looking for more cocaine. He had to find a way to catch the bear, keep it away from the hospital. Meanwhile, a group of criminals had also heard about missing cocaine. They had been tracking the drug runners for weeks, hoping to steal cargo and equip buck. They heard about the bear attack. They saw an opportunity. They made their way to the forest, armed with guns and a plan, but they were not alone. The odd group of house criminals, tourists, and teens had all converged on the forest. Each were men. As the sun began to set, the group slipped search for the bear, the missing cocaine. Officer Johnson knew that the bear was dangerous, but he was more worried about criminals. He knew that they were armed and dangerous, and would stop at nothing to get their hand on the cocaine. Suddenly, he heard a gunshot in the distance. He ran toward the sound. His gun on. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a criminal standing over a wounded bear, ready to finish it off. Officer Johnson knew that he had back fast. He aimed his gun at criminals and ordered to drop their weapons. He hesitated for a moment. Then they implied. Officer Johnson arrested them and confiscated their gun. As he looked down at the wounded bear, he knew that it was only the king. The cocaine had lifted a horrible rage in the animal. It would stop and fatigue more. The horse was longer safe, and the unfeeble were in grave danger. The group was now more divided than ever. Officer Johnson had taken the criminal and cut it. The tourists and teens were just from missing cocaine. They believed they could find it before the bear did. May 4th. As nightfall, the group started to realize the true danger they were in. The bear was still up there, and was getting closer. The gears crossed into it. They knew that it was only a matter of time for it to come. Tried to run forward. The forest was dense. The darkness was soaring. They soon found themselves lost, and the bear was closing in. The tourists and teens were terrified. The criminals saw an opportunity. They could get out to their net escape. They whispered amongst themselves, and one of them quietly slipped away in the darkness. Officer Johnson knew that they couldn't let the criminal go. He ordered the others to stay put and set off in pursuit. He caught the criminal just as without him to escape. The two struggled. Officer Johnson sailed down to hit him, but the bear was getting closer. They could hear its heavy breathing, the sound of its claws cracking against the ground. The group knew that they had to find a way out. Just then, they saw a little distance. It's a cabin, so deep in the forest. They ran toward it, hoping that it would provide shelter from the bear. As they approached the cabin, they heard a voice from inside. An old man who'd been living in the forest for years. He warned the bear and told them that they were out. The group held their cabin, listened to the bear's growl outside. They knew that they were in great danger, and they might not make it alive. As they waited in darkness, old man began to tell them a story. It built legend about a bird who said to bring about destruction to anyone who was. The group listened in silence as the bear continued to outside. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash. The bear had broken through the door and was standing in the doorway. The group was trapped with nowhere to go. As they stared into the bear's eyes, they realized that they were not just trapped in the forest. They were trapped in a nightmare. The group was paralyzed with fear. The bear stood in the doorway, its eyes on them. They could feel its hot breath on their faces, and they knew they were out of options. Suddenly, the old man spoke up. He told them about the cursed object, how it was said to bring about destruction to anyone who possessed it. He claimed the missing king's cursed object, and it responded with their erratic and violent behavior. Tourists and teens were skeptical, but criminals were intrigued. They thought that they'd use the curse to their finish escape. They demanded that the old man tell them more about the curse. The old man hesitated, but eventually he told them everything new. He revealed the curse could only be lifted if the object returned to its full place, a sacred bear sucked the thread. The group was skeptical. They knew that they had nothing left loose. They decided to take a chance and try to lift the curse. As they made their way through the forest, the bear continued to stop them. It was believed that we were not going to lift it without feet. The group was on edge, and tensions were high. The criminals were going increasingly desperate. The tourists and teens were beginning to realize the true danger they were in. As they approached the burial site, they could feel a sense of unease in the air. The forest was silent, and they heard some of their own heartbeats sounding their deaths. Suddenly, the bear appeared, blocking their path. It was clear that it was not going to let them hit the burial site. The group was out of options. They knew they had to fate to die. They rallied together and made a plan. They armed themselves with every find and charged at the bear. Bowed with fear, and the bear was drawn, but the group was determined. They fought everything they had, and then they were able to overpower the bear. As they took over the deed bear, they felt sense of relief. They had survived the night, and they looked at the curse. They finally found a way out of the nightmare that they had invited. But as they looked around the destruction that the bear had wrought, they knew they could never kill the horse they had experienced at first. They had been changed by ordeal, and would never be the same again. The group emerged from the forest battered brute, alive. They met by a swarm of police officers and paramedics who had been waiting for them on the edge of the woods. As they were tending to their injuries, the group could not but feel a sense of relief. They were finally safe, and the nightmare was over. As they looked around the chaos and destruction that had been out there, they knew that their life would never be the same. Drugs they caused so much pain and destruction were newborn. The scars they had left behind would never fade. The tourists and teens were still alive, but were also shaken. They had never imagined that soul damage would turn into a nightmare of such importance. Criminals, on the other hand, were furious. They had lost everything, and blamed the old man and cursed for their sword. They demanded that the police arrest the old man and charge him with crimes. The old man was nowhere to be found. He had disappeared into the forest, leaving behind nothing but grave footprints and liquors and funnies. As the group loaded into ambulances and became away from the scene, couldn't help but feel sense. They survived the night, but what cost? The forest had claimed space, and they'd never be the same again. As they drove away from the forest, the group was left with nothing but their memories of the horror they had experienced. They knew they would never forget the bear that consumed missing cocaine, and would always wonder what kept old men and cursed object that brought them to the edge of death. But as they looked ahead of the future, they also knew they had a second chance. They had begun to give a fight, and they were determined to make the most of it. They got to never forget the lessons they had learned in the forest, to always be grateful for the purchase of life. This story is taken from no care of, but for the vision. Please support us. Subscribe, like, share, and comment. You love the story.
Three conspiracy theorists break into Area 51 to uncover evidence of extraterrestrials. They discover the truth, but at a great cost. Haunted by their experience, they become activists fighting against government cover-ups and hidden agendas.
Extraterrestrial life. Jack couldn't believe his luck. This was it, the smoking gun he had been searching for. He quickly called Rachel and Sam and shared the news. Excitement filled the air as the three of them started brainstorming about how they could infiltrate the base and uncover the truth. Jack suggested they use the cover of night to sneak in undetected, but Rachel countered that they would need more than just stealth to get past the heavily guarded gates. Sam suggested they dress up as maintenance workers, but Jack pointed out that they would need security clearance to get anywhere near the evidence room. For hours, they debated and argued, trying to come up with a foolproof plan. They knew that breaking into a top-secret military base was no easy feat, but they were determined to uncover the truth. As the night wore on, they finally settled on a plan. They would wait until the annual maintenance crew changeover, when a new team of workers would be arriving at the base. They would then create fake credentials and pose as part of the new team, gaining access to the base without raising any suspicions. Once inside, they would split up and search for any evidence of extraterrestrial life. The plan was risky, but they were convinced that it was their best chance of uncovering the truth about what the government was hiding. They spent the next few weeks preparing, creating fake credentials, and practicing their cover stories. The night of the mission arrived, and the three of them set out for Nevada. They were nervous, but also excited. This was the moment they had been waiting for. They arrived at the base just before dawn, and as they drove up to the gates, their hearts were pounding in their chests. As they approached the gate, the guard asked for their credentials. Jack handed them over, and after a brief pause, the guard waved them through. The plan was working. They had made it inside Area 51. The trio of conspiracy theorists made their way through the base, trying their best to blend in with the other maintenance workers. They knew that any suspicious behavior could draw unwanted attention and potentially get them caught. As they moved through the base, they were struck by how quiet it was. The only sounds were the hum of machinery and the occasional distant footsteps. They felt like they were walking through a ghost town, with no signs of life anywhere. Their first stop was the main building, where they hoped to find the evidence room. They split up and went their separate ways, each taking a different hallway. Jack found himself in a dimly lit corridor, lined with doors on either side. He tried a few doors, but they were all locked. As he was about to give up, he heard a faint buzzing sound coming from behind one of the doors. He pressed his ear to the door and listened intently. It sounded like some kind of machinery. He tried the handle, and to his surprise, it turned. The door swung open, revealing a small room filled with computer monitors and blinking lights. Jack hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should explore further. He knew that the consequences of getting caught could be severe, but his curiosity got the best of him. He stepped inside and started examining the monitors. As he looked closer, he realized that the screens were displaying live footage from around the base. He could see guards patrolling the perimeter, scientists in lab coats working on unknown experiments, and even what looked like some kind of alien autopsy being performed. His heart raced as he realized the implications of what he was seeing. This was proof that the government was hiding evidence of extraterrestrial life. He quickly took out his phone and snapped some photos of the screens, hoping to capture as much evidence as he could. As he was about to leave the room, he heard footsteps coming down the hallway. He panicked, realizing that he had been caught. He quickly ducked behind one of the monitors and held his breath, waiting for whoever was coming to pass by. The footsteps grew closer, and Jack could hear someone muttering under their breath. He peeked around the monitor and saw a man in a lab coat walking down the hallway. The man didn't seem to notice him, and continued on his way. Jack waited for a few more minutes, making sure the coast was clear, before making his way back out into the hallway. He quickly made his way back to the main building, eager to share his discovery with Rachel and Sam. As he walked into the main room, he saw Rachel and Sam huddled over a large document. They looked up as he approached, and he could see the excitement in their eyes. "Guys, you won't believe what I just found," he said, holding up his phone. Rachel and Sam leaned in, eager to see what he had discovered. As they looked at the photos on his phone, their faces grew pale with shock. "This changes everything," Rachel said quietly. "We have to get out of here and share this with the world." The trio quickly realized that they needed to get out of Area 51 as soon as possible. They had uncovered concrete evidence of extraterrestrial life being hidden by the government, and they knew that if they were caught, they would be silenced. As they made their way back to the entrance, they heard alarms blaring and the sound of boots running towards them. They knew that they had been discovered, and their escape plan was compromised. They darted down a nearby hallway, looking for a place to hide. Rachel spotted a door on the left, marked supply closet. She pushed it open, and the three of them squeezed inside, shutting the door behind them. It was pitch black inside the closet, and they could barely see each other. They held their breath, listening as the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the door to the closet was thrown open, and a bright light flooded in. The trio shielded their eyes, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. They could see the silhouette of a guard standing in the doorway, holding a flashlight. "Come out with your hands up," the guard shouted. "We have you surrounded." The three of them huddled together, paralyzed with fear. They knew that their discovery had led them to this moment, and they had to make a choice. Stay and be captured, or try to fight their way out. Suddenly, Jack lunged forward, grabbing the guard's flashlight and smashing it against the wall. The guard stumbled backwards, and Jack tackled him to the ground. Sam and Rachel jumped in to help, kicking and punching at the guard. They managed to overpower him and tie him up with some duct tape they found in the supply closet. They knew that they had to move quickly, as more guards would be on their way soon. They made their way through the base, trying to avoid any guards they came across. They knew that they had to get to the perimeter fence and make a run for it. As they ran, they could hear the sound of alarms and the shouts of guards growing louder behind them. They could see the fence in the distance, and they pushed themselves harder, hoping to make it in time. Just as they reached the fence, a group of guards appeared in front of them, blocking their way. They were surrounded, and they knew that they had been caught. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise in the distance. It sounded like a high-pitched whine, growing louder and louder. The guards looked around in confusion, trying to figure out what was happening. As the noise grew louder, a bright light appeared in the sky above them. It was like nothing any of them had ever seen before. The light engulfed them, and they felt themselves being lifted off the ground. They were floating, weightless, as they were carried up towards the light. They could see the base below them, growing smaller and smaller. They knew that they were being taken by the extraterrestrial life that they had discovered. As they were lifted into the ship, they knew that they were the first humans to ever make contact with another intelligent life form. They had uncovered the secrets of Area 51, and it had led them to an encounter that would change their lives forever. The trio found themselves in a strange room, surrounded by alien technology and beings that they could barely comprehend. They were strapped to metal tables, unable to move, as they were subjected to a series of experiments. The aliens seemed to be fascinated by the human body, taking samples of their blood, skin, and organs. They were poked and prodded, and the pain was unbearable. As the hours passed, they started to lose track of time. They were exhausted, hungry, and in constant pain. They didn't know how much longer they could hold on. Eventually, the aliens seemed to lose interest in them. They were left alone in the room, still strapped to the tables. They tried to talk to each other, but their voices were hoarse from screaming. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a group of humans walked in. They were wearing white lab coats, and they looked like scientists. The trio felt a glimmer of hope that they might be saved. "Hello," one of the scientists said. "My name is Dr. Wilson. We've been looking for you." The trio tried to speak, but their throats were too dry. They could barely nod their heads. "We know that you've uncovered some sensitive information about the government's involvement with extraterrestrial life," Dr. Wilson continued. "We need to keep you safe." The trio looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea who these people were, or why they would want to help them. "We're a group of scientists who have been studying the aliens for years," Dr. Wilson explained. "We've been trying to find a way to communicate with them, but we've been unsuccessful. We believe that you might be the key to understanding their language." The trio looked at each other, still not sure what to make of this. They were exhausted and in pain, and the last thing they wanted to do was help the people who had put them in this situation. But they also knew that they needed to get out of there. They nodded their heads, agreeing to help the scientists. Over the next few days, the trio worked with the scientists, trying to decipher the language of the aliens. They pored over data and recordings, trying to find patterns and clues. At first, progress was slow. But as they worked, they started to notice patterns in the way the aliens communicated. They discovered that the aliens used a combination of telepathy and sound to communicate, and they were able to start decoding the messages. As they worked, they started to form a strange bond with the aliens. They realized that the aliens were not just mindless beings, but intelligent creatures with their own culture and language. Eventually, they were able to communicate with the aliens directly. They learned that the aliens had been studying humans for years, trying to understand our culture and behavior. They also learned that the government had been hiding the existence of the aliens from the public for decades. The aliens had been trying to make contact with humans for years, but the government had been blocking their attempts. The trio realized that their discovery had led them to something much bigger than they had ever imagined. They had uncovered a government conspiracy that had been hidden from the public for years. But they had also made contact with an intelligent life form, something that had never been done before. They knew that their lives would never be the same again. The trio worked with the scientists for several more weeks, making progress in their communication with the aliens. But they knew that they couldn't stay there forever. They needed to escape. Dr. Wilson had promised to help them get out of the base, but they knew that it wouldn't be easy. The base was heavily guarded, and there were cameras everywhere. They spent days planning their escape, studying the guard schedules and mapping out the layout of the base. They knew that they had to be careful and avoid any confrontation with the guards. Finally, they had a plan. They would sneak out during the night, using the underground tunnels that connected the different buildings in the base. The night of the escape, they waited until the guards had finished their rounds and were settling in for the night. They made their way through the tunnels, moving as quietly as possible. They had almost made it to the exit when they heard footsteps approaching. They froze, unsure of what to do. But then they saw Dr. Wilson coming towards them, waving them forward. Quickly, he whispered, "The guards are distracted. You have to go now." The trio didn't waste any time. They rushed towards the exit, their hearts pounding in their chests. They burst through the door and found themselves in the open air for the first time in weeks. But their freedom was short-lived. As soon as they stepped outside, they were surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. They had been caught. Dr. Wilson stepped forward, trying to reason with the soldiers. But it was no use. They were taken back into the base, and this time they were thrown into a dark cell. Days passed, and the trio started to lose hope. They had been caught, and there seemed to be no way out. They were beginning to accept their fate. But then, something unexpected happened. The aliens came to their rescue. They appeared in the cell, using their telepathic powers to communicate with the trio. They told them that they had been monitoring their progress and were impressed by their ability to decode their language. "We have a proposition for you," the alien leader said. "We can help you escape, but you have to help us in return." The trio didn't hesitate. They agreed to help the aliens in any way they could. The aliens told them that they needed their help to communicate with the human leaders and establish peaceful relations between the two species. Over the next few days, the aliens and the trio worked together to formulate a plan. They decided that the trio would be taken to a meeting with the government officials, and they would use their newfound ability to communicate with the aliens to negotiate a peace treaty. The day of the meeting arrived, and the trio was taken to a secure location where they met with government officials. They used their telepathic abilities to communicate with the aliens, relaying their messages to the officials. The negotiations were tense, but ultimately successful. The government agreed to establish peaceful relations with the aliens and share their technology with them. The trio was hailed as heroes, their actions credited with bringing about a new era of peace and understanding between humans and extraterrestrial life. As for the aliens, they returned to their home planet, happy to have made contact with another intelligent species. But they left behind a legacy, a message of hope and cooperation that would inspire future generations to reach out to the stars and explore the unknown. After their harrowing experience at Area 51, the trio struggled to adjust to normal life. They had seen things that they never could have imagined, and their worldview had been forever changed. They had become celebrities overnight, appearing on talk shows and news programs to discuss their experiences. People were fascinated by their story, and they were hailed as heroes by many. But the trio couldn't shake the feeling that they had been changed in ways that they couldn't fully comprehend. They had made contact with extraterrestrial life, and they had been a part of a historic moment in human history. As they tried to come to terms with what they had experienced, they found themselves plagued by nightmares and flashbacks. They struggled to sleep, haunted by the memories of their time in the base. But they also found themselves drawn to the world of conspiracy theories once again. They had uncovered proof of extraterrestrial life, but they knew that there was so much more out there that was being hidden from the public. They continued to research and investigate, hoping to uncover more secrets that the government was hiding. But they were also more cautious now, knowing the dangers of getting too close to the truth. Despite their newfound fame and success, the trio couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. They had seen the dark underbelly of the world, and they knew that there were powerful forces at play that could crush anyone who dared to get in their way. But they also knew that they couldn't turn their backs on the truth. They had a responsibility to uncover the secrets that were being hidden from the public, no matter the cost. As they continued to delve deeper into the world of conspiracy theories, they found themselves uncovering more and more disturbing truths. They uncovered evidence of government cover-ups, secret experiments, and hidden agendas. But they also found hope in the people who were fighting back against the system. They discovered a network of like-minded individuals who were working to expose the truth and bring about change. The trio threw themselves into this movement, using their newfound fame and knowledge to help further the cause. They became activists, using their platform to raise awareness and fight against the powers that be. Their journey had started with a quest to uncover proof of extraterrestrial life, but it had become so much more. They had become warriors for truth, fighting against the darkness that threatened to consume the world. In the end, they knew that their journey was far from over. There were still mysteries to uncover, still secrets to expose. But they were no longer alone in their fight. They had found a community, a family of like-minded individuals who were willing to stand with them in the face of adversity. And so they continued on their journey, fighting for truth and justice in a world that desperately needed it. They had been changed by their experience, but they had also been given a purpose. And they would stop at nothing to see that purpose fulfilled.
For as long as she could remember, Emily had always been curious about her family's past. Growing up, she would often ask her parents and grandparents about their lives before she was born, but they would always brush off her questions with vague answers. Despite their evasiveness, Emily sensed that there was more to their stories than what they were telling her. It wasn't until Emily's grandmother passed away that she finally got a glimpse into her family's troubled past. While going through her grandmother's belongings, Emily stumbled upon a dusty old box filled with photographs, letters, and other memorabilia. As she sifted through the items, Emily discovered that her family's history was far more complicated than she had ever imagined. One photograph in particular caught her attention. It was a faded black and white picture of her great-grandmother, who Emily had never met. On the back of the photo, there was a handwritten note that read, "She was taken by the devil." Emily couldn't believe what she was reading. Was her family involved in some kind of demonic cult? She knew that she had to dig deeper to uncover the truth. Over the next few weeks, Emily spent every spare moment researching her family's history. She scoured old newspaper archives, combed through genealogy records, and even hired a private investigator to help her uncover the truth. The more she learned, the more she realized just how troubled her family's past really was. She discovered that her great-grandmother had been involved in a secretive cult that worshipped a demonic entity known as the Black Goat. The cult had been responsible for a string of disappearances and murders in their small town before finally being disbanded by the authorities. As Emily delved deeper into her family's history, she began to experience strange occurrences in her own life. She would hear strange whispers in her ear when she was alone, and she started having vivid nightmares about her great-grandmother and the demonic cult. At first, Emily dismissed these experiences as nothing more than her imagination running wild. But as the occurrences became more frequent and intense, she began to fear that she was opening herself up to some kind of demonic possession. Despite her growing fear, Emily couldn't stop herself from uncovering more about her family's past. She knew that she had to confront the dark secrets that had been buried for so long, no matter the cost. Little did she know that her journey into her family's troubled past would lead her down a path of horror and terror beyond her wildest nightmares. As Emily continued her research into her family's past, strange things began to happen around her. It started with small things like objects moving on their own or doors creaking open in the middle of the night. Emily initially dismissed these occurrences as her imagination or simple coincidences, but as they continued to happen, she could no longer ignore them. One night, while she was reading through old family letters, Emily felt a cold breeze brush past her. She shivered and looked up, but there was no window or door open. Suddenly, she felt a hand brush past her face, and a voice whispered her name. Emily jumped up, knocking over the stack of letters in front of her. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and she was covered in a cold sweat. She knew then that something was seriously wrong. Over the next few days, Emily experienced more unexplainable occurrences. Objects would move or disappear, and she began to hear strange whispers in her ear. She also started having vivid nightmares that felt so real she could feel the breath of a demonic presence on her neck. One night, Emily woke up to find her room filled with a thick fog that seemed to be swirling around her bed. She tried to get up, but she felt like she was being held down by an unseen force. She was terrified, but she couldn't scream or even move. As the fog cleared, Emily saw a shadowy figure standing at the foot of her bed. The figure seemed to be made of darkness and smoke, and she could feel its malevolent presence seeping into her skin. She could feel its anger, its hunger, and its hatred, and she knew that it was something far beyond her understanding. Emily closed her eyes and tried to block out the presence, but she could feel it getting stronger. Suddenly, she heard a voice in her mind, a voice that was not her own. "You cannot escape me, Emily," the voice whispered. "You are mine now." Emily opened her eyes, and the figure was gone. She was alone in her room, but she knew that she was no longer alone in her mind. She had unwittingly opened herself up to a demonic possession, and there was no going back. Emily knew that she had to do something before it was too late. She tried to ignore the occurrences, but they only grew more intense. She began to seek help from anyone who would listen, but most people dismissed her as simply being paranoid or delusional. Despite the skepticism of others, Emily refused to give up. She continued to research her family's past and the demonic entity that had possessed her great-grandmother. She began to learn more about the rituals and spells that had been used to summon the demon, and she started to understand the danger that she was in. Emily knew that she had to find a way to break the possession and free herself from the demon's grasp. But she also knew that she was running out of time, and that the demon was growing stronger with each passing day. She would have to be brave and resourceful if she was going to survive the horrors that awaited her. Emily's search for the truth about her family's troubled past continued, leading her down a path of darkness and horror. She spent hours poring over old family records and documents, trying to piece together the events that had led to the demonic possession of her great-grandmother. The more she learned, the more disturbed she became. She discovered that her family had a long history of dabbling in the occult and practicing dark magic. They had been obsessed with the idea of gaining power and immortality, and had made deals with demons and other malevolent entities in order to achieve their goals. As Emily delved deeper into her family's past, she began to uncover secrets that had been hidden for generations. She discovered that her great-grandmother had not been the only one to be possessed by a demon. In fact, several members of her family had been possessed over the years, and many of them had died under mysterious circumstances. Emily's research also led her to a book of ancient spells and incantations that had been passed down through her family for generations. She was horrified to find that the book contained instructions for summoning demons and other evil entities, as well as spells for binding and controlling them. As Emily continued to read through the book, she began to feel as though she was being watched. She looked up and saw a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room, watching her with glowing red eyes. Emily tried to run, but she found that she was paralyzed with fear. The figure stepped closer, and she could feel its malevolent presence seeping into her skin. She could hear its voice in her mind, whispering dark secrets and promising power beyond her wildest dreams. Emily knew that she had to fight back. She closed her eyes and focused all her willpower on banishing the demon from her mind. She recited a protection spell that she had learned from one of her family's old grimoires, and felt a surge of energy flow through her body. When she opened her eyes, the figure was gone. Emily was alone, but she knew that the danger was far from over. As she continued her research, Emily began to experience more supernatural occurrences. She heard whispers in the dark, and felt cold fingers brush past her face. She saw visions of ancient rituals and demonic entities, and felt the pull of dark magic tugging at her soul. Despite the danger, Emily refused to give up. She knew that she had to uncover the truth about her family's past, no matter the cost. She continued to study the ancient tomes and grimoires, and began to learn the dark secrets of her family's magic. But the more she learned, the more she realized that she was in over her head. She had unwittingly opened herself up to a world of darkness and horror, and she didn't know if she could survive the consequences of her actions. As Emily continued her research into her family's troubled past, she began to feel as though she was being watched at all times. She could feel a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the edge of her vision, waiting to strike. One night, as she was sleeping, she felt something cold and clammy wrap around her ankle. She tried to kick it off, but it was too strong. She felt it pull her towards the edge of the bed, and then suddenly she was on the floor. She looked up and saw a dark figure standing over her, its eyes glowing red. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. She could feel the demon's presence inside her, taking control of her body. Emily was now possessed, and she felt as though she was no longer in control of her own actions. She found herself doing things that she would never normally do, such as hurting herself and others. She began to hear voices in her head, urging her to commit acts of violence and chaos. She saw visions of demonic entities and ancient rituals, and felt herself becoming more and more disconnected from reality. Emily knew that she had to fight back against the possession, but she didn't know how. She reached out to a local priest for help, but he refused to believe her story. She tried to find a witch or sorcerer who could help her, but all of them were either afraid of her or were themselves possessed. In her desperation, Emily turned to the same dark magic that had possessed her great-grandmother so many years ago. She began to perform the same rituals and spells that her ancestors had used to control demons and other malevolent entities. As she delved deeper into the dark arts, Emily felt herself becoming more and more powerful. She could feel the demon's presence within her growing stronger with each passing day. She began to revel in the chaos and destruction that she was causing, and began to see herself as a being of immense power and darkness. But as Emily continued down this path, she began to realize the true cost of her actions. She saw the pain and suffering that she was causing to those around her, and began to feel a sense of guilt and remorse. She knew that she had to find a way to banish the demon from her body before it was too late. With the help of an old grimoire, Emily began to perform a ritual that would banish the demon from her body once and for all. It was a dangerous and complex ritual, but Emily was determined to see it through to the end. As she performed the ritual, Emily could feel the demon's presence growing weaker and weaker. She felt a sense of relief and triumph as the demon was finally banished from her body. But Emily knew that her journey was far from over. She had been through a harrowing experience, and had seen firsthand the true horror of dark magic and demonic possession. She knew that she would never be the same again, but she was determined to move forward and try to make amends for the pain and suffering that she had caused. With the demon finally banished from her body, Emily was left to pick up the pieces of her shattered life. She had seen the true horror of demonic possession, and knew that she could never go back to the way things were before. She decided to take a break from her research into her family's past, and instead focus on healing and finding a way to make amends for the pain and suffering that she had caused. She sought out therapy and spiritual guidance, and slowly began to rebuild her shattered psyche. As Emily worked on healing herself, she also began to reach out to those who had been hurt by her actions. She apologized to her friends and family for the things that she had done while under the demon's control, and tried to make amends for the pain that she had caused. She also began to work with local charities and organizations to help those who had been affected by dark magic and demonic possession. She used her own experience as a cautionary tale, warning others about the dangers of dabbling in the dark arts. Through her work and her dedication to healing and redemption, Emily began to find a sense of peace and purpose that she had never felt before. She realized that she had a responsibility to use her experiences to help others, and to make sure that no one else had to go through the same pain and suffering that she had. As she continued on her journey, Emily also began to revisit her family's troubled past. But this time, she approached it with a new perspective and a newfound strength. She realized that by confronting the past head-on, she could help to break the cycle of pain and suffering that had haunted her family for generations. Emily spent months researching her family's history, digging through old records and documents, and talking to those who knew her ancestors. She uncovered a wealth of information about her family's involvement in dark magic and demonic possession, and began to piece together a narrative that explained much of what had happened to her and her family. She realized that her great-grandmother had not been evil, but rather had been a victim of her own circumstances. She had turned to dark magic as a way of coping with the pain and suffering that she had experienced, and had inadvertently opened herself up to demonic possession. Through her research, Emily also learned about the importance of forgiveness and redemption. She realized that even those who had made mistakes and caused pain could find a way to make amends and find peace. In the end, Emily's journey led her to a place of healing and redemption. She had confronted the demons of her past and had emerged stronger and more determined than ever. She knew that her work was not done, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As Emily continued her research into her family's past, she began to uncover more and more dark secrets. She found evidence of rituals and sacrifices, and learned of the terrible consequences that came with dabbling in the dark arts. Despite the dangers, Emily was driven by her thirst for knowledge. She felt that it was her duty to uncover the truth about her family's past, and to understand the forces that had plagued her for so long. But as she delved deeper into her research, Emily began to notice strange things happening around her. Objects would move on their own, doors would slam shut without warning, and she could hear whispers and voices in the darkness. At first, Emily tried to dismiss these occurrences as mere coincidences or tricks of the mind. But as they continued to happen with increasing frequency, she began to fear that something far more sinister was at work. One night, As Emily sat alone in her apartment, she felt a cold breath on the back of her neck. She turned around to find herself face to face with the demon that had possessed her months earlier. The demon taunted her, telling her that she had not learned her lesson and that she was foolish to continue her research. It warned her that the more she learned, the more she would become a target for dark forces. Emily was terrified, but she refused to give up her quest for knowledge. She knew that there were others out there who, like her great-grandmother, were in danger of falling victim to the same forces. Determined to warn others of the dangers of dark magic and demonic possession, Emily began to write about her experiences. She published articles and gave interviews, warning others of the risks involved in dabbling in the dark arts. She also began to work with local occult groups, offering her knowledge and experience as a cautionary tale. She hoped that by sharing her story, she could help others to avoid the same mistakes that she had made. But even as she worked to help others, Emily knew that she was not entirely safe. The demon continued to haunt her, lurking in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Emily knew that the only way to truly protect herself was to continue her work, to shine a light on the darkness that had plagued her family for generations. She vowed to never give up her search for knowledge, but also to never forget the price that came with it. In the end, Emily's warning became a beacon of hope for those who had been touched by dark magic and demonic possession. Her story served as a reminder that even the most terrible mistakes could be redeemed, and that even in the face of darkness, there was always hope.
Welcome to Unlimited Horror Stories, your go-to channel for spine-chilling tales that will keep you up at night. Today, we bring you a haunting story that will leave you questioning the very fabric of reality. In Echoes from the Shore, a beach house horror story, a college couple seeks to repair their troubled relationship with a peaceful beach getaway, only to find themselves trapped in a cosmic nightmare beyond their wildest imaginations. They struggle to survive, they offer dark secret that Brenton's and Harley. If you enjoy Irvine's stories, so keep at your seat. Please support Champ by subscribing and notification will be alert when we leave content. If support can continue doing the best horror stories from darkest at Sinsky. Vintage liveness and late involved attracting Jack, Ving and Snowy as a blue beach house. Sent to his old friend, Marcus, who inherited the Robert first grandfather. Jack and Ellen had been dating for almost 2 years, and their relationship had off patchy. They were hoping that Cleve and the city would help them repair the troubled relationship. Beach house is located in a remote area, surrounded by trees and overlooking the ocean. As they arrived, they noticed the house had rustic charm to it, with a plum porch and large windows that allowed the sunlight to stream in. Jack and Ellen were sent to explore the house, and Marcus showed them around, pointing out various amenities and then his rotary door. As they settled into the house, Jack and Emily noticed the place had strange energy to it. The air felt heavy, and they heard strange noises on the walls. Emily tried to brush off, but Jack was visibly unnerved. He knew that Marcus had always been interested in the occult. He couldn't shake feeling something odd about the beach house. That night, as they were getting ready for bed, Emily heard looking on the kitchen. Jack went to investigate, but he found nothing of the ordinary. Emily was beginning to feel uneasy. Jack reassured that it was just the old settling. Over the next few days, strange occurrences became more frequent. The light would flicker, and her footsteps come from empty rooms. One evening, he found James silhouette in the the front door. Jack tried to wipe away, but still seemed to be growing to know it. As the day passed, Jack and Emily's relationship began to improve, but strange occurrences continued. He tried to ignore it. The tension in the house was palpable. Emily couldn't help but feel that they were being watched. Jack and nurse fate. One night, as they were sitting on the porch, they saw a bright light aside. Thought it was a shooting star at first, but it grew brighter and larger until it filled the sky. Suddenly, they were engulfed in my night, and next thing they knew, they were back inside the house. They tried to leave the house. The front door wouldn't budge. They were trapped, and the strange occurrence had escalated to point of terror. Emily and Jack realized they were in the middle of a cosmic nightmare. They didn't want to escape. As they huddled together, finding sinful was happening to them, they knew they were not alone in the house. Something was there with them. It was getting closer. Despite the number of occurrences, Jack and Emily were determined to make most of their time at the beach house. They spent their day exploring the beach in town, and going each of the company buggies and quiet their secluded surroundings. But as the nights grew longer, so did the list of little occurrences. Every week, fought for a roof, pushed crooked, and doors open that they were sure they had closed before. Emily's anxiety was at all time, and Jack's nerves were on edge. One night, as they were sitting in the living room, heard full spring sound. At first, thought it was just some wind, ghosts and rule out and will sing. It was like God never heard before. Low, her language that had become men's of the walls. Emily would read the just right and her, back in this for a few more days. He knew they needed to stay away from the selves to connect and more on relationship. Besides, he had a feeling the string currents were somehow connected to Mark's next to the beach house. As he delved deeper into the history of the house, he discovered that Mark's grandfather had been eccentric scientist to dabble in the occult. He built a laboratory of being a beach house and spent years in experiment that would be both hungry and dangerous. Jack and Emily unscrewed, they realized the potential implications of the sermons sent by Mark's grandfather. They couldn't help but wonder if the strange occurrences were solid to experiments, or if they had way until supernatural had been born for years. The tension in the house continued to mount. Jack and Emily's relationship began as awful sand. Strange occurrences seemed to have life of their own, and couldn't shake the feeling they'd been watching something malevolent. One night, as they were lying in bed, a loud crash on the foot basin. Jack rocked into investigate, and he returned. He was the agent. He told Emily he'd seen something in the laboratory, something that couldn't explain. Emily could see fear in his eyes, and she knew that they needed to leave the beach house as soon as possible. But they approached the door, they realized the door shut. The door hadn't stopped before was not completely oval, and they were locked inside with arrows looking in the house. Their range had been lost before they arrived at the beach house, but now their lovers had waited when they had left. How hungry of this waited the nature and hope that they would get out alive. As Jack and Emily realized they found the beach house, fear took hold of them. They were now at mercy of the strange occurrences that had been plugging them, and they right. The range had been rocks, the sound tested 2 minutes. They sent that few-hour train from away out of the house. They shut the windows, doors, even the basement door. Everything was locked tight. Emily's anxiety went an all-time high. Jack's stood sticky on the head. They knew it needed to stay together and find a way out. As they searched the house, they noticed that things had become more silent. The whisper had grown louder and more frequent, and they could hear footsteps coming from the empty rooms. They felt like they were being watched by something sinister and malevolent. Jack started to experience hallucinations. He'd see shadow figure moving around the house. He'd hear voices whispering in his ear. He couldn't tell if he was being awake, and the line had melted and nightmare began to blur. Emily, on the other hand, was experiencing different high functioning. She would see ghostly figures walking around the house, and she'd hear their voices calling up her. The spirits had been trying to communicate with her. She couldn't understand what they were saying, and they were on from themselves in the basement. The laboratory that had once belonged to Marcus's grandfather was still intact, and she couldn't help but fix onto it. He felt like he was being called to laboratory by some force. Once inside the laboratory, Jack saw something that he would never forget. The wall were covered in strange symbols and runes. They were charred filled with strange and vital substances. Inside the room was a large, ominous-looking machine that pulsed the worldly energy. Suddenly, Jack was overwhelmed by such dread. He knew that the machine was somehow responsible for strange occurrences in the house, and he felt like they needed to destroy it for the curse. Emily, who had been sold in the basement, suddenly screamed. Jack rushed aside as soon as she found a hidden door. As they opened the door, they discovered a small room filled with artifacts, including an old book with strange writing. As they read through the book, they realized that it was a diary belonging to Marcus's grandfather. The diary revealed the machine laboratory was guilty for the mission, and Marcus's grandfather had opened a way and the hidden sea bore upon the world. Jack and Emily knew what they were dealing with, and knew they needed to destroy the machine before it was too late. But as they head back to the laboratory, they were confronted by the shadow figures that Jack had been seeing all night. The spirits seemed to be trying to stop the destroying machine, and they knew they were in for a fight for their lives. As Jack and Emily made the way back to the laboratory, they were surrounded by the shadow figures that Jack had been seeing all night. The spirits seemed to be trying to stop them from destroying the machine, and they knew they were in for a fight for their lives. Fears were losing hard grasp. Jack and Emily knew that they needed to fight back before they had any chance of escaping the beach house. They managed to grab some tools for these and gave a fight officers. The spirits were relentless, and fate seemed born forever. Jack and Emily fought well their night, but since the spirits were being drawn at the Jack moment, Emily flourished in flaming, and Jack was drawn like beads out of it. Just they thought all hope was lost, the spirits suddenly vanished. Jack and Emily were left staying in the basement, but they caught into it. They didn't know what had happened, but knew that they needed to act quickly for the spirits to return. They rushed back to the laboratory, and Jack immediately went to work to destroy the machine. It was a tick attack, and she seemed to have life of its own. Also with the dark dirty that seemed to resist Jack's effort. Emily, who had been searching the room, suddenly let out a cry. She had on a piece of paper that seemed to have instruction for destroying the machine. Jack quickly ripped the instructions and realized they needed to use a combination of chemicals to destroy the machine. They explored the laboratory for the chemicals needed, and eventually they found them. They clicked them together and poured the machine onto the machine. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the explosion, the machine began to break apart. The explosion was so loud that it shook the entire house. Jack and Emily knew they needed to get out of the house before it collapsed on them. They rushed to the door and tried to open it, but wouldn't budge. They got once again. As they searched for another way out, their face calling at them. It was Marcus, and he was calling out them from stairs. They rushed upstairs and found Marcus in one of the rooms. Marcus was shaking and seemed to be in a shock. He told Jack and Emily he'd been possessed by spirits out to the house. They began to roll his body and forward into terrible things. But now, the spirits were gone, and Marcus could control his own body. They rushed to the front door and found it was unlocked. They rushed out of the house and took another air. They blasted to sand, hating and exhausted. As they caught their breath, they realized the nightmare was finally over. They had to survive horror of the house and had come out the other side. They knew that they would never forget the experience, but they also knew they would never seek it again. The beach house would forever be a place of darkness and war, a place no one would ever dare to enter again. Jack, Emily, and Marcus on the beach, watching the sun rise over the ocean. They were exhausted but lived to be alive. The horrors and accidents in the beach house were still fresh in their minds, and they knew they would take some in process everything that happened. For a while, sin and silence lost in their thoughts. But eventually, Jack broke the silence. "We need to talk about what happened," he said. "Can't just tell like never happened." Emily and Marcus sounded agreement. They knew they needed to process what had happened in order to move them from the concerns. They talked about strange occurrences that had happened in the house, and the terrifying visions that had plagued them throughout the night. As they talked, they realized that they had all experienced different things. Jack had seen shadowy figures. Emily had experienced the strange sensations in the laboratory. Marcus had insisted on the spirit. Beside their different experiences, they all agreed on one thing: the beach house was a place of darkness and evil. They talked for hours, until the sun was high in the sky. Eventually, they came to a realization: they needed to let go of the past and move on with their lives. They couldn't let the horse of the beach house define them or hold back. Together, they made a pact to never speak of the beach house again. They would move on with their lives and leave horrors of the beach house behind them. It would be easy. They knew they needed to move on. Over the next few days, they slowly gained a big experience behind them. They returned to their normal lives. They couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed within them. They all enjoyed dramatic experience, and that would be kind of full process and element. As the weeks went by, they began to notice they were stronger than they had been before. The experience had added them wasting for the hustle. They had come out the other side stronger and more resilient. They also began to realize that they were no longer the same people they'd been before the beach house. They had to appreciate life from the deep end. They knew that every moment was precious, and were determined to motive for day. In the end, the beach house became distant memory. But the lessons they had learned from experience stayed with them the rest of their lives. They'd faced their darkest years and come out the other side, and knew it could be anything left to them. As they looked back on the experience, they knew that they had been through a comic nightmare. They also come to the other side with newfound strength and resilience. That was something that no one could ever take away from them. Years had passed since the events at the beach house, and Jack, Emily, and Marcus all gone their separate ways. They'd kept in touch badly over the years. Their lives had taken different directions. Sight drifted between them, also thought about the beach house on night time. It had been a defining moment in their lives, and it left a lasting impression on them all. One day, Emily received a package of mail. It was left from Marcus, who had recently passed away. In a letter, Marcus explained that he had been thinking about the beach house a lot his 5 days. It had come to the realization the experience changed him in ways that he never fully understood. In his 5 days, Mark had come to the idea of beach house. He had done extensive research on the house and land with Baton. He discovered the land had once been used in Native American tribes to live ceremonies and had been considered sacred. As far as himself went to history of the land, he continued to stream truths. He discovered the beach house had no burial ground, that serves had been served by a construction house. Marcus believed the beach house would give to dark ancient power, and that the horrors that experience would just be game. He believed the house was a being or evil, and that it needed to destroy in order to prevent any more harm from being inflicted on innocent people. Emma was by Marcus there. He couldn't believe that child's dark and sinister history. She knew that she needed to share the information with Jack, who was now a successful real estate developer. Jack then she skeptical the information, but after doing some research on, he began to believe that Marcus was truth to Marcus' theories. He knew that the beach house was built on valuable, but he also knew he couldn't in good conscience develop land knowing one and no. Together, Jack and Emily decided to burst the lands running the beach house and turn it into a nature reserve. They wanted to honor Mary Marcus and the other spirits who had been served by constructing the beach house. As they worked to a land with a natural state, they became full of sense of peaceful fulfillment they had never experienced before. They knew that they were doing the right thing, and that they would honor the legacy of the beach house the best way possible. In the end, the legacy of the beach house was one of darkness and horror, but also of dash and renewal. Emily and Marcus had been through custom nightmare, but had come to the other side strong and more resilient than ever before. The memory of the beach house will always haunt them, but they knew that they had done everything in their power to make things right. That burned tragedy and something brutal and lasting, and no legacy they would proud of.
In fractured reality, a teleportation experience experiment gone horribly wrong. A graduate student named Amelia tests a teleportation wormhole on herself. But as her life mysteriously unravels, she discovers the scientists behind the experiment were reckless and unethical. Determined to expose the truth, but they were disjointed and confusing. Amelia realized that the man was trying to help her, but she couldn't understand why he was doing it. She didn't even know who he was or how he had felt. All she knew was that she was becoming increasingly reliant on him for her survival. As the days turned into weeks, Amelia began to fear that she would never escape the room. She didn't know if she would ever be able to regain her memories or if she would be stuck in this strange, dark place forever. As the days passed, Amelia became increasingly reliant
on the hooded man who brought her food and water. She had no idea who he was or how he had found her, but she was grateful for his help. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease whenever he was around. The hooded man never spoke to Amelia in a language she could understand. Strange, dark world, but she couldn't trust him completely. There were still too many unanswered questions, too many mysteries to be unraveled. As Amelia's mastery of the symbols grew, so did her determination to uncover the truth about the experiment that had brought her to this strange place. She began to use the symbols to try to communicate with the scientists who had conducted the teleportation experiment. At first, her attempts were futile. But then, one day, she felt a strange connection to one of the scientists. She closed her eyes and focused on the symbol that represented the scientist's name. And then, something incredible happened. She felt as if she were being pulled through a tunnel, and then she found herself standing in the scientist's laboratory. The scientist was shocked to see her, but he quickly composed himself and trusted the scientists who had conducted the experiment. But she also knew that she needed their help if she was ever going to escape this strange place. Over the next few days, Amelia worked tirelessly to perfect her mastery of the symbols. She knew that if she could harness the power of the symbols, she might be able to find a way out of this dimension. And finally, after weeks of intense study, she felt ready to try. She closed her eyes and focused on the symbol that represented her own name. And then, she felt a rush of energy coursing through her body. She opened her eyes, and she saw that the room was starting to change. The walls were warping and bending, and the air was thick with electricity. Amelia knew that this was her chance. She stepped forward into the swirling vortex of energy, and then everything went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the laboratory where the experiment had first taken place. The scientists were there, looking both surprised and frightened by her sudden appearance. But Amelia didn't care. She had made it back, and she was to move on. And as she walked out into the sunlight, she knew that the rest of her life was waiting for her. Amelia was relieved to be back in her own dimension, but the experience had taken a toll on her. She was struggling to come to terms with what had happened to her, and she was haunted by the memory of being torn apart and scattered across multiple dimensions. She tried to distract herself by throwing herself into her studies, but it was difficult to focus. She found herself constantly daydreaming and losing track of time, and she struggled to connect with her classmates and professors. Her grades began to slip, and she started missing deadlines and important appointments. Her friends and family noticed that something was wrong, but Amelia couldn't bring herself to talk about what had happened to her. She began to feel like a stranger in her own life, like she was trapped in a dream that she couldn't wake up from. She started to wonder if she would ever feel normal again, if she would ever be able to shake off the trauma of the experiment. One day, she received a message from one of the scientists who had conducted the teleportation experiment. He wanted to meet with her and discuss what had happened. Amelia was hesitant at first, but she knew that she needed closure if she was ever going to move on. She met with the scientist at a local coffee shop, and he explained that they had been working on a way to reverse the damage that had been done to her body. They had discovered a new method of teleportation that could bring her back to her original state. Amelia was hesitant to believe him, but she couldn't ignore the hope that his words sparked in her. She agreed to help with their research, and she began spending long hours in the laboratory, working alongside the scientists to perfect the new method of teleportation. As the weeks passed, Amelia started to feel like herself again. She began to connect with her friends and family, and she even started dating someone new. But there was always a lingering sense of uncertainty, a fear that the experiment could happen again at any moment. Despite this fear, Amelia continued to work with the scientists, determined to find a way to reverse the damage that had been done to her. And finally, after months of intense research, they had a breakthrough. They developed a method of teleportation that could not only bring Amelia back to her original state, but could also prevent the type of damage that had been done to her before. It was a remarkable achievement, and Amelia felt a sense of relief and gratitude wash over her. She underwent the new teleportation procedure, and when she emerged on the other side, she felt whole and complete once again. She knew that she would never forget what had happened to her, but she also knew that she had the strength and determination to move forward with her life. The experience had taught her the importance of perseverance and resilience, and she felt a newfound appreciation for the fragility of life. She knew that she would never take anything for granted again, and she was grateful for every moment that she had in this world. Months had passed since Amelia's successful teleportation, and she had resumed her studies and research at the university. But there was always a lingering feeling of unease whenever she thought about the experiment that had almost cost her everything. One day, as she was studying in the library, she came across a strange book that caught her attention. It was an ancient text, written in a language she didn't recognize. But something about it drew her in, and she found herself poring over its pages for hours. As she read, she began to realize that the book contained information about the teleportation experiment she had undergone. But it wasn't just any information, it was information that the scientists had deliberately hidden from her. She was horrified as she read about the risks they had taken and the potential consequences of their actions. It became clear to her that the scientists had been reckless and unethical, and they had put her life in danger without her full knowledge or consent. She confronted the scientists about what she had discovered, but they denied any wrongdoing. They insisted that they had only ever acted in the interests of science and progress, and that they had done everything they could to ensure her safety. But Amelia knew the truth, and she was determined to expose their actions to the world. She began to gather evidence and documents, and she contacted journalists and lawyers to help her bring the truth to light. It was a long and difficult process, but eventually, Amelia's story was picked up by the media. The university and the scientists were forced to admit their mistakes and take responsibility for what had happened to her. Amelia felt a sense of vindication, but it was also a painful reminder of what she had been through. She knew that she would always carry the scars of the experiment with her, both physically and emotionally. But she also knew that she had the strength and resilience to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She had learned the value of speaking up for herself and others, and she had discovered a sense of purpose in advocating for ethical and responsible scientific research. As she moved forward with her life, Amelia knew that she would never forget the horror of the teleportation experiment, but she also knew that she had the power to use her experience to make a difference in the world.
The 6 pre-adolescent girls, all friends and classmates, gathered around their phones as they eagerly downloaded a new social media app that was all the rage. It promised hours of entertainment, and the girls were excited to start playing. The app was a simple game that involved creating a virtual avatar and then completing various tasks to earn points. The more points you earned, the higher your rank, and the more rewards you could unlock. It seemed harmless enough, and the girls quickly became addicted. At first, the game was a fun way for the girls to bond and compete with each other. They spent hours chatting online, sharing tips and tricks, and strategizing ways to beat the game. It was all in good fun, and they couldn't get enough of it. But as the girls spent more time playing, they began to notice a darker side to the game. Some of the tasks they were asked to complete were questionable, and the rewards seemed to be getting increasingly sinister. It was as if the game was trying to draw them in, to keep them hooked at any cost. The girls also started to notice that the more they played, the more they became disconnected from reality. They spent less time with their families and friends, and more time staring at their screens. They were consumed by the game, and it was starting to take a toll on their mental health. Despite these warning signs, the girls couldn't stop playing. The thrill of the game was too addictive, and they were convinced that they could handle whatever it threw their way. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into, or the horrors that awaited them. Little did they know, the game was not just harmless entertainment, but a gateway to a world of darkness and terror. And as they continued to play, they would soon discover that the game had a mind of its own, and it would stop at nothing to keep them trapped within its grasp. As the girls prepared to embark on a new level of the game, they had no idea that this moment would be the beginning of a nightmarish journey into the unknown. They had no idea that their addiction to social media would lead to a night of terror, and that they would have to fight for their very survival. As the girls continued to play the game, their addiction grew stronger. They spent every spare moment on their phones, completing tasks and competing with each other. But as the game's demands became more extreme, the girls' behavior began to change. One day, during a heated argument over the game, one of the girls lashed out and said something hurtful to another. It was a moment of cyberbullying that would have far-reaching consequences. At first, the girls tried to brush off the incident as just a silly argument, but things quickly escalated. The girl who had been hurt by the comment began to withdraw from the group, and rumors started to spread about what had happened. Soon, the entire school had heard about the incident, and the girl who had been bullied became the subject of vicious online attacks. The other girls tried to defend themselves, but their words only seemed to make things worse. As the bullying continued, the girls started to notice something strange happening within the game. The avatar of the girl who had been bullied began to act strangely, almost as if it had a mind of its own. At first, the girls thought it was just a glitch in the game, but as the avatar's behavior grew more erratic, they realized that something was seriously wrong. They tried to reach out to the girl, but she refused to respond. The other girls continued to play the game, but the atmosphere had changed. There was a sense of unease that hung over them, a feeling that they were being watched by something malevolent. And then, one night, as the girls were playing the game together, the avatar of the bullied girl suddenly appeared on their screens. It was no longer a simple virtual image but a grotesque caricature of the girl, twisted and distorted in a way that made them shudder. The avatar started to taunt them, spewing hateful messages and threatening to destroy them. The girls were horrified, but they couldn't tear their eyes away from the screen. As the night wore on, the avatar's attacks grew more intense, and the girls realized that they were no longer playing a game but trapped in a nightmare. They had no idea what was happening to them, but they knew one thing for sure: they were in grave danger. The girls' addiction to the game had taken a sinister turn. They were no longer playing for fun but for their very survival. The avatar of the bullied girl had become a malevolent force, stalking them within the game and threatening to destroy them. Despite their fear, the girls couldn't stop playing. They were addicted to the game, and they felt that they had no choice but to keep playing until they reached the end. But as they delved deeper into the game, they realized that there was no end in sight. The tasks they were asked to complete grew increasingly dangerous, and the rewards became more twisted. They were no longer playing for points, but for their lives. As they progressed through the game, the girls became more and more isolated from the outside world. They stopped going to school, stopped seeing their families and friends. The game had become their entire reality, and they were powerless to resist its hold. As the night wore on, the girls started to experience strange phenomena in their homes. Objects moved on their own, strange noises echoed through the halls. It was as if the Avatar had found a way to enter the real world and was tormenting them in their own homes. But the girls refused to give up. They were determined to beat the game, no matter the cost. They huddled together, their phones in hand, and tried to come up with a plan. As they played, the Avatar continued to taunt them, promising to reveal their deepest fears and secrets. The girls were terrified, but they knew that they couldn't give in. As the night wore on, the girls started to lose track of time. They had been playing for hours, maybe even days. Their bodies were exhausted, but their minds were consumed by the game. And then, suddenly, the game ended. The Avatar disappeared, and the girls were left alone in their darkened rooms. They had no idea what had just happened, but they knew that they had survived something truly terrifying. The girls emerged from their homes, blinking in the bright sunlight. They looked at each other, realizing that they had been changed by the experience. They had faced their deepest fears and survived. But as they walked down the street, they noticed something strange. The other people on the street were staring at them, their eyes wide with fear. The girls looked at each other, realizing that something was horribly wrong. They had emerged from the game, but had they truly escaped its grasp? The girls were bewildered by the reactions of the people on the street. They tried to talk to them, but the people recoiled in horror, as if they were contagious. As they walked, the girls started to notice that the world around them was different. The streets were deserted, and the buildings were dark and abandoned. It was as if the world had been taken over by a malevolent force. The girls realized that their addiction to the game had blinded them to the true horror of what was happening. They had been so consumed by the game that they had failed to notice the world around them crumbling. As they walked, they noticed strange symbols etched into the walls of buildings and on the sidewalks. They had seen these symbols within the game, and they realized with a sickening feeling that they had brought the game into the real world. They had unleashed something dark and malevolent into the world, and they didn't know how to stop it. As they continued to walk, they heard strange whispers and eerie laughter. It was as if the game was still with them, haunting them even after they had stopped playing. The girls were terrified, but they knew that they had to face their fears. They had to find a way to stop the game and undo the damage they had caused. As they searched for answers, they stumbled upon an old abandoned building. It was the headquarters of the company that had created the game. The girls broke into the building, determined to find answers. As they walked through the darkened halls, they noticed strange symbols etched into the walls. It was as if the company had been involved in something dark and forbidden. As they delved deeper into the building, they discovered a room that was filled with computers and servers. It was the nerve center of the game, the place where all of the game's data was stored. The girls realized that this was the key to stopping the game. They hacked into the system and started to delete the game's code. But as they worked, they realized that they were not alone. The avatar of the bullied girl appeared on their screens, taunting them and threatening to destroy them. The girls knew that they had to act fast. With shaking hands, they continued to delete the code. The avatar grew more and more frantic, trying to stop them. But the girls were determined, and they didn't stop until every last line of code was deleted. And then, suddenly, the game was gone. The screens went blank, and the girls were left standing in the darkened room. They had done it. They had stopped the game. As they emerged from the building, the world around them began to change. The buildings lit up, and people started to emerge from their homes. It was as if the world was waking up from a nightmare. The girls looked at each other, realizing that they had been changed by the experience. They had faced their addiction and survived. But they knew that they would never forget the horror they had experienced. The girls emerged from the building, feeling exhausted and traumatized. They had just deleted the code to a social media game that had turned into a night of terror. As they stepped out into the bright sunlight, they realized that the world around them had changed. People were out on the streets, walking their dogs, and going about their daily routines. The girls were relieved to see that the world had returned to normal. However, they knew that they couldn't escape the consequences of their actions. They had been complicit in the creation of a game that had caused harm to countless people. The girls knew that they had to take responsibility for their actions and make amends. As they walked through the streets, they saw people looking at them with suspicion and fear. They knew that they had been responsible for the strange symbols and messages that had been appearing all over town. The girls realized that they had to come clean about what they had done. They went to the police station and confessed everything. They told the authorities about their addiction to the game, the cyberbullying they had engaged in, and their role in bringing the game into the real world. The police were skeptical at first, but the girls were persistent. They showed the police the evidence of the game, the symbols and messages they had created, and the code that they had deleted. The police were shocked and horrified by what they saw. They realized that the girls had stumbled upon something dark and dangerous, and they had the potential to cause real harm. The girls were charged with cyberbullying, vandalism, and breaking and entering. They knew that they had to face the consequences of their actions, but they were grateful for the opportunity to make amends. As they awaited trial, the girls went to therapy and tried to make sense of what had happened. They realized that their addiction to the game had clouded their judgment and led them down a dark path. They learned the importance of taking responsibility for their actions and the power of making amends. They apologized to the people they had hurt and tried to make things right. The girls also realized the importance of seeking help when they needed it. They vowed to never let their addiction to anything, whether it be social media or otherwise, consume them again. The trial was a difficult and emotional experience for the girls. They were forced to relive the horrors of that night and face the consequences of their actions. They pleaded guilty to their charges and were sentenced to community service, therapy, and probation. After the trial, the girls made a vow to help others who were struggling with addiction and cyberbullying. They wanted to turn their negative experience into a positive one and help prevent others from falling down the same path they did. They started a support group for people struggling with addiction to social media and online games. They shared their story and their experiences, hoping to inspire others to seek help when they needed it. The girls also started a campaign to raise awareness about the dangers of cyberbullying and the importance of treating others with kindness and respect. They knew that they had a responsibility to use their experience to make a positive impact on the world. As the girls continued on their journey of recovery and redemption, they knew that the horror of that night would stay with them forever. But they were determined to use their experience to help others and make a positive impact on the world. Months had passed since the night that the girls had deleted the code to the social media game that had turned into a night of terror. They had faced the consequences of their actions and were trying to move forward with their lives. However, something strange was happening. The girls began to experience strange occurrences that they couldn't explain. It started with small things, like objects moving on their own or strange noises in the middle of the night. At first, the girls brushed it off as their imaginations running wild. But as the incidents continued to escalate, they couldn't deny that something was amiss. They tried to rationalize the strange occurrences, but they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They started to see strange symbols and messages that reminded them of the game they had deleted. The girls began to suspect that they were being haunted by the game they had created. They tried to ignore it, but the haunting became more and more intense. They decided to seek the help of a paranormal investigator, hoping to put an end to the haunting once and for all. The investigator was skeptical at first, but as he began to investigate, he realized that there was something truly strange happening. He discovered that the game they had created had somehow manifested itself into the real world, and it was seeking revenge on the girls for deleting it. The game had become a vengeful entity, and it was tormenting the girls for their actions. The girls were horrified by the revelation. They had thought that deleting the code had put an end to the game, but it seemed that they had only made things worse. The paranormal investigator worked tirelessly to rid the girls of the haunting. He performed a series of rituals and cleansings, hoping to banish the entity once and for all. The girls were relieved when the haunting finally stopped. They knew that they had dodged a bullet and were grateful to the paranormal investigator for his help. However, the experience left a lasting impact on the girls. They realized that their actions had consequences, and they couldn't escape the past. They also learned the importance of seeking help when they needed it and taking responsibility for their actions. The haunting had taught them a valuable lesson, and they were determined to use their experience to help others. They shared their story with the world, hoping to raise awareness about the dangers of addiction and cyberbullying. The girls also started a campaign to raise awareness about the dangers of playing online games that could potentially turn into something more sinister. They wanted to prevent others from making the same mistakes they had. As the girls continued to move forward with their lives, they knew that they would never forget the horror of that night. However, they were determined to turn their negative experience into a positive one and use it to make a difference in the world. In the end, the haunting served as a reminder that actions have consequences, and we must take responsibility for our actions. It was a cautionary tale about the dangers of addiction and the importance of seeking help when we need it. The girls had learned these lessons the hard way, but they were grateful for the experience and the opportunity to make a positive impact on the world.
The ocean had always been a source of mystery and fascination for humanity. Its vast depths and unknown creatures had lured explorers and adventurers for centuries, and this time was no different. The salvage team led by Captain Jameson had embarked on a mission to recover a sunken ship that had gone down decades ago. The crew was made up of experienced divers, technicians, and marine biologists who were excited to solve secrets of deep ocean hell. The journey to the salvage site was long and arduous, but the crew was well prepared. They had brought state-of-the-art equipment and technology in their search, including multi-operated vehicles and sonar systems to scale the ocean floor. As they neared the site, they could see the wreck of ship in the distance, a haunting reminder of tragedy that had occurred all those years ago. The crew began preparations for the dive, checking their equipment and running through safety protocols. The marine biologists were eager to study the unique ecosystem that had developed around the wreck. The ship had been carrying a cargo of rare and exotic marine life and hosted several new species and unlocked the secrets of deep. As they descended into the water, the team was struck by the eerie silence surrounding them. The only sounds were the bubble of the regulators and the distant hum of the ship's engines. The water was cold and dark, and the team relied on their underwater lights to guide them through the murky depths. As they approached the wreck, they could see that it was covered in rust and hay, still intact. The team split up, with some members examining the exterior of the ship, while others entered through the hatch and explored the interior. It was a surreal experience, like stepping back in time to a bygone era. As they searched the ship, they discovered strange markings on the walls and floors, which they couldn't explain. Marine biologists found evidence of a thriving ecosystem, with fish and other marine life using the ship as a refuge. They discovered a species of fish that had never been seen before, with colonized and iridescent scales. The team worked tirelessly for several days, vacuuming their findings and covering any valuable artifacts they could find. They had no idea that their presence was disturbing the delicate balance of the ecosystem they had discovered. Beneath the surface, a species of underwater creatures known as sea vampires had taken notice of the presence and were preparing to strike. Little did the crew know, their salvage operation had triggered an unexpected and terrifying chain of events. The sea vampires, a species of deep sea creatures known for their ability to bring the blood of prey, were disturbed by the team's presence. As the crew worked on track, the sea vampires began to sense their movement and activity, and it wasn't long before they began their attack. The crew had no idea what was about to happen as they continued to work around the sinking ship. The marine biologists were conducting a survey of the surrounding area, while divers were busy retrieving valuable artifacts from the wreck. Suddenly, there was something strange moving in the darkness around them. They couldn't see anything clearly, but could feel a sense of unease. One of the divers noticed a shadow moving rapidly towards him. He tried to signal to his partner. Before he could react, the shadow was upon him. He felt the sharp pain in his leg and screamed into the radiator. His partner tried to help, but it was too late. The diver was being dragged down to depths by an unseen force. Crews crumbled to help. They were met with chaos and confusion. They could hear the diver screaming through their radios, but they couldn't locate him. Suddenly, the reef stopped, and there was only silence. The crew was shaken by what had just happened, and they knew they had to get out of the water as quickly as possible. As they moved the wood back to the surface, they noticed strange bite marks on the diver's leg, unlike anything they had ever seen before. The marine biologists immediately recognized the marks as signature of sea vampires, a species of underwater creatures known for their ability to drain their prey of blood. The crew was stunned. They had never heard of sea vampires before, and they had no idea how to defend themselves against such a threat. They quickly realized that their presence had disturbed the delicate balance of the underwater ecosystem, and they had unknowingly become a target for these creatures. The crew regrouped and decided to conduct a full investigation of the area. They set up cameras and sonar systems to monitor the activity around the wreck, hoping to gain a better understanding of the sea vampire behavior. They also consulted with marine biologists and other experts to learn more about these mysterious creatures. As they analyzed the data, they noticed a pattern in the sea vampire's behavior. They seemed to be most active at night, attacking their prey under the cover of darkness. They also appeared to be attracted to light movement, making crews work around the wreck even more dangerous. The crew knew they had come up with a plan to protect themselves from sea vampires. They began carrying weapons and other defensive equipment on their bodies. They also started working in pairs, always keeping an eye out for any signs of danger. Despite their precautions, the sea vampires continued to attack. The crew members could hear the creature moving around in the darkness, their glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth sending shivers down their spines. They knew that they were no match for these creatures, and they began to fear for their lives. The crew's encounter with the sea vampire had turned their salvage vision into a fight for survival. They had unknowingly stumbled upon a hidden world beneath the surface of the ocean, a world that was now hunting them. The crew was trapped with no way to escape the creatures that lurked in the darkness. The crew knew they were facing a deadly enemy, the sea vampires. They had already lost one member, and they were constantly under threat of attack. They had come up with a plan to defend themselves and complete their mission. Crew members began to work in shifts, with half of them staying on surface while the other half went down to around the wreck. This way, they could keep a lookout for any signs of danger and quickly call for help if necessary. They also started using decoys to distract sea vampires. They created fake lights and moved around the area to draw the creatures away from their actual work site. This bought them some time to retrieve valuable artifacts without being attacked. The sea vampires were clever creatures, and they soon learned to distinguish between real and fake lights and movement. They began to ignore the decoys and focus their attack on crew members themselves. The crew realized that they needed a more permanent solution. They consulted with marine biologists and experts on underwater creatures to come up with a plan. After several discussions, they decided to create an area around the wreck to keep sea vampires away. The crew used a combination of net and electrified fences to create a barrier. They also installed underwater lights to discourage sea vampires from approaching. The barrier was effective in keeping creatures at bay, but it was not foolproof. Sea vampires were persistent, and they continued to find a way to attack the crew. The crew members were constantly on edge, never knowing when the sea vampire would strike. They had to be vigilant at all times, and they knew that the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. One night, the crew was working around the wreck when they suddenly heard a loud noise. They turned to see one of the electrified fences had been breached, and sea vampires were making their way through. The crew quickly mobilized, using their weapons to fend off the creatures. The sea vampires were fast and agile, making it difficult for the crew to defend themselves. Crew members fought bravely, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. One of the crew members, a young woman named Emily, was caught off guard by a sea vampire and was dragged down into the darkness. The rest of the crew heard her screams, but they knew they could not risk their own lives to try and save her. The crew was devastated by the loss of a friend, but they knew they had to continue their mission. They reinforced the barrier around the wreck, determined to protect themselves from the sea vampires. The crew's struggle against the sea vampires had become a grueling battle for survival. They were constantly on guard, never able to let their guard down. They had to rely on their wits and their weapons to save life. As the days went on, the crew began to feel like they were fighting a losing battle. They were exhausted and demoralized, and knew their chances of making it out alive were slim. They refused to give up. They were determined to complete their mission and retrieve the valuable artifacts from the wreck. They knew they had faced the sea vampires head-on if they were ever going to make it out alive. The crew had been working for several weeks, fighting off the sea vampires and trying to retrieve valuable artifacts from the sunk ship. They had made progress, but they were still far from completing their mission. One day, as the crew was working around the wreck, they noticed something strange. They saw a group of sea vampires swimming in a specific direction, as if they were heading towards something. The crew had never seen this behavior before and decided to investigate. They followed the sea vampires, keeping a safe distance. They noticed that the creatures were heading toward a deep, dark cave in the ocean floor. As they got closer, they could see that the cave's filled with strange, glowing substance. The crew members knew they had stumbled upon something important. They decided to investigate further and sent Team Fire down to explore the cave. The divers descended into the dark abyss and swam toward the cave. As they approached, could see that the glowing substance was hung from a cluster of strange, pulsating points growing in the cave walls. As they swam deeper into the cave, could see that it was teeming with sea vampires. The creatures were everywhere, darting in and out of the shadows. The divers knew they had to be careful, as any sudden movement would alert the sea vampire to their presence. The divers continued their exploration and soon discovered something even more disturbing. They found that sea vampires had created a nesting ground in the cave. Dozen vampire eggs lay out in rows, ready to hatch. The crew realized that they had discovered the sea vampire's lair. They knew that they could destroy the eggs, could potentially eliminate the threat of sea vampires once and for all. The crew quickly formulated a plan to destroy the eggs. They prepared explosive charges and placed them strategically around the cave, making sure to avoid any of the pulsating plants. As they were about to detonate the charges, they suddenly heard a loud noise. They turned to see that sea vampires had discovered that they were attacking the divers. The crew members on the surface quickly mobilized, using their weapons to fend off the sea vampires. They knew they had to act fast, the divers were in danger. The divers managed to fend off the sea vampires and complete the mission. They detonated the charges, destroying the vampire egg in the lair. The sea vampires were effectively eliminated, and the crew members were able to retrieve the main artifacts from the wreck without further incident. The crew returned to the surface, exhausted but relieved. They had completed their mission and eliminated the threat of the sea vampires. They knew that they had been lucky to make out alive, and would never forget the horrors they had faced in the depths of the ocean. As they made their way back shore, crew members could help but wonder what other creatures lay hidden in the depths of the ocean, waiting to be slaughtered. They knew they had witnessed something extraordinary, something that few people ever experienced. The crew had faced their worst fears and emerged victorious. They knew they would never forget their encounter with sea vampires and the horrors they had faced in the depths of the ocean. After weeks of intense and dangerous work, the crew of the salvage operation was finally ready to return home. They had faced numerous challenges and overcome them all, but they were all eager to get back to their families and loved ones. As they boarded the ship that would take them back to land, the crew members couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. They had survived the horrors of the sea vampires and the dangers of working in the deep ocean. But they also knew that the experiment had changed them. They had seen things that few people had seen before, and they had faced their deepest fears. They knew they would never forget the lessons they had learned during their time at sea. As the ship set sail, the crew members began to reflect on their experience. Some talked about the danger they had faced and how lucky they were to make it alive. Others shared stories about the artifacts they had recovered and the historic significance of their discovery. But there's also a sense of sadness on the crew. They knew their time together was coming to an end, and they would soon be going separate ways. They had formed a bond during their time at sea, and they knew they would visit each other once they returned home. As they sailed towards the horizon, the crew members began to make plans for the future. Some talked about their next salvage operation, while others planned to take some time off and spend with their families. But despite their plans, they all knew their experience with sea vampires had changed them forever. They had faced their worst fears, come out the other side stronger and more determined than ever. As they approached the shore, the crew members couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. They were looking forward to seeing their loved ones again and telling them about their incredible experience at sea. But they also knew they would never forget the horrors they had faced and the lessons they had learned. They would carry those memories with them for the rest of their lives, and they knew they would also be grateful for the opportunity to face their deepest fears and emerge victorious. As they set off the ship and on dry land, the crew members looked back to sea and smiled. They knew they had accomplished something truly extraordinary, and they would also be proud of what they had achieved. After returning home from their salvage operation, the crew members began to notice strange things happening around them. At first, they thought it was just their imagination playing tricks on them, but soon they realized that something was seriously wrong. People in their hometown were disappearing without trace, and there were reports of bloodless bodies washing up on the shore. The crew members knew exactly what was happening. The sea vampires had followed them home. At first, they tried to keep knowledge themselves, but soon it became clear that they had to act fast before the sea vampires caused any more harm. They gathered together and came up with a plan to stop the creatures from attacking their town. The crew members knew that the sea vampires were sensitive to light, so they set powerful floodlights around the town. They also urged everyone to stay indoors after dark and to keep their windows and doors tightly shut. Despite their best efforts, the sea vampires continued to attack. They were relentless and seemed growing stronger with each passing day. The crew members were lost and had done everything they could, but the creatures just wouldn't stop. In a last effort to save their town, crew members decided to take the fight to the sea vampires. They armed themselves with spears and harpoons and headed out to sea in search of creatures. The battle was fierce and brutal. The sea vampires were powerful and fast, and they seemed to be impervious to the crew members' weapons. The crew members refused to give up, and they fought with all the might. After hours of fighting, crew members finally emerged victorious. They managed to slay sea vampires and took the town from further harm. The victory came at a great cost. Many of the crew members had been injured in the battle, and some had lost their lives. The town was in shambles, and people were traumatized by the events that had unfolded. Crew members knew that they could never forget the horrors they had faced, but they also knew that they had done the right thing. They had risked their lives to protect their community, and they had emerged victorious. In the aftermath of the battle, the crew members were hailed as heroes. They were celebrated by the town people, and bravery was remembered for generations to come. For the crew members themselves, the experience was a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of staying for what's right, even in the face of great danger. They knew they would never forget the lessons they had learned, and they would always be grateful for the opportunity to have faced their worst fears and emerged victorious.
Welcome to Unlimited Horror Stories, where we bring you those terrifying tales to keep you on the edge of your seat. In today's video, we visit Barry Secrets, Madness in Death. Bill's story of mining crew is alive after a tech class, only descend in madness as they encounter something sinister and otherworldly trapped deeper with them. being tailed to any fear and desperation as proof of survival against unknown looking darkness of conquerable and wobbling and winter earthquakes. Madness addicts a short with chill down your spine. Unite to productional unlimited horror stories by liking and sharing this video with friends and subscribing to our channel for more spine-tingling horror stories. Don't forget the notification bell to be notified of our latest. Thank you for watching, and remember, there are some things that should remember. The sound of creaking metal derived from metal go through the tunnel as the mine brood descended the depths of the earth. They had been king line for weeks, and constant noise being background is diluting. But something felt for today. Air felt thick. The darkness seemed to be closing in. Marcus, Crew's supervisor, was a fan in his 40. He'd been working in Monster for 20 years. The dog had its hold on him. His skin was tan, and his said eyes were always king tell for sign of danger. He barked orders at his crew, tell him moving and watch their thing. But something was off. The tunnel would never individual. As ceiling seemed lower, the air was thick with dust, and the light on the huts barely penetrated the bricks. Crew moved slowly, picking their way through the rubble and debris that littered the tunnel floor. As they moved deeper into the mine, since the outside world faded away. The only sounds now were quiet shuffling of their boots and the occasional clink of their tools against the rock. The silence was oppressive, and it made Marcus uneasy. "Keep your eyes peeled, boys," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This tunnel's looking a bit unstable." Crew nodded, and they continued on. But then, the unthinkable happened. Without warning, the tunnel collapsed around the burning crew off, and sin as the crew realized what happened. They were trapped very lofty in the earth. Darkness with acid, and the air was thick with dust, and the smell of still earth waved the rubble to another, making it filled breathe. Marcus quickly assessed the situation. He knew that they needed to get out of there, and fast. He called out to Screw, LM30. They worked correctly, being their hands, the tools they hadn't had. But as he bugged, strange things began to happen. The air grew colder, and it seemed deep. The crew started to hear things, strange whispers and rustling sounds that seemed comfortable surround them. They began to feel as if they were being watched, and paranoia said, "Did you hear that?" One of the crew members said, his voice shaking. "This thing out here with us." Marcus tried to hear him, but didn't feeling something wrong. As he dug deeper, they began to uncover strange symbols in the rock. The symbols were unfamiliar. They seemed tall than otherworldly energy. The crew fear grew, and began to turn the up. Voices were raised, accusations were made, and soon they were on the brink of madness. Marcus tried to keep him focused on their task, but becoming increasingly difficult. As they continued to dig, they began to uncover something else. Something had been buried deeply with mysteries. Something that was snuffy. The crew had been trapped for a full eternity. The air was thin and darkness was running. They had been digging for hours, but the rubble seemed only to grow heavier with each passing minute. As the set in, so did paranoia. Marcus knew he needed to keep his crew focused if we were going to make it alive. He tried to distract them with the story of the time of months. The story fell on deaf ears. The crew was restless and on edge, and Marcus filled their eyes on him all times. Suddenly, there was a noise from the tunnel. Low battle sound seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The crew fell silent, eyes with fear. "What the hell is that?" One of them said, his voice trembling. Marcus tried to reassure them, but his own voice betrayed his fear. The sound seemed to be getting louder, closer. And then it emerged from darkness. It was a creature unlike anything that had ever seen before. It was tall and gaunt, with long limbs that seemed to move in unnatural ways. Its skin was pale, and had no eyes or discernible facial features. It simply stood there, watching them. The crew rose. The lines unable to comprehend what they were seeing. But then, the creature began to move. It moved slowly at first, its limbs creaking as it tapped towards them, and then began to run. The crew scattered, running all directions as the creature chased them. Could hear its sound echo through the tunnel, growing closer and closer. But then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the creature vanished back into the darkness. The crew was shaken. They quickly realized that they needed to keep digging if they were going to make it out alive. But as he dug, it began to uncover something even more terrifying than the creature. Something that had an unspeakable horror looking beneath the earth. It was a chair, hidden within the mine. The walls were covered in strange symbols and etchings. And in the center of the room, there was a stone altar. But it was what lay in the altar that the crew had been cold. It was a body, or what remained of one. It was twisted and mangled, slim bit unnatural things. It was eyes made crew recoil in horror. Their sockets staring blackly at the ceiling. As the crew stood in his life, they heard something moving in the darkness behind them. They turned to see a creature standing there, watching them again. The crew was trapped, both physically and mentally. They had occurred something unspeakable, and it seemed that whoever had been trapped or them was not going to let them live alive. The discovery of the ship had gained bringing the crew. The symbols and walls dividing the altar hid an unspeakable horror looking in for it, and the creature seemed to be guarding with unlike anything they had ever seen before. The crew tried to go dim way out, but the discovery of the chamber took a toll on them. They were more paranoid than ever before, and they filled eyes of creature at all times. As they worked, they began to hear whispers in the darkness. At first, they thought it was just their imagination, but whispers grew louder and more insistent. They could make out what was being said. The tone was unmistakably menacing. Then, the crew started to notice strange things happening. Cool and quint committing, only turned oppositely around. The lanterns used light would flare and go out for whatever reason. And then there were the shadows. They would move and shift, taking on shape that defied explanation. The crew began to fear that we're going in, but then they saw something that realized they were not alone in on. It's another year, similar to the one they had cared for. This one was different. It was covered in blood and dirt, and its limbs were twisted and angled. It moved in a way that made it clear that it was in pain, but it still seemed to be bent on harming the crew. The crew fought back, used their tools as weapons, but the creature was too strong, and it seemed to be immune to their tech. They were trapped, and they knew they needed to find a way before it was too late. But as they worked, they realized that the creature wasn't their only problem. The whispers had were growing louder, and could now make outbursts, words that hinted something even more sinister looking at the earth. They realized the creatures they encountered were not some in space, were something silent, something that had been trapped underground for centuries, and now young crew was to escape. As the crew worked to dig their way out, they knew they were facing the ultimate horror. They had uncovered things people, and now they were being pressed. But they refused to. They continued to dig, their hands raw and their body exhausted. And then, they saw a faint light in the distance, signaling their finding their surface with renewed hope. The crew dug even harder. They could feel the cool air of the outside world on their faces, and they knew that they were close to them. Just as they were about to break through, they heard a sound that made blood and gold. It was louder, dark, and menacing. and they knew they were alone in mine. The ultimate horror was waiting for them. They had no choice but to face it head on. The crew had finally heard from them. Their boss had in their minds sore from horrors they faced. They still out and distant. Blinking straws judged the beings. Were alive, but they knew they would never be safe again. The outside world seemed forward to them after spending almost time in the darkness. Were sorted by trees birdsome, and the air was clean and fresh. All they could think of with the horror they left behind. They met a group of rescuers who had been searching for them. Crew tried to explain what had happened, but their words came out jumbled and coherent. Rescue workers looked at them with pity, thinking that they were suffering shock. It was until they were taken to a hospital, and examined by a doctor, the story began to take seriously. The doctor found strange markings on their body, markings that looked like bars, but were unlike anything they had ever seen before. Crew quarantined and examined for them, and it soon discovered they had been infected by some sort of known virus. They were placed in isolation, and doctors worked tirelessly to try and find cure. But crew the truth, they had not been infected by the virus. They had been infected by something much more sinister. Something that had been trapped underground mysteries, and that had not allowed way to escape. As the days went by, crew began to experience strange symptoms. It was a moving corner of the vision, and they heard whispers of darkness. They knew the horror they had encountered was not for yet. Doctor tried to reassure them, telling them they were simply experiencing both traps necessary. The crew knew that it was more. They knew the creatures they had encountered in the night were still there, waiting for their chance to strike. As the days turned into weeks, crew's condition worsened. They became more paranoid, agitated. They began to laugh at the doctor and nurse trying to help them. Then one night, crew began to hear whispers again. But this time, they were clear, could make a word, words told to do unspeakable things. The crew knew they had to act fast. They could feel dirt exploding around them, and knew they were running out of time. They had a plan to escape from the hospital, use their knowledge of mind to navigate their way out. Escape was not easy. They had to avoid security guards and navigate through dark, unfamiliar hallways. They persevered, to find a need to escape the horror that had taken over their lives. Finally, they made it into the air, but as they stepped outside, they realized they'd been in a terrible state. They were not free from horror at all. The creatures had haunted their dreams for weeks were waiting for them. Their twisted forms illuminated by the light of the moon. The crew stood frozen, unable to move as the creature closed in on them. But then something unexpected happened. The creature seemed to hesitate, as they were unsure what to do, and in the moment, crew saw a chance. They turned and ran, humming as they fled in the night. The crew ran for 4 hours, and stopped until they were sure they were safe. They knew they'd never truly escape the horror that they faced. It'd always be a part of them, a constant reminder of unspeakable things that lurked beneath their. Welcome to Unlimited Horror Stories, where we bring you spine-tingling tales of Earth will keep you at night. In this episode, we present Big Massacre, a Halloween night horror. It's a story about a babysitter to love to watch 2 children in an isolated mansion on Halloween night. Little did you know, you would be harmed by 3 intruders who are a mess. This is a bird and simple tale that will keep you on the edge of your seat. If you enjoyed the story, please consider supporting our channel, Unlimited Horror Stories, by subscribing, liking, and sharing our video. You will continue to bring you more chilling stories that will lead you on more. So sit back, turn off light, and get ready to be scared. This is Pig Mask Terror, Halloween night horror, and Unlimited Horror Stories. It was a dark, stormy Halloween night as 1-year-old Sarah brought to the front gate of the isolated mansion where you to face 2 young children. She shuddered she couldn't impose stalker, which looked like it had been pulled straight out of a horror movie. Despite her knees, Sarah reassured herself that this was just a job, and she needed the money. She walked up one day, driveway, her heart pounding. She noticed a figure watching her behind the curtain of the upstairs window. She couldn't make out the face, but her gaze felt cold and unnerving. Finally, Sarah made to the front door, was greeted by the children's parent, who hurriedly gave her a instructions for leaving their Halloween party. They seemed anxious, and Sarah couldn't take the feeling that anymore they were lying on. Once the parents were gone, Sarah was left alone with children, a boy named Timmy and a girl named Benny. She settled in. She noticed that the house was strangely silent, except for some of the wind listening through the trees outside. Are you guys okay? Sarah asked. I made a conversation with children. Timmy looked up from his video game and nodded, while Benny slowly stared at Sarah with wide, bright eyes. Are you scared? Sarah asked. Kneeling nodded Jenny low. Jen nodded, her eyes well out for years. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Sarah reassured her, giving the little gulp from the. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, waking all 3 of them up. Who would that be? Sarah blurted out. She ignored her glance of children. Slowly, she approached the door, her heart racing with fear. She peeped through the peephole. She saw 3 figures standing at the doorstep, all wearing grotesque pig masks with faces. Or 3. One of them shouted, their full self by masks. Sarah's hands trembled as she opened the door. Trying to ignore the sickening feel in the pit or something, she handed out candy to the stranger, hoping that it would leave and never come back. But as they turned to go, one of them stopped and looked at Sarah, her eyes linked behind a big back. See you later, babysitter, whispered, before disappearing into the night. Sarah slammed the door shut, her heart pounding with fear. What had that meant? What did they know she was the babysitter? As she turned to go the children, Sarah noticed the front door was unlocked. Had forgotten to lock it for letting the strangers in, or had they unlocked it themselves? Sarah minded racing questions with paranoia, and she couldn't shake feeling something terrible was about to happen. The night was just beginning, and Sarah couldn't imagine horror that awaited her. The storm outside continued to rage on. The wind howling like a half-full of the windows of the isolated mansion. Inside, Sarah felt breathing uneasy, as if the peril was looming over her. As she sat with the children in the living room, she couldn't help but feel like they were being watched. The old portraits on the walls seemed to be looking out at them with judging eyes, and became a forbidden joke every time. Suddenly, there was a crash upstairs, causing them and Danny to scream in terror. Sarah jumped up, her heart racing, as she tried to figure out what had happened. Stay here, she told the children. Trying to sound confident even she felt anything but. Slowly, Sarah climbed the stairs, her footsteps echoing through the house. As she approached the top of the stairs, she saw that one of the doors was open, revealing dark and empty room. Heart pounding, she paused in the mirror inside. Her eyes scanned the room for some danger, but there was nothing there, just an old rocking chair swinging indeed from an open window. Sarah let a sigh of relief and turned to go back downstairs, but as she did, she caught a glimpse of something in the corner of her eye. A shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. Panic seized her heart, and Sarah froze in terror. She couldn't make out who the figure was, but she knew it wasn't one of the children's parents. Slowly, the figure began to move forward her, step by step, until Sarah could see it was one of Big Mac's intruders. Without thinking, Sarah turned and ran back down the stairs, her heart pounding in her chest. She could hear the intruder's heavy footsteps chasing her, get closer and closer. She reached the bottom of the stairs, Sarah's foot caught on the carpet, and she stumbled, falling hard onto the floor. She scrambled to her feet, just as the intruder reached her. For a moment, they stood face to face, their breasts dragged, before the intruder pulled out her mask, revealing a face that Sarah recognized. It was one of the children's parents. The thought, what are you doing? Sarah demanded. trying to keep her voice steady even as she felt sting trail. Her just trained to have lift and father play, a twisted smile on her face. Sarah could believe she was her. How did anyone find her riding babes here in their own building even? She knew that this was arms sprang. Something sinister was going on in this house. As you looked out, Sarah noticed that the house was full of strange, disturbing objects, voodoo dolls, animal gulls, and strange symbols etched into the walls. The more she saw, the more Sarah felt like she was trapped in a nightmare from which she could never escape. The night was far from over, and Sarah knew that things were only going to get worse. Sarah's heart raced as she realized the true danger of her situation. The father's twisted smile sent her down her spine as he tried to keep her composure. What kind of sick boat is this? She did. The father just chuckled. It held when Sarah did you expect. Sarah's heart raced as she tried to get away out of the nightmare. She did protect children herself from psychopaths. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at the front door. Sarah jumped at the sound, her heart racing even faster. The father went after her, and Sarah followed closely behind, keeping an eye on him as he opened the door. Standing on the porch were two more people wearing pink masks. They pushed the one side. Sarah realized that she was a little ignorant. The three intruders began to scold Sarah and the children, laughing as the branch twins. Come on, Sarah, what was it? Let's play a game. Sarah knew that she had deeper wits about her. She was outnumbered, but she still controlled her mind. What game? She asked, voicely. Intruders laughed. A game of cat and mouse. One of them said. Sarah's stomach twisted to her. She knew that she needed to protect the children, but how did she do that when we were trapped in solid with a wow? Suddenly, she remembered the criticism. Maybe she had found a way to contact the police and get help. Sarah motioned for the children to follow her, and they crept quietly through the house, brought to the intruders. As they made their way to the security system, Sarah could feel the intruders closing in on them. The breathing getting louder and louder. She could hear a footstep on the floors, and she knew they were getting closer. Just as she saw get she found the security system. She quickly dialed 911 and hurried they would answer. 911. What's your emergency? The voice on the other end laughed. Sarah's heart beat with relief. Please, you have help, she said. We're trapped in the house with the intruders. We need help. The operator showed her that help was away. Sarah knew they had captivate. The intruder getting closer with a second. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from upstairs. Sarah knew that they had been discovered. The intruders were coming for them. Sarah grabbed the children and made room for it, hoping that they found a way up before the intruders caught them. But as they turned the corner, they came face to face with the intruders, who were blocking their path. The children screamed at terror, and Sarah felt surge fear walk over. They were trapped with a way out. The intruders were authority. Sarah's mind raced as she tried to get away out of this impossible situation. Intruders had trapped them, and seemed no escape. Suddenly, one of the intruders launched at Sarah with a knife. She ducked to the side and grabbed him by his face, using to smash the intruder over the head. The intruder pulled backward, giving Sarah and the children a moment to escape. He swung down a hole, trying to find it. The intruders were hot on the heels, their laughter coming through the halls. Sarah started down to the turned corner and faced the dead end. She could hear the intruder closing in, or within out of reach. We got him now, with the sneer. Sarah looked around breathlessly, searching for anything to use to himself vigiled, and he saw it. A fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. Without hesitating, Sarah grabbed the fire extinguisher and swung it at the intruder. It connected with a sickening thud, and the intruder crumpled to the ground. Other intruders hesitated for a moment, surprised by Sarah's attack. Wouldn't have distracted her, Sarah and children to make room for it. Ran down the hallway, their footsteps going through the ATM. Sarah could hear the intruders in pursuit, but she knew that they could keep this fair. They need a plan, and fast. As they rounded a corner, Sarah saw a door up ahead. Was their only hope? If they could make it to that door, they might advance. Sarah grabbed the door out, pulled over her eye. The door creaked open, and she shook the children inside. They were in a small room with open windows and only one door. It was a dead end, but at least they were safe for the moment. Sarah quickly scanned the room, looking for anything they'd use to defend themselves. She saw a heavy wooden chair in the corner and shrugged over to the door. If the chair would just get the door, Sarah felt a sense of relief. It might not be forever, but at least had a little bit of time to catch the breath. The children huddled together in the corner, and Sarah sat down next to them, trying to come up with the line. They need to get out of the house and find help. How could he that the intruders were waiting with them? Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the door, and Sarah knew they were turned up. The intruders were here. They were ready to finish up their guard. Sarah took a deep breath and stilled herself for wisdom. She would keep these children, no matter what it took. With a fierce determination, she stood up and read herself for the final stand. Now, winner. Sarah could hear the intruders banging on the door, trying to force their way in. She knew they wouldn't be able to hold that for long, but she refused to give up that fate. She looked over at the children, who were huddled together in fear. It's going to be okay, she said, trying to sound confident. We just need to hold on a little longer. As the bang grew louder, Sarah began to feel a sense of despair. They were trapped, no way out. How they got into this mess? Suddenly, Sarah heard a sound that made blood run cold. It was the sound of the front door. The intruders found their aid. Sarah's heart raced as she tried to think of a way out. She looked around the room, searching for anything that could help them. Then she saw it, a small window in the corner of the room, with two small rooms to fit through. Maybe one of the building could get. Okay, she said, I can keep her away calm. Listen to me carefully. The window over there. I need you to climb through it and run as fast as you can. You understand? The children nodded. Tears streamed down their faces. Sarah held the young child up the window and scrambled through surprising agility. She turned to the older child, who was shaking with fear. You do this, she said. I sounded encouraging. I believe in you. The older child took a deep breath and climbed up the window. He speed through it, disappeared to the darkness outside. Sarah felt sincerely as the children escaped. She knew that she still had faced the intruders alone. She picked up a chair and held it in front of her issue. As the door burst open, she swung the chair with all her might. The chair connected with intruders, knocking them to the ground. But there were still two more, and were closing that. Sarah died to the side and kicked one of the intruders in the knee. She seemed to give her a moment to catch her breath. But the third intruder was still on his feet, and he had a knife. Sarah braced herself for the word, and then she heard a sound that made her deep voice. It was the sound of fleeing. The intruder hesitated for a moment, very unsure what to do. Sarah took advantage of the moment of her confusion and grabbed the knife from the third intruder's hand. She held the knife in front of her, ready to defend herself. But the little side did not. They burst into the room, guns on, and hit the intruders. Sarah fell on the ground, her heart pounding to the adrenaline. With over. As she looked around the room, she realized that she'd been right all along. The mansion was cursed, and had all stopped her everything. But he had stopped, and so had the children. As she had this, Sarah knew that they would never forget Halloween night. Neither would he. They had passed since the terrifying events Halloween night. Sarah still couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered within her. She had visited children she had babes before, and all were physically unharmed. She could see the trauma in us. They had married, waking up old sweats, springing up the man of Big Macs. Sarah tried to reassure them, telling them it was over, and were safe now. But even as she spoke those words, she knew that they weren't entirely true. She hadn't left the sense of dread wouldn't go away. Something of the whole appearance was wrong, After some just impunction, she decided to do some investigating her own home to standard of permanence. She started by doing some research on the mansion she had been visiting at. It was an old building with long story history. As she dug deeper, she discovered our secret. The man beside several rumors over the years, all the way to unsolved. Sarah felt built right out her spine. She read through the startled detail of crimes. They all shared a common thread. Victim had been killed on Halloween night. It seemed the mansion was cursed, and Sarah had unwittingly something with Dilly Rip. But why she was spared, and why he intrude harder and sure. Sarah didn't feel that there were more to story than she knew. She decided to visit the scene and talked to the detectives who had worked on the case. Maybe they should simulate a situation. She entered the station. Sarah was struck with a sense of urgency that filled the air. Detectives rushed back and forth, seeking radios, and to speak for a long period. She approached the front desk and asked to speak to someone about the mentioners. The officer behind the desk looked at her with pain suspicion. "I'm sorry," he said. "We can't discuss an ongoing investigation with civilians." Sarah felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She needed answers, but it seemed like no one wouldn't give her. Surely, a voice called out her. "Excuse me, miss," said Ernest, a middle-aged detective approaching her. "Couldn't help but overhear," he said. "You're asking about the mentioners." Sarah nodded eagerly, hoping this detective would be able to talk to her. The detective introduced himself as Detective Bunn, and he led Sarah to a private room where they could speak easily. Sarah poured out her story, told Detective Bunn everything that happened to her on Halloween night. She told him about the intruders in the pig masks and about the cursed history of mansion. Detective Bunn listened intently. Tino says Sarah spoke. When she was finished, he looked at her with a serious expression. "Yes, we tell him is very concerned," he said. "We're still trying to get you that night. Your story raises some troubled questions." Sarah felt a little of mage wasn't great after all. "Can I tell?" she asked. Detective Bunn looked at her for a long moment over speaking. "I need you to think that night," he said. "Was there anything unusual about the intruder? Anything that might help identify them?" Sarah heard her own, trying to remember. Then it hit her. "Their eyes," she said. "They were of colors." Detective Bunn leaned forward, his head peaked. "For helps, what do you mean?" Sarah explained one of the intruders had blue eyes, while the other two had green brown eyes, respectively. Detective Johnson curved the information out in his notepad. "Thank you, miss. This is a valuable lead. Let's see further, see if we can track down these individuals." Sarah felt a sense of relief, sure. Maybe there's justice after all. As she left the station, she couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude toward Detective Johnson. He had taken her seriously, and given hope the truth would come to light. But as she walked towards her, Sarah couldn't help but feel like she was being watched. She glanced over her shoulder, but there was no there. She couldn't pace, her heart pounding her chest. A sense of dread she had been feeling since Halloween night returned with vengeance. She finally reached her apartment. She locked the door behind her and collapsed on the couch, exhausted. She knew she wouldn't be able to rest easy until she had answers. The events of Halloween night had changed her forever, and she knew that she would never be the same. As she sat there at her apartment, Sarah realized that she would never be able to see the horrors of that night. They would haunt her for the rest of life. The end.
It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend getaway, a case for 16-year-old Emily and her father, David, to bond with his fiancée, Sarah, their remote house. With thunderstorm rolled in and knocked out of power, they were plunged into darkness, isolated from the outside world. It wasn't until they heard the sound of breaking glass they realized they were not alone. For men, dressed in prison jumpsuits, had broken into the house, seeking refuge from the storm. They were escaping fixed, dangerous, and desperate. Emily's heart raced as she saw the cone of knife in one of the men's hands. She knew they had to act fast. She urged her father and Sarah to retreat to the upstairs bedroom while she stood guard at the top of the stairs, a baseball bat in hand. Convicts, who were armed with guns and makeshift weapons, searched the house, tearing apart furniture and ransacking drawers. Emily could hear heavy footsteps and rough voices as they moved from room to room, searching for valuables. She held her breath as one of them plunged stairs, inching closer to her. She tightened her grip on the bat, ready to defend herself and her family. But at the last moment, he turned around and went back downstairs. Emily knew they were running out of time. She needed to find a way to call for help. But the storm had knocked up phone lines. Their cell phones were out of range. They were completely cut off from the outside world. As the night wore on, tensions rose between convicts, each vying for control. Emily heard them arguing and shouting, their voices echoed with the empty house. She knew the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and they needed to find a way out before it was too late. The rain pounded against the windows, and the wind howled outside, making it impossible to hear anything else. Emily strained her ears, hoping to hear the sound of approaching sirens, but all she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. She knew the next few hours would be crucial. They needed to stay alive to survive until help arrived. But as the night wore on, it became clear that their attackers were not going to give up easily. Emily took a deep breath, her hands shaking with fear and adrenaline. She knew that they had to fight to defend themselves, to protect their home and each other. They had to be strong, to hold on to hope, even in the face of overwhelming danger. Emily could hear the convicts moving around the house, their footsteps heavy on hardwood floors. She tightened her grip on the baseball bat, her knuckles turning white. She knew that she needed to stay alert, to be ready for anything. She stood guard at the top of the stairs. She could feel the weight of the responsibility on her shoulders. She was the only thing standing between her family and the dangerous men who had invaded their home. The night dragged on, and Emily's nerves were on edge. She could hear men whisper to each other, plotting their next move. She knew that they were waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, she heard a loud crash, followed by the sound of breaking glass. Her heart raced as she realized that the convicts were trying to break into the upstairs bedroom. Emily sprang into action, racing down the stairs and into the living room. She could see the shadowy figures of the men outside, faces obscured by the darkness. She raised the baseball bat high above her head, ready to strike. But as she swung, one of the men grabbed her by the arm, wrenching the bat for her grip. Emily fought back, kicking and punching with all her might. The man was strong and easily overpowered her. He threw her to the ground, pinned her arms behind her back. Emily struggled to break free, her heart racing with fear. She knew that she needed to keep fighting, to hold on to the hope that they would survive. As the night wore on, Emily and her family became increasingly isolated. They were caught from the outside world, unable to call for help or escape. They were trapped at the mercy of convicts. But Emily refused to give up. She knew they had to keep fighting to stay alive until help arrived. She rallied her father and Sarah, urging them to stay strong, to keep their spirits up. Together, they barricaded themselves in the bedroom, piling furniture against the door. They huddled together, listening to the sound of the rain and the wind outside. But as the hours passed, the situation became increasingly dire. The convicts were getting more aggressive, more violent. They were running out of food and water, and they were all exhausted and scared. Emma knew they needed to find a way out to escape before it was too late. She racked her brain, trying to think of a way to call for help or signal for help. And she remembered the flare gun that her father kept in the closet. She crawled across the room, digging through the clutter until she found it. Emily loaded the flare gun, her hand shaking from nerves. She raised it to the window, aiming at the sky. She pulled the trigger, and a bright red light shot in the air. It was a long shot, but Emily hoped that someone would see this and that someone would come to their rescue. She prayed that they would survive the night, that they would make it alive. As the morning sun beat her eyes, Emily felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe the flare gun had worked, maybe someone had seen it and was on her way to help. As the day wore on, Emily realized they were still alone. The convicts showed no sign of eating, and their situation was growing more desperate at the minute. Emily's father and Sarah were both exhausted and frightened. They had been all night, listening to the comic moving around the house. Emily knew that they needed to keep spirits up, to keep fighting. As the hours passed, it became increasingly clear that they were running out of options. They had no food or water left, and they were all dehydrated and hungry. Emily's father made a desperate decision. He told Sarah and Emily he was going to try to negotiate with convicts to see if he could get them to leave peacefully. Emily was terrified. She knew that negotiating with dangerous criminals was a recipe for disaster, but her father was determined, and she couldn't dissuade him. As he made his way downstairs, Emily and Sarah hugged together, waiting for him to return. But he never did. Instead, they heard shouting and cursing, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Emily's heart raced as she realized that her father was in trouble. She grabbed a baseball bat and rushed down the stairs, ready to defend her family. But when she got to the bottom, she saw something that made her blood run cold. One of the convicts was holding her father at gunpoint, his other hand wrapped around Sarah's throat. Emily froze, unsure of what to do. The convict grinned at her, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Looked like we got ourselves a little family reunion," he said. Emily's heart sank as she realized that they had been betrayed. Her father had tried to negotiate with convicts, and it only made things worse. The convict with the gun pushed her father to the ground, and Emily rushed to his side. Sarah was happy for air, tears streaming down her face. The situation was hopeless. They were outnumbered and outgunned, trapped in their own home with no way out. Emily felt a surge of anger and frustration. What had happened to them? Why were they being targeted by these dangerous men? As the night wore on, Emily and her family held together, waiting for the worst. They were terrified. They refused to give up hope. They clung to each other, determined to survive no matter what. As the hours passed, their situation grew more desperate. They were running out of time and resources, and the convicts showed no sign of leaving. Emily knew that they needed a miracle to make it alive. Emily couldn't sleep. She sat up, her back against the wall, and kept watch. The convicts were still in the house. They were quiet now. Emily wondered what they were planning. She heard a creaky sound, like a floor being stepped on. Emily tensed, her grip tightening on the baseball bat. She hoped that it was just her imagination. Then she heard another sound, a low growl. Suddenly, a hand shot out of the darkness and grabbed her by the hair. Emily screamed and swung the bat blindly, hitting the convict in the face. The convict stumbled back, bursting and clutching his bleeding nose. Emily jumped up and ran towards the kitchen, hoping to find something to defend herself with. But before she could get there, she felt someone grab her from behind. She struggled and kicked, but the convict was too strong. He wrestled her to the ground, hitting her arms behind her back. Emily's heart raced as she saw the other convicts approaching. They were armed with knives and guns, and they looked determined to finish the job. Sarah and Emily's father rushed to her side, but they were quickly overpowered. The convicts tied them up and forced them to sit on the living room floor. Emily felt a surge of anger and frustration. She couldn't believe this was happening to her family. They had done nothing wrong, and yet they were being targeted by these dangerous criminals. But despite her fear, Emily refused to give up. She knew that they had to fight back, to make a stand and defend themselves. As the convicts approached, Emily fought quickly. She remembered the lighter and the hairspray in her backpack. She had seen a movie where a girl used a similar combination as a makeshift flamethrower. It was risky, but it was the only chance. Emily reached into her backpack and pulled up the lighter and hairspray. She aimed the nozzle at the convicts and pressed the button. A jet of flame shot out, engulfing the convicts in a wall of fire. She screamed and stumbled backwards, trying to put flames. Emily and family used destruction to feed themselves and grab buttons. They fought back with everything they had, swinging the baseball bat and using shears and kitchen utensils as weapons. The convicts were caught off guard, and Emily's family managed to overpower them. The fight was brutal and bloody, but in the end, Emily and her family emerged victorious. As the sun rose on a new day, Emily and her family sat outside, battered and bruised but alive. They hugged each other tightly, grateful to be alive. The nightmare was finally over. Emily had proven to herself that she was stronger and braver than she ever thought possible. She had faced her fears and emerged victorious, and she knew that she would never forget this experience. Days had passed since convict invaded her home. The police had come and gone, and Emily's family had given their statement about what had happened. Emily had struggled to sleep and eat, haunted the memories of what had occurred. Her father and Sarah had both suffered injuries during the attack, and they were still recovering. Emily had also been hurt, but she tried to keep it to herself, not wanting to add to her family's worries. Despite the physical injuries, it was the emotional scar that was the hardest to heal. Emily couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability and fear that had taken hold of her during the attack. She wondered if she'd ever feel safe again. Her father noticed her struggle and suggested they take a family vacation to help them all recover. He suggested a cabin in mountains where we could disconnect from the world and spend time together as family. At first, Emily was hesitant. She wasn't sure she would need to live the safety of her own home. But she thought about it more. She realized that maybe exactly what they all needed. The cabin was remote, with no neighbors nearby. It was surrounded by trees and wildlife, and the fresh air felt good in Emily's lungs. The sound of the rushing river and rustling leaves provided a calming backdrop. Slowly but surely, Emily began to relax. She and her family went on hikes, built fires, and played board games. Emily even found herself smiling and laughing again, something she hadn't done in a long time. But despite the fun they were having, Emily completely forgot what had happened. Every time she heard a noise or saw a shadow, her heart raced. She couldn't help but think about what might be lurking in the darkness. One night, as they sat around the fire roasting marshmallows, Emily finally opened up to her father and Sarah. She told them about her fear and anxiety, how she couldn't seem to shake it. Her father and Sarah listened patiently, their faces full of empathy. They told Emily that it was okay to be scared, that what had happened then was traumatic and it would take time to heal. But they also reminded her of how trauma she didn't bring the attack, how she had fought back and saved their lives. He told her that she was really resilient and that she had nothing to be ashamed of. For the first time since the attack, Emily felt like she was making progress. She realized it was okay to be scared, but that it was important to keep moving forward. As their vacation came to an end, Emily felt a sense of renewal. She knew that the memories of the attack would always be with her, but she also knew that she was stronger than her fear. She had survived one of those terrifying experiences of life, and she knew that she could face anything that came her way. As they packed up her belongings and headed back to the bar, Emily felt a newfound sense of hope. She knew that life would never be the same, but she also knew she would keep overcoming any obstacle that came her way. The car ride home in their vacation was a quiet one. Emily's father and Sarah were both lost in thought, and Emily couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. She knew that going back home would be a challenge. She didn't know how she would be able to face the lake where the attack had taken place. As they pulled up their driveway, Emily's heart rate increased. She tried to take deep breaths to calm herself down, but it didn't seem to work. Her father and Sarah both noted her stress and tried to reassure her that everything would be okay. At the end of the house, Emily felt strange mix of emotions. The memories of the attack were still fresh in her mind, but she also felt a sense of relief being back in her own space. Her father and Sarah had taken steps to make the house feel safer. They had installed new locks on all the doors and windows and put up alarms up. Emily appreciated their efforts, but she still couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. The first few days back home were tough. Emily struggled to sleep and eat, haunted by memories of the attack. She found herself feeling every noise and feeling on edge all the time. But slowly, surely, she began to settle back into a routine. She started going back to school and hanging out with her friends. Her father and Sarah also made an effort to spend more time with her, taking her out for dinner and movie nights. One day, Emily's father suggested they go back to the lake house for a visit. Emily was hesitant at first, but she realized that it might help her face her fears. She agreed to go, and they made plans to spend a weekend there. As they arrived at the cabin, Emily felt a sense of nostalgia. The memories of her family vacation flooded back to her, but so did the memories of the attack. She took a deep breath and tried to focus on positive. Over the course of the weekend, Emily felt herself relaxing more and more. She went on hikes, swam in the lake, and even brought fishing for the first time. She realized that the cabin wasn't just a place of trauma, but also a place of joy and happiness. As the pack would leave, Emily felt a sense of closure. She realized that she would never forget what had happened, but that she could also move on from it. She knew the attack had changed her. She also knew that it had made her stronger. When they arrived back home, Emily felt a newfound sense of confidence. She knew she could face anything that came her way, and that she had a support system in her family and friends. Over time, Emily's fear and anxiety began to fade. She still had moments of panic and worry, but they were fewer and farther between. She realized that she had power to control her own thoughts and emotions, and that she didn't have to let fear control her. The attack had been a traumatic experience, but it also taught Emily valuable lessons. She learned to appreciate the moment of joy in life, to cherish the people she loved, and to be resilient in the face of adversity. As she looked back on the experience, Emily realized that she was no longer a troubled teenager, but a survivor. She was proud of how far she had come, and she knew that she'd face anything that life threw her way.
It's 5 p.m. The employee of West Corporation began having belongings preparatory for the day. However, as they made their way to the elevators, they found themselves stuck inside the building. And at quickly since they realized the door would not budge, and their phones had no signal. A newer employee was the first to speak up. What the hell going on? Why were we locked in here? No one did enter. They all huddled together in the lobby, trying to figure out a way to escape. Besides by their fear turned to desperation. The certainty of the windows were sealed shut, and the doors remained stubbornly locked. They continued to search for a way out, noticed something strange. All the books were pushed low as the walls, and couldn't name the IE has been replaced by a familiar emblem. It was the last school logo in the center. What the hell is that logo? Asked Martha, a senior employee. I had never seen it before. The group was baffled. They had all worked for Weber Corporation for years, and had never seen this logo. They wanted the meaning of this new symbol, a light flare, the building's entrance to cripple to life. Greetings, employees of West Corporation. A robotic voice echoed through the lobby. You have been delighted to participate in a social experiment. You will be elected by this building until there is only one director. You must kill your fellow employees with a. The employees were stunned, and the room fell silent as the weight of the announcement sunk in. It was unthinkable. They were being forced to murder one another. How do you react? The hell kind of secret is this? Who'd do something like this? No one had an answer, and group began a factor of panic and suspicion that some tried to work it out, while others were convinced that someone was responsible for it today. As the night dragged on, they realized they were truly trapped. There was no escape, and were haunted at distant game. The group had to make a decision: fight for survival or become victims of the experiment. Slowly, the employee began to realize the only way out was to kill their colleague. The realization was crushing and tore them apart. But if they prepared to face the unknown horrors of the experiment, they knew they had to act fast if they wanted to take out life. As the employees of Weber Corporation struggled to survive, they became increasingly desperate to understand what had led them to this horrifying predicament. They began to investigate the mystery of Corporation and captivate, the one with the lexical and red TV emblem. With no phone or internet access, they turned to keep and file in archives of clues. As the Delver, they uncovered with secret and lies, a history of unfair practices, disturbing experiments. This company involved in some seriously messed up stuff, said Emma, a marketing specialist, as she bore over the documents. They'd been testing mind control tricks and suspecting volunteers, and running secret surveillance operation on police. The group shocked by what they found, but it only fueled the determination to uncover the truth and become the sister corporation behind their activity. As they continued their investigation, they stumbled on employees' personal diary that shed light in the dark history of the company. The diary belonged to a former employee named Sandra, who had disappeared after discovering truth about company operations. Sandra's diary would treasure trove of her mission, detailing the company's involvement in illegal experiments, corporate espionage, and murder. The group was horrified by what they read, but knew they had to use the information to their advantage if they wanted to survive. As they dug deeper, they uncovered a connection with the CEO, a shabby group known as the Collective, a powerful organization with ties to organized crime and political corruption. The group shackled their palms in a larger game, a twisted experiment designed to eliminate anyone who may expose the dark secrets of the company and its allies. As night wore on, the employees became increasingly convinced that their only hope of survival to take down the corporation and expose the crimes of the world. They began planning their attack, gathering weapons, and plotting their next move. But they were irritable. They knew they were up against a powerful and ruthless enemy. The odds were stacked against them, and the outcome was far uncertain. They yelled open the Cis Corporation and emerged victorious, or they fall victim to their own fear and paranoia. As the employees of Eckford Corporation continued to investigate and plan their attack, tension within the group reached a boiling point. Suspicions and accusations flew back and forth, and just began to evaporate in the semantic fear and desperation. Within the first murder occurred, they found Carla, the specialist, lying in a pool of blood in the break room. Her throat had been slit, her eye radiant, a look of terror was on her face. The group was stunned, horrified by the brutality of the act. The realization that one of their own had committed murder sent shockwaves through the group. And they paranoia gripped them. They tried to dig out who among them was capable of such an insect. The suspicion fell like light and an employee named David, who had been acting strangely since the experiment began. He had worn food and water. His eyes started to run nervously if he were eyes. The group confronted David, and he denied any involvement in murder. His behavior only fueled suspicion. They decided to take him up and hold him in a cell until they figured out what to do with him. As the night wore on, the group began to fresh further. Some began to spiral into paranoia and madness, because anyone could be the next killer. Others clung to hope, searching desperately for a way to escape or find a peaceful solution. But as the hours passed, more murders occurred, each one more gruesome and shocking than the last. The group was torn apart by suspicion and fear, and their strong bonds were rubbed by the terror of the current. The horror of the situation made even more surreal the awesomeness that filled the building. The only answer to the occasional screams and the echoing footsteps of the killer was identity remained obscure. As sun approached, the group was on the brink of collapse. They had lost many of their colleagues and had no clear path to safety. The experiment turned their normal lives into an era of bloodshed and fear. They knew that they had to face spot before it was too late. As the sun rose on the second day of the experiment, the surviving employees of Eckford Corporation were in a state of shock and disbelief. They had witnessed multiple murders and had no idea whom that was responsible. The group knew they needed to take action to find the killer from his lost lost. They split up into teams and began searching the building, room to room, for any clues that might lead them to the killer. They searched, found that the building was much larger and more complex than they had initially thought. There were hidden rooms, secret passages, and even underground tunnels that seemed to lead nowhere. They also found evidence that suggested the killer had planned murders for some time. They found a detailed map of the building, diagrams of the system, and even a notebook filled with disturbing drawings and cryptic messages. The group's suspicions fell on several individuals, including a competent security, a court accountant, and a maintenance worker who had been acting strangely since the experiment began. But as the group continued to search, they found that the killers also wanted to have them. They had found evidence that seemed to point to one person, only to have it contradicted by new evidence that indicated someone else. As the hours passed, the group began to unravel. Stress and fear of the situation were taking their toll, and their once strong bonds were running down under the pressure. Tempers layered, and accusations flew. The group struggled to find a way to survive. Some began to turn on the other, convinced that their colleague were responsible for the murders. Others retreated into isolation, unable to cope with the horror of the situation. But as they drew to a close, the group finally found a breakthrough. It discovered a hidden room in the basement, filled with strange equipment and chemicals. It was clear that the killer had used the room to create some sort of weapon. The group knew that they had to act fast to stop them. They gave their weapons and they rode towards the room, ready to confront the killer and end the experiment once and for all. But as they approached, they heard a sound that shifted to the bone, the low, ending laughter of the killer, echoing through the empty hallways. The sound of the killer's laughter echoed through the hallway, sending shivers in the remaining employees of the corporation. They approached the hidden room cautiously, their hearts pounding in the chests. As they entered the room, they saw the killer standing in the center, surrounded by a maze of wires, chemicals, and trench devices. The killer was clad in black, their face obscured by a mask, and eyes gleaming in a mad fever shade. The group was paralyzed with fear as they began to speak. They revealed the experiment actually had twisted past of loyalty and willingness to kill the company. The killer, who was revealed to be higher up in the corporation, had been knocking the remove and manipulating the experiment from the start. The killer challenged the remaining employees to a test, kill one more person, and decide her be allowed to leave the building alive. If they refused, it would all be killed. The group was horrified, realizing that the hidden pawns and a sin twisted game. But they knew they had no choice to fight with their lives. A brutal fight ensued as the employees turned on each other, their desperation and fear rising to violence. The killer was from sideline, and with assisted by they had the employees on. The group immediately gained the upper hand, overpowering the killer and turned their weapons on them. The killer begged for mercy. The group was too consumed with rage and greed to listen. In the end, the group emerged victorious, but at a terrible cost. They had lost friends, colleagues, and their sense of humanity in the face of the experiment's brutality. As they emerged from the building, blinking a bit of day, they knew their lives were never the same. The experiment had shared a sense of security and trust, leading them to spare and wrong tests. But they also knew they had survived, and they proved themselves to be stronger and more real than they ever thought possible. They voted never at harder the hidden word, and fought against forces of darkness and cruelty that led them to this point. Surviving employees of the corporation emerged from the building, their bodies battered and bruised, and their minds scared with the horrors they had experienced. They stumbled into daylight, gasping for fresh air, and collapsed into the pavement. Emergency responders rushed to the aid, administered first aid, and transported them into hospitals. The media swarmed around the building, manning enters what happened. In the aftermath of the experiment, survivors struggled to come to terms with the trauma they had experienced. Some threw to themselves, unable to process the devastating grandfather. Others also in the arms of their loved one, as sort of comfort and support. The Eckford Corporation faced intense scrutiny and commission in the wake of tragedy. The police was outraged that the company conducted such a experiment and demanded the individual responsible be brought to justice. Survivors of the experiment making faces of the movement spoke about the atrocities they had endured and demanded the corporation be held accountable for their actions. As the investigation progressed, it was revealed the experiment had been in the name of fraud and power. Higher-ups of the corporation had been willing to sacrifice the lives of their employees in order to gain an advantage over their competitors. Survivors of the experiment in particular, forming a support group to help cheer deal with the trauma they experienced. They shared the stories, the fears, and hopes for a better future. Over time, their life began to heal, but they forever changed by the horror that they endured. They learned to live with the scar, physical, emotional, and to find truth in their disease. The Eckford Corporation was eventually brought to justice. The individuals responsible were held accountable for their crimes. The survivors continue to seek out again injustice that they faced, and about to use their experiences to help others who had suffered the traumas. The experiment had been a nightmare, but it also in wake ball. The survivors learned to face the cruelty. They could find love, hope, and resilience. And they could never forget the lesson they learned, and to fight for a better future of themselves and for others.